Hello, everyone. This is Maria Chappelle-Nadal, and I have not spoken to many of you in a very long time. And I wanted to take this opportunity to reconnect. So I am on this effort to speak for 24 hours for my campaign for the county council, District 1. So we're going to start now, regardless of if we hear, police cars and sirens and all that. We're going to go ahead and just try to figure it out, and talk about the campaign, talk about all the different things that I am up to these days. And I'm checking to see if this is on let's see, if it is on my public Facebook page. It is on my public Facebook page. That is pretty cool. Look at that. I've never done this before. So now what I'm going to do is to share this in other places. And I just want to encourage you to to share with your friends. And if you want to have a conversation, just let me know. Um, if you have any questions that you would like to ask of me, just feel free to do that. And I am in the midst of sharing this on another link. So hold on just a second. Let's see. But we are live, so it works. And I'm going to tell my friends to like, share, and join in the conversation for 24 hours because that's what we're going to do. Let's see. All right. If you haven't heard, I am running for the St. Louis County Council, and I am in an uphill battle. There are like three people who are running so far, and I am lucky to just be one of those people who happens to love government, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I want our county to do a better job. There's so many problems that are out there right now. There are people who are literally suffering because they don't have access to so many things that they deserve access to. And one of the pending issues that is on the back of millions of people's minds is whether they're going to have health care or not. And that's like a big deal. So, that big, beautiful, ugly bill, for example, is going to cut people off of Medicaid in the next couple of years. In some states, there are already changes that are being made. Um, but there are also millions of people who, if our government does not do anything, if they do not follow up, and change certain things in the bill that's before the U.S. Senate, then people who are on Obamacare are going to experience higher premiums, and that's pretty scary. So that's what I want to talk about. I also want to talk about, like, why I'm running. It's all these issues. It's transportation. It's about food insecurity. It's about like multiple families, multiple generations of families living under one household. Like, there are a lot of issues that people have to deal with, and they're simply not easy. And one of the reasons why I'm running is because I just believe that our current county council is not doing the job that needs to be done in order to help the most vulnerable people. And that's really what I've been on a mission for, is to highlight some of the disconnects that people currently have. So here's the thing: this is a fundraiser. for 24 hours. Please go to my page on Act Blue, Chappelle-Nadal for County Council, Chappelle. And you can donate $5. You could donate $500, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity to like, share, and take part of this adventure. I'm only 6 minutes into this, and it's scary because who can talk for, like, 24 hours? But one of my friends, is going to participate in this. Louis, he said that he was gonna sign on, like, at 10 o'clock. So, let me see. I'm going to invite him to this conversation because I want him to take part in it and like just there he is, there he is, there he is. I am sending him the link to talk, and if you would like to participate in this conversation, you are more than welcome to. So again, I am speaking for 24 hours about St. Louis, maybe about the state, maybe about the country. We are in dire straits. And I don't think anyone has any misgivings about like where we are right now in our government. But that's one of the reasons why I'm running for office because I would like to focus more on St. Louis County and the needs that people are dealing with here. As I was just saying some moments ago, people are dealing with a health care crisis. And I have not, this is like one of the only days where I have not been watching the news, but I know there is a lot on my Twitter feed. And there are a lot of people who are just not comfortable with what is happening right now and just the huge disconnect in government. I remember a time being in the state Senate and in the House of Representatives where everyone, no matter what our differences were, we were always able to come together and do the hard work. Like it was no thing to be like, okay, you oppose this, I oppose this. But we always found a sweet spot of agreement. And those were the good days. But when we had to just put our hands down and our feet down, we had to fight like hell to make sure that people are protected. And that's where we're at in our government right now is that people are not connected as they should be to their government. We have multiple arguments about how we should be moving forward. And I think the most important thing is that, in my view, we should be helping the most vulnerable. And that's really a big deal. So, yesterday I had a fundraiser. It was great. I had a lot of old friends that I haven't seen in a very long time. One of them is Dr. B or Mr. B. He is one of the former principals in University City, and he is someone who also helped me write my syllabus about radioactive waste. And we spent about 2 years doing during COVID writing it, and it really exercised my brain. But I appreciate that experience that we had because I am able to better communicate what is important to the people in this community. So, what you may not know if you're a new listener, in St. Louis and in the state of Missouri and in several places around the country, we have radioactive waste. Not only do we have radioactive waste, we also have a heck of a lot of dioxin. And in many places, it just overlaps. So I'll tell the story several times in 24 hours, but I'm just kind of, hey, Terry, Maria. So Terry Wilson, who also ran for this seat, 4 years ago, I think did really well for the resources that he had. And so when I decided to run for this particular position, I decided that I was going to give him a call and just ask him some pertinent questions about what his experience was. And thank you, Terry. I really appreciate it. So I know, Terry, that you are supporting my opponent, but that's okay because we're doing this in a friendly manner. But do you have any questions for me at all? I was talking about radioactive waste, but because I'm doing this for 24 hours to raise money, I just thought, hey, we could deviate at any point in time. But so in 2010, when I became won my election. I actually wasn't sworn in yet, but when I won my election for state senate, there was a person by the name of Kay Dry who came to speak to me. And she had this map, this brochure that she created of the water intake centers in St. Louis. And in these, around these water intake centers, you had them surrounded by the Missouri River as well as the Mississippi River. And she was just sharing with me that I should really be familiar with where water intake center or where these water intake centers are because of the amount of radioactive waste that we have. And I was like, well, why? I don't understand why we should have all of this information. And so it took a little while, maybe about a year and a half, for me to really grasp the connection between exposure to radioactive waste, exposure to PCBs, exposure to dioxin, and how they impact a person's life. And so I asked a gentleman who once worked for the Coalition for the Environment, Ed. I said, Ed, this is so confusing for me to understand. I think it was in 2011 or 2012, and he took me on this tour, this environmental tour around the some of the impacted areas that have radioactive waste. And I just, had my aha moment in all of these different locations. And I wrote about it to the constituents that I represented in the Senate. It was a very thoughtful piece. But once I had that aha moment, I said to myself, I've got to do something to help the people that I represent. And so some time went by, and I'm glad that it did. It's been 15 years. I've been working on this issue, 15 years. And it has not been easy whatsoever. But fast forward a little bit, in 2015, I ran into a person by the name of Shronda, and Shronda lived in a community that had truckloads of radioactive waste just being dumped at a landfill in the center of their town. And it was, terrible for them. Um, a lot of people ended up getting sick, and many, many more people ended up dying, and it was horrendous, the multiple stories. So just so you know, I've held, as a state senator, I held 100 town hall meetings between, I want to say, Labor Day weekend in 2015 all the way to um, mid December of 2017. And I had these PowerPoint presentations for each of those town hall meetings. Some of them, um, I got through those town hall meetings with a lot of trepidation because I was wondering whether or not people understood what I was talking about. So, if you don't know, I am running for County Council District 1, and this is St. Louis County, not St. Louis City, but St. Louis County. And I am hoping to raise money by doing a 24-hour 24 hours of a fundraising effort. So we're going to see, we're only 15 minutes into this, and we're going to see how that goes. So anyway, I just said to myself, we've got to do something right away. And I ended up talking to whistleblowers. I mean, I really researched this issue a lot. And I talked to hundreds of people and I interviewed them on what they saw, what they experienced. I heard about family members who lost their lives. Like, it was not nice. And I just, really wanted to um, make our world better. But in St. Louis County, there are a lot of people in around the state who believe this issue is only a federal issue. It's not just a federal issue. It's also a state issue. It's also a local issue. And because I've done so much research and uncovered so much information, like, there's not one person currently who is on that county council who knows anything about this environmental hazard. Like, they're waiting for Josh Hawley to make all of these decisions, and he's not doing a thing. So he has done some stuff. So let me not, he didn't at the beginning. He has. He passed RICA, which is extraordinary. In the big ugly bill. So at the same time, people are losing their Medicaid, and people who have Obamacare are going to have to pay higher premiums. Also, in that legislation is the RICA, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And I'm just happy about the work that I did, because a lot of that information I was able to help address which zip codes needed to be included. Unfortunately, since that time, since I've been out of office, there are even more sites that need to be investigated, and need to be added into the RICA legislation, and it's currently not. So, let me just tell you about my past. Born and raised in St. Louis County. I went to Clayton High School. Everybody talks about what high school do you go to, and I say it, I participate, but Clayton. And I went to college in Georgia, and that was a great experience. And when I left college, all I knew is that I wanted to help educate people on issues. That's all I knew, is that I wanted to help educate people on issues. So, I came back home. I worked for, um, let's see, on the coordinated campaign for the Democratic Party. And we were getting out the vote. This is 25 years ago, and I was just fresh out of college. And I was just like, "Hey, I would like to work for one of these amazing statewide candidates." And luckily, I was given an opportunity. My father said, "Hey," his advice was, "You go up to the person who you have the most respect for, and you let them know that you want to work for them in their office." And so in O'Fallon Park, oh man, Senator Paula Carter was still living. And Cecil, what is Cecil's name? He just showed his wedding picture on Facebook today. But in any case, Cecil was in the picture. And I ran into a gentleman by the name of Joe Maxwell. And I said, "Hey, I would like to work for you in your office and gain some experience in state government." And he says, "Don't tell anyone that you and I had this conversation, because you don't know how dirty politics is." Ooh, I did not know how dirty politics is. It's very dirty. I was vanilla back then. And kind of vanilla now because people do and say all kinds of things in politics. And it's unfortunate. I'm lucky to have had the experience of working with Joe Maxwell because he was, first of all, he's from Mexico, Missouri, and he's a family farmer. They had hogs, like 500 hogs. And every single time he gave a speech, you could see his emotions. Like sometimes in his speeches, he would just like tear up and talk about like what he endured as a young man and how hard it was to be a farmer, but he had a special connection to people who didn't look like him and people who did not come from rural Missouri. And so he did really well. I wish that he ran for office again. But he did really well in the urban core. And, it's because he was so down to earth and he was just sensible and he just cared about like the average person and what they have to fight and what they have to endure um, just to sustain themselves. And he brought the experience of a farmer to the not only the state legislature because he himself was a state senator at one time, and then he became the lieutenant governor. Um, and I'm telling you, that position has so much power, so much influence. I mean, not only can you influence the lives of, people, senior citizens, and people with disabilities, but you can also impact the lives of people who want to work in industry. So it was wonderful to be able to work for someone who believed that there should be equitable distribution of resources when it comes to housing projects, when it comes to development for new businesses, even the stadium, as controversial as the stadium projects have been in the past. Being in the office of the lieutenant governor was quite influential. And I'd like to say that we impacted people's lives. In fact, one of the biggest things that we did when I worked for the lieutenant governor's office is update the nursing home laws. It was the Senior Care and Protection Act. And I remember when we were dealing with the Senior Care and Protection Act, there was a campaign throughout the country or throughout the state to mobilize people from every single corner in Missouri to support this legislation. And it was interesting because I remember like the Post Dispatch ended up doing a 7-part series on this very subject of people in nursing homes dying. And it so happened to be a nursing home that's not even a mile away from my house, where there were 4 women who ended up passing because they did not have any air conditioning on. And so it was like, holy cow, who would have ever thought that a nursing home in the middle of summer would not have air conditioning on? So, you know, it was a huge groundswell of people who were upset about that situation. And then you had the Post Dispatch writing a 7-part series on the issue. I think it was a 7-part series on the issue of nursing homes and the quality of healthcare. And so, anyway, at that point, we passed that legislation. Maybe that was in 2001, I want to say. And, I remember even being in the state senate that I decided, hey, I need to go visit every single nursing home. Well, the good news is that the State Department of Health and Senior Services they were like, "Hey, you should really, get information on each nursing home and look at what they have succeeded in and things in places where they haven't succeeded in." And I would always get these letters from the Department of Health and Senior Services, and I would always follow up and ask them things such as, how long has this nursing home had violations? And then I would write a letter to that nursing home and let those people know, you know, I got a letter from the Department of Health and Senior Services, and I really hope that you upgrade some of these issues that have been addressed in the assessment done by the state. And then I would also go visit nursing homes and I would read to senior citizens. It was so beautiful to just be there with senior citizens who wanted to have a visitor. One of the questions that I always asked is, how often do family members go into nursing homes? And, just spend quality time. This was almost about 8 years after that. Um, my 8 years after that, I was almost in the Senate. My grandmother ended up going to a nursing home. She was in the hospital and then she went to a nursing home and they treated her so wrong. And my mother would always go to that nursing home, spend time with my grandmother, and she would also spend time with other people. Well, lo and behold, I found out that there was another legislator's loved one who was in that nursing home. And my mom spent time with that person as well, and oftentimes family members just don't visit their loved ones anymore. I think about the people who are in my neighborhood right now, who have gone on to heaven. Some of them who have gone to nursing homes. There's one that's recent who has gone to a nursing home, and I just care about the quality. Is that person getting the best care? Are they seeing visitors? Oftentimes family members don't want to spend time with their loved ones in nursing homes, and that's shameful. It's sad that that happens. And so, in any case, I'm really proud of the work that I did as a state senator when it came to nursing home care. And I just want to make sure that for the entirety of one's life, they get the quality of care that they deserve. And so, in District One, there are several nursing homes. There are probably 30 or more nursing homes, and any a range of care. Maybe not 30. I was thinking of the Senate district, but um, at least 20 places where seniors go, either for assisted living or for the extended stay nursing care. In any case, that was an issue that Joe Maxwell really cared about. And I remember being in the rotunda of the state capitol, and he would like have tears in his eyes when he was talking about seniors and giving them the best care possible. So, as I have served in office, um, addressing care for senior citizens has always been important. Um, I guess I'm one of those people who, really wants to look at how the spectrum of care is provided in our communities. There are a lot of seniors who want to stay in their homes. They want to fight for that independence. And as I talk to seniors, even now, there's some that say, I've given up driving. Well, hallelujah, that's wonderful if they feel as though they would not be safe driving. Um, there's one gentleman, pretty fancy gentleman too, who said, after the second accident that he had, that he could not at all um, feel comfortable continuing to drive. So he decided to just do like rideshare for the rest of his life. And there are a lot of people who are like that. However, in some families, what you have to do is convince a loved one that they no longer need to drive because it's unsafe. And if you haven't noticed, we have a lot of reckless driving in St. Louis. It's quite problematic. I'm glad that there are some safety calming measures that are being adopted around town, but not nearly enough. I'm also glad that our state highway patrol is also enforcing speed laws on state roads and the highways. That is something that should have been done a long, long time ago, but I don't want a grandmother to be on West Florissant with a crazy driver and she end up getting hit. You know, some of these reckless drivers that are out here, they just don't understand. There may be a baby in that car. There is somebody's grandmother. There's a woman who I met. She was leaving the hospital and her daughter was hit by a bus and her belt strap, her seat belt, literally went through her intestines. And I know that sounds gross, but can you imagine that grandmother having to take care of her two grandsons while her daughter was in the hospital? Enduring these issues of it being hit by a bus and the seatbelt going through her intestines. Like, who would have ever thought that even happens? But it happens. And so for some of these drivers that are out here, they need to know that they are responsible for not only their own lives but other people's lives, and we just need to have safe streets. And it's ridiculous that, I mean, I'm waiting for an art show right now that just has like all these pieces of car material, and asking the question like, was this your loved one? It's really not funny. It's I don't know. I've had many conversations with people about driving here in St. Louis and how reckless people drive. And I keep going back to COVID. Like, was this COVID that did this? What was really going on? Why did people go through, um, so many different incidents in their lifetimes? I mean, every single day there are multiple crashes every single day. And when it comes to our seniors who may not be looking around them as they should, something may happen to grandma, something may happen to grandpa, and we want to make sure that we have all the safety measures that we can in place so that people are safe. I mean, they're kids. Imagine this. There are kids who are walking to school, on in these beautiful neighborhoods, and someone may be trying to escape the police and they're driving reckless. I hope I could get through 24 hours, but I got my water and I got my Mountain Dew. So, but just imagine, these kids eager for school with their backpacks and their lunch pails, and some reckless driver is going 90 in a residential neighborhood. Just imagine that loss. Imagine how a mother would feel to lose her loved one, how a father would feel because he didn't drive his son or daughter to school that day. So, yeah, running for county council, transportation and the way people drive is definitely the top of my on the top of my list. And we need to do something to keep our families, our communities safe as much as possible. So, I've talked about radioactive waste. I've talked about nursing homes. I've talked about the fact that people just speed and drive recklessly. Um, but I'm interested in knowing what you want to talk about, what you want to hear about, the vision that you have, and the vision that I want to share with you of where we need to go, what we need to do. Um, and that's one of the things I've always done as a state legislator. Ayana Asante. I hope you win. Still supporting you here in Hollywood, Florida. Yay! Thank you. Ayana, if you can contribute $5 on actblue.com and just look up Chappelle-Nadal for county council. Thank you. Even if it's $1, please help us. And so the election is next year. It is Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. And there is so much work that we have to do. And as I was saying earlier, I had an event yesterday. Saw some people I haven't seen for a very long time, gave a lot of hugs. When we were in COVID was really hard for a lot of people, and things were not normal at all during COVID. And I will tell you this: managers treated their employees like crap, and it's unfortunate because they did not understand the balance between staying safe from COVID and a hybrid schedule. So the way that I explained to people what some managers did, including my manager, is to like wrap a chain around people's throats. When I did a timeline of my time at St. Louis County in 2020 to 2022, I saw that I was working holidays and weekends. And people were like, "Well, why are you doing that?" And I said, "Well, that's what I'm being called to do." One of my best friends who was at the fundraiser and who actually spoke on my behalf at the fundraiser, I said something to him, and he responded, "No, Maria, you were treated like a slave." And this is a white guy saying that. And I'm like, "What?" And so I just had to turn around and just think, for people who were around me, people who were my friends, what they saw was a different person, a person who was mistreated. But I think about this, and I think about, you know, how many other people were mistreated during COVID. How many people, employees, are being mistreated these days? I mean, we know in this new administration, there were thousands of people who were forced to be laid off. And there was a threat, from this administration that more people would be terminated from their positions in federal government. Like, what kind of sense does that make? There are these good people who just want to do their jobs, most of the time getting underpaid just to serve other people in America. Like, that's a hero. People who need help from Social Security, people who need help with their disability, people who need help with housing, people who need help with transportation, people who need help just getting groceries. We're still all human beings. We all have to walk, we all have to talk, we all have to go to work, but there's some people who need a little bit extra help. And that's where government is supposed to be. For those people who need just a little bit of extra help, a helping hand, it is our responsibility that government provide to those people who need help. Period. And disregarding, oh my goodness, I look like my mother. I'm looking at my face right now. I look like my mother. But I've witnessed mothers crying, single mothers crying. There's a woman that I met who's a nurse at BJC, and she was talking about she has a family that's not too close, but she tries to provide extra things for her son. And at the time she and I spoke, her son was 10 years old. And she said, on his birthday every year, I like to take my son out of town to just let him have an experience that I didn't have when I was younger. And she was saying that the cost of housing was so high for her, where one of her family members ended up moving in, and things got even more expensive for her. And she was crying with me. And she just said, all I'm trying to do is give my son the best experience that he could possibly have and give him the things that I never had. And it's not happening right now, and luckily I had a Kleenex on me, and I said, girl, just please keep your head up, please keep your head up, because your son will never forget the experiences that you have provided for him in his life, especially as a young man. And just think about, as he gets older, a teenager, and goes off to college, he's going to think about that mama that busted her butt, not only helping him, but helping everybody else on the front line, like when people still have COVID. Imagine that. Imagine that. And he's going to be a hard worker, and hopefully he'll want to provide for his children too, in the same manner that his mother did. But there's another single mother. Oh my goodness. And she was Caucasian, and she said that her son, I think her son is like 3 years old, the center of her life, the center of her life. And she said, the only reason why I am still here is because of my son. And she said that he is just like the center of her universe. And if it wasn't for him, she didn't know what she would do. And she started crying. I said, girl, you need to get some of this Kleenex of mine. And because she had all her nice makeup on, I said, honey, get your Kleenex, because you can't be looking like that now. But we ended up hugging, and I shared with her some of the experiences that I've had myself. While I don't have children, there are people who I do care about, who I consider my children. Um, as a state senator, one of the things that I remember, whew, in Ferguson, I'll never forget. State senator, I have two major catastrophes at once, both man made. See, on one hand, I have a burning landfill. On another hand, you have a young man who was killed in the streets, and people did not know how to respond. It was very difficult for them. And all I knew was to be there to listen and to hug and to defend. And because people with raw emotions are trying to figure out how to articulate, like what's going on in their mind, they have seen some things that have been unsavory for them, some things that are traumatizing for them. And it was incumbent upon me, um, to give them a listening ear and a hug, and let them know that I understood where they were coming from, and all of their feelings were valid. And that's just, in this day and age, in this day and age, we have to remember that some of the things that we're hearing and watching and experiencing are not normal. They're not normal. And the feelings that you have, the anxiety that you may have, are all valid. There are people who are absolutely afraid to go into the grocery store. There are people who are absolutely afraid to go into Home Depot. There are people who are absolutely afraid to visit their doctors. Imagine people seeking health care who need health care are now afraid to go into the hospital because they think that they're going to get taken, disappeared, end up in El Salvador, and it's just not right. It's not right. So like I feel that anxiety. I share in that anxiety of the current state of our society, of that current state of what we're going through. As a young person, and I was that bookworm who knew like about the Constitution at 10 years old. I can promise you, when I was 5 years old at my elementary school, I voted for Jimmy Carter. That's how old I am. But I voted for Jimmy Carter. And, I knew I was a Democrat at 5 years old. Um, and I watched every single debate. And so I love the way government is designed to work. So as we're in the space that we're in right now, where our government is not working the way it should, we were established to have three equal branches. And oh, by the way, the free press is the fourth branch of government, in my opinion. And, you know, I don't understand how Congress can give up their responsibility having the purse. But here's the thing. The St. Louis County Council has done the same thing. They've given up their authority willingly. And they were like, oh, we trust the executive branch. No, the legislative branch holds the purse. And it is the legislative branch that is supposed to make that sausage. They're supposed to be working together to get things done. And that is not what is happening right now. So I am going to say, for right now, I am running for the St. Louis County Council, District 1, and I am doing a 24-hour marathon. And I am asking you to please consider contributing what you can on my Act Blue. It's Chappelle-Nadal for County Council, District 1 on Act Blue. So you just do a search, Chappelle-Nadal for County Council, District 1. Now, I have a QR code. I don't know how to put it up here, but I do have a QR code somewhere that I am going to try to post at some point in time. My friend Joey is in California. He is going to join me in about 42 minutes. And, it's earlier in California right now. And I don't know what he has in mind in terms of a conversation, but you too are welcome to join in the conversation. If you have a question, ask me your question. There are a lot of elected officials who are afraid of the hard questions. And I'm just here to tell you sometimes you just may not know the answer, but every citizen has a right to ask you tough questions. And not one elected official should have um, an air about themselves when it comes to answering questions for their citizenry. There was someone who asked me a question late last night who was at my fundraiser. I had never met them before. However, they did show up to the fundraiser a little bit late. And then about 9 o'clock at night, sent me a text message asking me a question. You know what? I could have stayed in bed and been like, I got to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not answering this. But I said to myself, you know what? I can answer that. I know what the answer is. So let me go about my business and do what I need to do. Right. So let's see. I need to make sure that I'm getting all of my messages because I'm definitely on Facebook, and I think I may be on LinkedIn. I don't know. But I hope that you are able to share this. And I'm going to try to put this on. my I'm not too sure how to do it. I'm going to try to put this on my Twitter page. Now that's going to bring all kinds of people in. You know that. And just let other people chime in to see if they have any questions. Let's see if this works. Um, hmm, let's see. No, that's not where I did that. Okay. Oh, look. St. Louis County Dems are having a meet and greet tomorrow. That looks nice. Rod, did you just say something? Do you see me on the live? Let's see. I think one of my friends just said something. Okay. Alicia Street and Ra Wilkinson. Both people, I think. I don't know if Alicia still lives in the first district or not, but once upon a time she did. So I hope that everyone is able to get in. You have to pardon me because I am somewhat new to all this technology. So I don't think that's the right thing. Oh, no, that's a different thing. So let me figure this out really quickly how to share. I'm trying to figure out how to share. Okay, so that's an invite, but I want to share. What does this do? No, I don't want to do that. Let's see, what does this do? I'm just playing with this little toy of mine. This app, what does this do? Okay, that's inviting guests. I think I did that already. Okay, so hopefully Joy knows how to get on. But in any case, let's go back to storytelling. So, going back, so I was always the kind of person who really just liked government and how it operated. It was really technical, and it was also something um that I thought that I could do well at in helping other people. I always thought, like, especially when I first won for elected office, every single morning I would wake up and ask myself, how are you going to prove you are worthy today? Every single day. And before I put my makeup on, I would just sit there in bed. How are you going to make yourself worthy today? And so I became a leader on major issues such as education. And in the district that I represented, there were two unaccredited school districts, and there were a lot of people who were willing to have this simple answer for education, but at the same time it was very costly. And I believe that children really deserve to get the best education. I'm one of a few people who not only served in the legislature, but also served on a school board simultaneously. And I did that for 5 years. I was a state senator and a school board member consecutively for 5 years. The only reason why I left the school board is because of this landfill that was on fire that had radioactive waste. And I just knew, at a certain point that I had to leave the school board because it was volunteer time. You don't get paid on the school board, it's just something that you really love. But I had to start addressing these major issues in my community. And so I did that, and I did a lot of work. It was excruciatingly painful work. Um, how do you describe radioactive waste when you can't see it and you can't smell it? It's hard to explain it. But, you know, I've held hundreds of conversations, and in fact, I've held what 1700, I'm at 1700 interviews with people that have been impacted by radioactive waste in one way or another. Some people who witnessed this contamination being dumped. And I knew that if I had stayed on this school board, that I would not be fulfilling my obligations as a state senator. So, um, I had a burning landfill with radioactive waste and an uprising simultaneously. And I had to be present for both of those things and lived up to those moments and still living up to those moments because it never goes away. There have been people that I've interviewed who have passed away, and that's the part that hurts. That's the part that is painful, um, because after sitting down with them for 2, 3, 4 hours at a time, and then getting a phone call from their loved one saying that they passed away, that's really hard. Um, and they trusted me enough to share their stories with me. And I will forever be grateful for that, because many of these individuals wanted to live for a long time, a longer time than what they were given, and they just could not do that. So I am here to stand up for the people who have been ignored for a long time, and for the people who deserve more than what they are currently getting. And that's what I'm doing. So on this county council responsibility, this job that I'm seeking your support on, um, as I have been saying, there's not one person who has a strong command of this issue. Not one person. And uh, it's really sad to see that like they're depending on the federal government for information that they should know themselves. They don't know it. They're not seeking it. They're not trying. They're not working. And there may be one or two on there, maybe one. But, this stuff is all over the place. And what I learned in my research is number one, I could have just not been getting information from all over the place. I was There's so much radioactive waste. It's throughout the state. Um and some people don't want to be a champion. Some people don't want to do the hard work that it takes to make a difference in one's life. And that's what I am here for. So, I'm going to change the subject because I could talk about radioactive waste forever and ever. But instead, what I am going to do is deviate. And I'll probably get back to that at some time. The thing, what I learned in filibustering, um, what I learned in filibustering as a state senator is that you can rehash a story multiple times, and it gets kind of old. So in my first filibuster, I'll talk about my filibustering. In my first filibuster ever, one of the things that I did was study for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. So every single weekend, I would meet with some attorneys, and they would ask me questions, and they would have me read certain cases and go through those cases. And by the time we got to the filibuster on it was work discrimination, um, the Republicans wanted to ease the requirements on discrimination. And I knew that that wasn't the right thing to do, but there's this one case that just like really got to me that the attorneys had me review. And, there was a person who was inappropriately touched, and they were 16 years old. And that employer did not want to be accountable for what happened to this very young person. So, like, I stood on that Senate floor, and I talked about that case, and probably said, What if this was your son? What if this was your daughter? Would you want them to have to endure all of these challenges? Would you want them to have to go through all this?" And, the answer was always no. So after 10 hours and 45 minutes of me standing up and defending the laws that we already had on the books, we negotiated, um, and they took that bill off the floor. They didn't believe that I was going to stand up for 10 hours and 45 minutes, but I did, because I believe that every single employee should be protected. Every single employee, regardless of what your background is, you don't deserve to be mistreated in whatever position you're in. Like, if you don't fit in a position, that's one thing, but if you're there doing your job, like, you should be respected for who you are. You should be respected for the work that you're doing, and you should never have your values compromised. You should never be in a position that, like, sacrifices what your own moral obligations are. Period. It just shouldn't happen. So I'm going to figure out, let's see, it says that nobody's watching. I don't know. I can't tell you one way or the other because this is just so new to me. I am totally not technical, but I'm here and I'm talking and I am trying to see, let's see. Well, I don't know what that is. Let's see where I am at. Going to Facebook, opening it new. Let's see where I'm at. Okay, let's see. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to go here, main page. All right. Okay. I got that. I have a friend who sent me a message and I'm trying to understand. Oh, let's see if that does it. Yay. I got to where I needed to be. Okay, home. Let's see. Somehow I went to 5.6 today. I guess that's good. I guess that is good. Let's see. I already created a post. Let's look at my notifications. Okay, I got that. Well, I'm going to have to spend some more time. I am not on Facebook very often. I just am not. Years ago, about 8, I decided that I was going to hang it up and not look at all of this stuff. And now, we really have to do a better job at um, making sure we are not on social media too much because it can be overwhelming. As a person who watches the news every single day and listens to the news, it can be overwhelming. And honestly, taking a break is among one of the most selfless things that you can do to protect yourself. Um, because there's so much out there, and there are a lot of toxic people who are out there, and they're not going to tell you to take some time off. So you have to do that yourself and be disciplined in separating yourself from things that cause anxiety. And I am a huge proponent of that, of like, you know, how do you say this, turning on the brakes when you need to. And you should turn on those brakes if what you're viewing is giving you anxiety, because and we got a long 4 years to go, and it will not be easy. And later on, I'll probably describe to you how I view what we are enduring with other people who get into my chat at some point. Um, but we've got to take care of ourselves. We've got to take care of our families, and we've got to take care of our communities. There is a neighbor of mine, a family, with two young kids who are just adorable, but I have a special connection to the parents, and I do what I can to help them, because I know that they're a young couple. Um, and sometimes we don't look beyond our families, but sometimes our families are people who are not blood related, and that is the case with my neighbors. And I enjoy stopping and speaking with them, and speaking with the young kids, and um, just making sure they're doing okay. Um, it's nice to have people who just ask, "How are you doing?" once in a while. There's nothing wrong with that. And we should be doing more of it. One of the problems with being so connected to social media is that we lose sight of like the human connectivity. And I think in some of the recent occurrences that we have witnessed in the news, that remembering that connectivity is among one of the most important things we can ever have, and it's necessary um, as human beings to have something that brings us together, have something to talk about, have something to aspire to, have something that you get to create. Artistry, there is a lot of talent out here, and some people are wasting their talent because they're stuck on social media. So part of the reason why I am running for the St. Louis County Council is because I want to use my assets and my gifts that I naturally have to create better systems and environments for other people who depend on government doing the right thing for them. That is why we are here. That's why I am here. And I hope that we can make a change. Um, and change is not always quick. Sometimes it's really slow and it is stubborn. But we have to be diligent in every single thing that we do, because our lives depend on it. Um, One of the projects that I've been working on this summer is how to can. Who would have ever thought? Canning. A lot of people do it. And you know what? It's a good technique. It's a good talent to have, especially when there are economic challenges in our hemisphere. And when we talk about doubling and tripling up in homes, um, people have a lot of things that they just feel restricted on. They feel that they can't get certain things done. They feel that they are stuck in a situation. And what we have to realize is that, even with our circumstances that we have, we all can do better. We all can lend a helping hand. But we ourselves must do the best that we can individually. So that means more experiences. It may not just be in your house, it may be with your neighbor, it may be with people who have similarities with you. when I was younger, I loved art and I would paint. In fact, in the room that I'm in right now, I have multiple paintings that I have done. Um, and I love these paintings. Some of them are of other people and experiences. I'm looking at my friend Pete. Um, I'm looking at a painting. So as I'm looking up, I'm literally looking at a painting. But my friend Pete, I have a portrait of that I did for him when I worked for the lieutenant governor. And he was sick and he was sleeping on his couch, and I was helping him out at the time. And the picture is of him and his hand laying on the pillow. And then I have another painting that reminds me of Starbucks way back in the day, but a lot of people were smoking back in the day, and they still smoke. But I did this like kababi like painting of people smoking at Starbucks. And so you have two masculine faces, and right in the middle of these kababi like faces is a picture of a woman who is prim and proper. She has her nice summer hat on, and she has a cigarette too. And I just thought it was interesting. I was at this corner. This was, man, in 2004, I think. And because I just don't like the smell of smoke, but I said, I've got to paint this scene and just call it Starbucks. So that's the painting that I'm looking at right now. I also have another painting that I did where you can view it in three different ways. So you can turn it three ways and it's a different picture, and it's like a legitimate different picture. So one is like the one I'm looking at is a the way that it's hung up on the wall right now. It is a stream with a bunch of rocks, and I don't know if that's a meteor or what, but it's really peaceful. And then if you turn it around, 90, what is it, 90 degrees in a different way, it is a different picture entirely. Yes, I know. So Kay here, I support you. I hope so too. We can change things with better leaders. I completely agree. There's no resources for people in North County. I agree on that too. I think one of the biggest disadvantages, Kay, is that people do not know where to get resources. So you have multiple organizations that are out there, including the Urban League. They do a lot of work, but I will tell you, even when I was sitting down with someone yesterday, they're like, "How do I find this out? How do I find that out?" Well, I've always told people when I serve in office, one of the biggest responsibilities that I feel that I have, it may not be something that is solved within the office that I am currently in. However, I will do everything possible to ensure that you get a resolution for the entity that is supposed to be resolving the problem that you have. An example of that, when I was a state senator, people would have trees with broken limbs and they would call their state senator because they got a mailer from me, and I was the first phone number that they had. And even though a state senator is not going to pick up tree limbs, I would do every single thing possible to make sure those tree limbs were picked up. If the trash was not picked up, I would do everything to make sure that whatever that local entity that's responsible for that, they got that done. There are some communities where they were not getting their snow picked up as or the roads salted or the snow shoveled as they should, and they were trapped in one area. There are a lot of people, as we talk about their food islands. What I'm not saying it correctly, but there's food insecurity in North County. People have to drive long ways just to get, to Lindbergh. And Lindbergh is like the main thoroughfare in North County. And Some people have to drive 5 miles just to get to a grocery store. And if you don't have a car, that is really hard to do and accomplish. But I hope I'm saying Kay, I hope I'm saying your name right. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right or not, but the district that I'm running for is the first district for the county council seat, and it is all the way in University City, and then the northern boundary in parts is 270. So, it's a big district. It's very much like the Senate district that I represented. And, you know, there are a lot of challenges that we have um, and that we're facing. And many of these challenges that we have just have simply not been addressed adequately. So, it's my hope that we can do something about it. But please do share, like, and ask questions. Um, I appreciate all of you that are chiming in. I am letting people know that I am running for County Council District 1, and it is quite an uphill battle, but I have never been scared away from a good old battle. I have been in, let's see, so I've run for state representative one, two, three, 4 times. I've run for state senate 2 times. I ran for school board, I think 2 times. And then I ran for Congress 2 times. So I've run for something 10 times. I won 8 times. And so I'm pretty proud of that. But every experience is different. And I thought that, um, in this position, I would be able to help people who are not only losing their Medicaid, but people who are going to be experiencing higher premiums. So, Kay, I hope I'm saying your name right, and you know the area that I'm talking about. Um, it's there are a lot of challenges that we have in St. Louis County. There are a lot of challenges that we have, and we need someone who has the energy, who has the intended goodwill in mind to be able to be a force to reckon with, because when your mission is about other people, um, and there's no greater mission than to work for other people. But when that is your mission, you should be able to do whatever it takes to provide the resources, the experiences, the um, voice that they need. You should be able to provide all those things. So, in any case, I do appreciate you chiming in. Thank you so much for your support. And I will say that I'm really excited that my friend Joey is going to be joining me in about 12 minutes. And I hope I sent him the correct link for this because it may be a little weird. Let's see if I can find it again. Here we go. Okay, let's see. Go to the page. I am just going through my live that I'm doing and making sure that it is working. And I'm looking at it right now. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that all of this works? I never thought that it worked. So let me just tell you, I'm wearing my hat. I'm digressing. I am wearing my hat right now because I washed my hair yesterday for the event that I had, and my hair was still wet. And so I'm doing as much as I can to just keep it in a, what do you call it? In a style that preserves my hair. And I know I'm forgetting what I'm trying to say, but that's okay. In any case, thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for participating in this 24-hour marathon. My objective is to raise money for my campaign for county council. So if you can contribute $5 to Chappelle-Nadal for county council, please do so. So all you have to do is go to Act Blue and then look up my name. I'm trying to put up the QR code. I'm not sure how to do that. So I know that I downloaded the QR code that, wait, there it is right there. Okay, I see it. I see it. But now I'm trying to bring it into the conversation. Actually, if you're on my public page, then you can just scroll down and there's a picture of it there. Let's see if this is it. No, that's not it. That's not it. I'm trying to see where I download or where I add. Um, as I said, I discovered um, this program last year at the end of last year, and I really liked it. The idea for this was to talk about this administration from Jump Street. And, I got overwhelmed quick. By the time we got to 8 weeks, I just said that I had to take a break from doing um, I guess my podcasts. And I took a break until now because I think, like many Americans, the things that we have seen and the things that we have heard from our federal government have been quite disturbing. And I wanted to put my energy into other things that were more positive. And, but you know how the fight is still in you and you're still like a warrior and you just like want to, um, do your own style of protest. So my own style of protest is to run for office and to create the best environment possible for the people who are in St. Louis. So we know what the challenges are at the federal level. And we know that we're going to have to compensate for all of those deficits. So thank you, Kay. I will do that. Thank you for your service. I'm looking for a group of people to get involved and volunteer some of my time. I'm a more AmeriCorps Vista alumni. Yay! I'm a retired nurse. I taught school for kindergarten through fifth grade in St. Louis City. Thank you for being AmeriCorps Vista. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is, um, someone who is selfless and someone who believes in giving to other people. And we need more of that in our country right now. People who are willing to give of themselves to make other people's lives the best that they possibly can be. And, people oftentimes say, pay it forward. We should be in that kind of mindset right now. Let's pay it forward. And they are doing a lot of cutting the programs, perhaps our benefits and stuff. I think they just don't want us to make any more, but we are strong people and we're going to make it. We are strong people and we always had to be, for real. We always had to be strong people. We always had to endure. And I think this is one of those times where, you know, we just have to come together and be like, okay, what do you know? What do you know? What are you good at? What are you good at? And just come together and just like do the thing, right? And help each other out where there are deficits, and that's all I know is when there is a deficit, we must do everything to fill that hole. And that's, again, that's one of the reasons why I'm running. I care about the environment, I care about our young people, I care about our senior citizens, I care about education, I care about government that is responsive. I care about balancing our budget and spending within our means. I care about not wasting taxpayer dollars and ensuring that when we have an opportunity to help single mothers, when we have an opportunity to help a senior citizen that is staying in their home by themselves, then we should be able to do those things. We should be able to help those people with the resources that we have. And it shouldn't be a fight, period. It should not be a fight to do the best that we can do for other people, period. It should not be a fight. Every single time I have served an elected office, I always thought of how would I want to be treated if I was in the same disposition. Okay. And it happened. This happened. So when I was unelected, oh my goodness, do you guys remember the flood of 2022? Whew. My entire block was a river. In fact, our basements had water all the way to the first floor, a step away from the first floor. Can you imagine, having like river water, sewage in your basement, and every single one of your neighbors had the same problem? We were all in despair in 2022 when our basements were flooded. My neighbors started sending me pictures at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I remember receiving one of those pictures, and I went down to my basement in the middle of the night and I said, "Oh Lord, please let this not be the case." When I went downstairs and saw that water, I went back upstairs and I said, "I got to go back to bed because there is nothing else I could do because my basement was filled with water." It was terrible. I mean, I one of my neighbors was able to take pictures of the flood water just rolling down the street. We had 60 cars that were, what do you call it? What do you call it? I keep forgetting what you call it, but 60 cars um, that could not be used anymore. Totaled. 60 cars were totaled on my block, behind me and then in front of me. 60 cars. It was probably one of the hardest times. But you know what I did? I told this to somebody today. What I decided to do instead, because I felt helpless, what I decided to do on my own was to go door to door and just give people hugs and just let them know that I was there. I wasn't elected, I wasn't running for nothing. I just knew that as an elected person, I would go to other people who were in need. And I had a friend who drove in. I don't even know if she's watching, but I had a friend who drove in from Columbia, Missouri, and she was just like, "Maria, I'm just here for you. Whatever you want to do." And I said, "I want to go door to door and hug people and let them know that I see them. Let them know that I understand the despair." Okay, so Kay, you said, "I care about crime. I care about all the people. We have enough in this country for everyone to live comfortably, and they know there's no reason why people should suffer the way they are, um but God, us people, let's see, people, humble people, that we are, that give us strength to fight with the voices that God gave us to fight righteously, to fight fair." Yeah, it was horrible. It was a terrible disaster. Um, I needed to run into this on my Lincoln tonight. Thank you, Kay, for your comment. I really do appreciate it. And just know that all the work that you have done as an AmeriCorps Vista is worthy, and it's meaningful to many, many people. And so, if nobody else has told you, I want you to know that I am grateful for that. So, let's see. I do have one notification. There is Dizzy Blunt, Robin, and two other people who commented on this. I hope that you guys will join me because I'm doing this for 24 hours. I'm trying to raise money for my campaign in 2026. So, I guess people aren't going to start watching until I get to like hour 10 or something like that, but I'm going to continue to keep talking. And I know that my friend is trying to get on or will be getting on pretty soon. Let's see. Let's see. Joey, are you listening? Are you on here? Are you on? Are you on? Oops. There we go. And then having all of these pages open. Totaled. Yeah, I was trying to say totaled earlier. 60 cars that were totaled. And that was not nice at all. But if you're watching and you can contribute $5 to my campaign, please do. We would really appreciate that. You just go to Act Blue and click on Chappelle. Ooh, Joey! Let's see, I'm adding you to the stage.
Can you hear me?
I hear you and I see you.
Excellent. Yeah, I wasn't sure the little let me into the studio thing, the mic thing wasn't going up and down, but I
Oh,
guess it's working. It's
how
so
are
wonderful to see
you?
you.
It's so
I
good
am
to
great.
see you.
Well, I'm great myself. The rest of the world seems to be in havoc. But I'm enjoying my little bubble here in California where life still seems to be normal, except for the fascist agents coming through and harassing our agriculture workers and on and on. But let's not get into that.
Yeah, that's overwhelming. I'm
It is.
trying to like distract myself from all of that, but I do care. And I think one of the things that I think we're all seeing, no matter where you are people who are living in fear. And that's scary, like on a very natural level, like we understand that sense of insecurity and fear. And I wish it wasn't happening, but it is. It's like life now. Who would have thought we would be in a authoritarian
I
world?
know, and especially when you and I first met, which has been over 10 years ago now, when we were both young elected officials,
Yes, we
and I
were.
was yeah, and I was mayor here in Clear Lake, California, and I
Hmm.
think you had just gotten on the Senate, the state Senate there,
Then that
and
would be 15 years ago.
oh my gosh, has it been that long?
It
Anyway,
has.
I guess it has. Yeah, I was mayor I guess 13 years ago because I was mayor in 2012.
Okay.
So, and I think we met maybe, were you at the DC gathering, right?
Yeah, there were a few of the DC gatherings, but yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
didn't
met.
miss them back then.
Yeah, and I think I missed the one, and then we were together in LA. That's when we had a lot of fun in LA.
Oh, I
Uh,
love that one.
I know you did, but
I love that one.
at that time, Maria, it was like we felt like that things were inching in the right direction. We had seen Obama get into office and then win a second term, and then we felt like we were a part of this kind of progressive movement that was for justice and for the others. I
Mhm.
am a very privileged white person, but I'm also a gay man, and
Mhm.
and was a trailblazer in my community when I was the first gay person ever elected here. And that was a big deal. Like, and I don't think we were really aware back then just how crazy all that was, and how we were making these strides as people, young people, getting into politics and making a difference and doing all the things I just heard you talk about, like doing it for the right reasons, getting into
Mhm.
to help our communities and to fight against people who were doing the opposite. We're doing exactly what we're seeing in DC now.
Yeah.
On to see how far it slid uh, just in this last decade has just been disheartening, and it's tough, and it's tough when it's driven home. Like I live here in Northern California, big agricultural community, big Hispanic
Mhm.
community. Um,
Mhm.
I think the whole reason I got elected is because I have a vaguely Latino last name,
Mhm.
and I made my money and my living in the wine industry on the backs of immigrants who
Wow.
I respect and I love and are part of our community,
Mhm.
and to see it happening here, where we always thought we would be safe, that we thought we were making progress for justice and bringing and lifting people up, and this level of fascism and
Yep.
just terrible, everything that it is, white supremacy, white nationalism, Christian nationalism that has just swept over our country since then. It's so disturbing. And I know you just said that you don't podcast as much because it drives you crazy, and
It does. It really does. And I just, I had to take a break. Like I had all the intentions. I was just like, I'm ready to do this. I planned everything out. I just had all my checks, my boxes checked, and I was ready to
Mhm.
go. And then it was like we were getting beaten over and over and over again. Just like, and I just felt, I can't, no. I was sinking underwater. And I can't
Yeah,
listen. I can't keep listening to
yeah,
this because it's
yeah,
toxic. It's like abuse. It's
yeah.
seriously like abuse. Can you imagine there's an entire nation that's being abused right now? An
Hmm.
entire nation.
Hmm. Yep. Yep, it's disturbing, and I'm the opposite though. I find that if I get to express myself and talk about it, but I don't do it too much. I have compartmentalized where I only take in about 15 minutes a day of the things that we have to hear, that we need to keep on top of to make sure we're vigilant, but I will not sit and watch. I can't even watch a whole hour of even
Mm,
MSNBC at this point because
mm,
it's so disheartening. But for me, I about 7 years ago, I got involved with community radio here, and so I host the LGBT issue show on our radio station. That's been going on long before I got there. It's actually been on the air for 17 years in that time slot, and it was groundbreaking back then to have in rural Northern California an LGBT issue show broadcasting across the radio waves. And then 7 years ago, I got invited to come and co-host with the founder of it. And now I only do every other week, which is fine because I have lots of other things to do. But now I host it with a Gen Zer who's non-binary. So we've got another voice. The opposite week we have a trans woman and her wife
oh,
who host it. So we've expanded it to include more voices, and it's basically an institution. And then a couple years ago, my dear friend that was one of the founding members of the radio station and one of the original hosts and has a Saturday morning show that was incredibly popular. He fell ill and had to step back, so I started filling in for him. And then his dying wish was to give me his Saturday morning public affairs show. So
oh,
now I host two radio shows, and and it's 4 to 5 shows a month for an hour, a week basically, and that's just enough to keep me like I'm still contributing. I still get to express and fight back, and especially now when the First Amendment and mainstream media and public media is under attack by this regime. Community radio is so important.
It really
So
is.
yeah, and then also you were mentioning the flood. We are no strangers to disasters here. We've had just mega wildfires over the last decade,
Yes.
and our radio station is a place where people go, and especially the elderly community, to hear what's going on. During the pandemic, I was in the studio for 9 hours a week, making sure to get all the pertinent information out. I was one of the
Mhm.
few programmers that wasn't at high risk for COVID-19. So I made it into the studio. I had just started, and in those in that year, I had interviewed everybody from local officials to Congress people, to just about everybody that had any part of dealing with the pandemic. So I
Mhm.
really kind of got my teeth sharpened, and now I do it like it's breathing, like it comes natural, and we keep bringing up the issues
Mhm.
that are important to talk about during this crazy time in America, where we're seeing our civil rights be pulled back. We're seeing,
Yeah.
just blatant hatred of others and of people of color, of the LGBT community. So we don't shut up. We keep make sure that our show still stays on the
Mhm.
air, and our radio station has gotten so much support from the community, and we're not government funded at all.
Mhm.
So they can't, Trump can stomp his feet and tweet if he wants to, but it doesn't affect us because we're staying on. So,
J-
so yeah,
Joey,
that's my.
I'm gonna get back to you, but Nia, she just said, best to you in your endeavor. She can't hang out much longer because she has to go to sleep. It's bedtime, but keep up the fight. So thank you, Nia, for listening, and I hope to see you at our favorite spot, and which has a lot to do with what you were talking about, Joey.
Uh-huh.
I love our farmers markets, and I have found, so I had a terrible
Mhm.
garden season. Most people in St. Louis had a terrible garden season this year, and I totally messed up my soil. I've been gardening for 8 years now, and because in my research, the work that I did when I was a state senator, I met multiple families who had their own gardens, but
Mhm.
it was around radioactive waste. But they were living in poverty, so they had to self-sustain. What they did not know is that radioactive waste got into their food chain. It was in their soil, it was in
Uh-huh.
their water, it was in the air, it was in the food chain. And so when I decided to get into gardening, I was very particular about my soil, and I was even
Mhm.
more particular about the distance from the ground that my gardens were. And so anyway, it was terrible. I had a terrible experience this year, but I have been going to farmers markets throughout town. And
Mhm.
what was important to me is to figure out different ways to self sustain. And
Mhm.
what that meant was, freezing, drying, freeze drying, even canning. And I think,
Mhm.
which we haven't talked about a lot, and it's not on a lot of people's minds right now, but because we're in the state of affairs that we are, I think more families, no matter what your background is, should think about self sustainability, because we're not getting any help. I don't know
Mhm.
if you've seen the commercials. You guys had the fires, and we had tornadoes this year, two tornadoes
Uh-huh.
this year that were devastating in our communities. And I heard on my Sirius radio that like FEMA's not going to be helping communities the way that they used to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a
Oh yeah.
thing. It's like, you should prepare on your own. You should have things in place in your house. So, like, what
Mm-hmm.
if we live on, just like you guys, we live on an earthquake fault line. And
Mm-hmm.
every 200 years, there's an earthquake. In fact, I think there was one in the last 2 weeks, and I think the last big one was like an 8.2, 8.3 on the Richter scale 200 plus years ago. So we're ready for one. So, what if, fast forward, all that stuff happens again?
Mm-hmm.
Are we prepared? Is FEMA going to show up? Are they going to help us? Well, here's the thing, and I'm running for county council at this point. But are your local leaders going to be prepared to help you? Are they going to be around? Are they going to know what to do? Are they going to know how to communicate? And right now, the answer is no, because I was working at the St. Louis County Council when we had the floods, and I was depending on me to be the leader to help my neighbors as an unelected person. So, we've got to prepare at multiple levels, and I know that we don't want to discuss like the elephant in the room, but that elephant is having a huge impact on our lives. Education, senior citizens, pharmaceuticals, and I think today it was the movie industry. You would know about that. Can you hear me? Joey, you froze. You froze, Joey. I am going to stay here. Joey, you froze. I'm trying to figure out why you froze. I'm still moving. You're not moving. So I'm going to stay right here. But, and I forgot what I was saying, but we've got to be prepared. We need people in office who are going to do the thing and not just like wait for other people to show up. Because I don't want to be in that disposition again. I don't want anyone else to be in that disposition. Okay, he is back on stage at the stage. Okay,
Hello.
you're back.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I just got a new Samsung phone that's very, very fast. A week ago, I would have blamed my phone, but I don't think it's the phone. Maybe it was my internet connection.
I don't know. They may be messing with our stuff in the universe.
Oh, evil, the evil, the oligarchs.
I mean,
um,
really, I never thought that I would say oligarchs of America.
Isn't that nuts? Isn't it nuts? Yeah, and I have to tell you, we you kind of touched on it. It's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's all about hoarding money for a lot of people. And those of us that have to work, that weren't born in privilege and money, they get to step over us to keep doing what they do and
Mhm.
putting people like Trump in power and even here in California, Maria, like so after I left the city council in Clear Lake, I went to work for the state, and I worked for the state. California has I think it's the only elected tax agency in the United States, the Board of Equalization. And
Mm.
my dear friend, who was our pro tem speaker of our state assembly and a San Francisco supervisor, she got elected to that board. So I went on her staff for about 3.5 years. I was on her staff, and she is an amazing person, amazing public servant, much like you. And
Thank you.
had went through the different paces in local and state government, and she is now our state treasurer. Um,
Ah.
yeah, Fiona Ma, and she is and one of the first Asian women to rise up the ranks of constitutional officer of the state.
Mm.
and she is now running for lieutenant governor. She should be running for governor, but the truth of it is, just to run in the primary in California, you have to raise $30 million just to be competitive. Isn't that ridiculous?
That
And,
is
and
ridiculous.
and so she's like, I don't have billionaire friends. I'm not going to kiss up to people with big pocketbooks just to go serve at that level. And that's disheartening.
Mhm.
The best of us should be able to just get into those offices on merits, on our deeds,
That's
on our
right.
experience. But no, yeah, well, look at you. You're having to do this because it's all about money, money, money,
It is
and
about
that.
money. And let me tell you, I always tell people, I remember when I first started, there were people who gave like $3. And you know what? I told someone yesterday, I never thought any different of them from the people who gave $1,000 ever, because
Yeah.
I knew that's what they could give, and they were investing what they had in
Uh
the leadership that they signed up for. That's what they were getting, what they wanted, and that's what they
Exactly.
had. And it always warms my heart. And people don't understand, like, it may be $3, because I've seen that it's seriously a check for $3. I've had a lot of those. And you
Yeah.
know what? It counts. And you know what,
Mhm.
who really was like the person who like got me to recognize, hey, small dollars add up, is Howard Dean. Like, he was
Mhm.
always about, like, that DFA was amazing. Democracy for America, for those who are unfamiliar with I mean, this is pre 50 state strategy.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
know, he was all about, like, finding progressive candidates, who just had that fire in their belly, who wanted to make a difference, who, exhibited the traits that were necessary to run for office. And, I remember being endorsed by DFA multiple times. It's now evolved to so many other things now,
Mhm.
but it is about like small dollar donors. And
Yeah.
I'll
Yep.
never forget that, period.
Yep. Yep. And then look what happened to Howard Dean. He was a man on the national political stage who showed some emotion, and they just steamrolled him. I
They
mean, look
did.
at, and now you compare that to what we have representing us in the White House, who all he is a self-centered, emotional freak.
Have
And
you seen the pictures of all the gold?
oh, I know, it's so
I'm
gaudy.
like
It's so gaudy.
I'm like, is that our gold? Like, did you take
Yeah.
our gold? You didn't take our gold, did you? Please tell me you didn't take our
Oh,
gold.
it's so absurd. It's
Because that was
so
one of the
disgusting.
beginning stories, is they wanted to go find the our gold.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
I think the dollar is based on gold. The economy is based on gold. And he's
mhm.
like going into the mines taking our gold.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's a crazy, crazy scenario we are in. And
It
I am
really
so
is.
glad. Let me say this, though. I am so glad you are stepping up again
Thank
to get
you.
into elected office because we need people like you, and you have a proven spine for this. I mean, uh, you know how inspiring the way you handled the Ferguson situation was to me.
Oh, and you guys know, I didn't there was no script. There was
No,
absolutely no script for
no,
Ferguson. You just kind of
no.
showed up, and I was hugging. You know what? Let me tell you something. My Ferguson experience was the first time I held a grown man cry in my arms. First time.
Wow.
It was the first time. And but people wanted to know that we were there, and they
Mhm.
wanted to be seen. and they wanted to be heard. And I
Mm.
said, this is not the time to be legislator, Ms. Maria. This is the
Yep.
time to be your sounding board. Let me
Yep.
translate for you. Let me speak your thoughts
Yep.
into the media, the thoughts
Be the
that
advocate.
being the advocate,
Hmm.
being the advocate, and again, there was no script. And I said some crazy things, but you know what? People felt like they had a champion, somebody who was willing to say things that made, the comfortable uncomfortable. They
Yep. Yep.
wanted that. They were
And I
seeking that.
and I think that's why I adore you, because we are the same in that respect.
Mhm.
And mind you, it isn't the easiest way to be when it comes election time, because
Mm-mm.
when you're speaking truth to power, you sometimes you're not nice about it, and you can't be nice about it.
Mhm.
And that's where I ran into my issues was I just wouldn't hold back. I knew what was right, and it didn't help me with reelection,
Mhm.
but
People want a
I
champion. They don't want someone who's
yeah,
sitting in comfort. They want someone
yeah,
who is going to stand up, speak the truth, and articulate the needs that they have.
yep, yep,
And
and
when you
understand
Mhm.
them, and
Mhm.
understand them. Like, do look at our Congress. I mean, do do you think all these rich old white men understand us, and understand you, and understand what we go through in communities that are disenfranchised, that are socioeconomically challenged? They don't understand.
They sit in
Uh,
places of privilege, and that's what that
mhm,
is like, and that's what we have wanted to like open up, is realize that, okay, take a step out.
mhm,
Understand that there is a different culture of people that you two are responsible for, but they may not speak like you and they may not look like you, but you are still accountable to them.
mhm. Exactly, exactly. It goes back to the when they asked when Harvey Milk was first elected, are you just going
Yeah.
to are the gays taking over San Francisco? And he said, no, I'm going to be a supervisor for all people, because that's what I was elected to do,
Mhm.
and that is the key to the game. Uh,
Man, I was looking for Harvey Milk on some stream, like at the beginning of this year when everything was going crazy and downhill very quickly. I was like,
mhm.
I need Harvey Milk. I need the Harvey Milk movie now. I
I
need
love it.
Harvey Milk.
Well, the funny thing, Maria, is Cleve Jones is my neighbor. He lives literally right down the street from me,
Oh wow.
here in Guerneville. I've moved out of Lake County in the Clear Lake area where I was born. No, I was raised there. I spent most of my life there, but we've moved to fancy Sonoma County now, and
Mhm.
uh, and Guerneville is basically, like, I call it the Palm Springs of the Redwoods. It is the queerest little place for a little town of 5,000 people. We have a huge LGBT population.
That's
Uh,
awesome.
it's the coolest community. It's so the opposite from where my husband and I grew up. Basically, we met in a small redneck town in Oregon, which wasn't fun for a couple little queers in the '90s. And now we live in, gay Shangri La, with Cleve Jones as our neighbor. And
Yeah.
actually, behind me, I have the Russian River Pride poster that I won in a raffle. And let me see if I can get it. Cleve Jones's signature
Oh
is
man, look at
right
that.
right there. So, and then the other funny thing is Jim Obergefell, that won the landmark Supreme Court case. He owns a business here in town, and we've become friends with Jim.
Oh
And
man.
he's actually the one that told us, go get married, because once Trump won the election in November,
Mhm. Mhm.
Jim was in town, and
Mhm.
we were talking heart to heart, and I said, if you and John were in mine and Dustin's shoes at this moment in time, what would you do? And he said, I would go get married as soon as possible,
Mm, mm.
just so we have that paper in hand. Because look what they're doing. They're coming after women's rights. They're coming after immigrants' rights. You don't think they're not going to come after marriage equality? Of course they are. It's in the Project 2025 document.
I can't
Uh,
believe that, I can believe it. The whole Project 2025, like, why were there so many people who ignored that? Like every single thing that Kamala said was right.
oh
Every
yeah, oh
single
yeah.
thing. Everything. And then you have people who didn't want to vote for her because she was a woman?
Oh, it's absurd. It's absurd. And and of course, with my work and my political connections and time frame that I've been in here, I've seen Kamala from her early days and as DA of San Francisco. When I was working in the same building as her down there, when I worked for the Board of Equalization, she was the California Attorney General then. We worked with her office on cannabis policy, and then her and my former boss, or they're girlfriends, and they were two of the first people to marry same-sex couples when Gavin Newsom. Sorry, I accidentally hit my mute button.
Okay.
Started when Gavin Newsom started issuing marriage license in San Francisco. Kamala and Fiona were there at City Hall together, marrying as many couples as they could.
Oh,
Uh,
man.
and you know what's funny, Maria? In this crazy life of being in politics locally, and and networking like we did with different organizations, and knowing people like Kamala, and you know, last November I should have been more excited that my friend that somebody I know, somebody I'm connected to, could be the next president of the United States,
Mm,
but I wasn't feeling that way because I was so afraid. I was
mm.
so scared of what happens if it doesn't happen. And now we're seeing it. Now we're seeing that, and for good reason. I felt that way, obviously, but yeah, it's really disheartening, especially those of us that have ties to California. How does Gavin say it? Our California values. We're a
Mhm.
progressive state. We lead the way in so many ways. We're diverse. We're the most diverse state in the union. We're the fourth largest economy. My boss is the bank. My old boss is now the banker for the fourth largest economy in the world. That is
Mm.
insane. Uh, but to see how this MAGA movement and Trump has turned all this around, and has somebody like Kamala, who would have been an honorable and wonderful president, just got thrown to the wayside in this
She did.
climate. It's disgusting. It's disturbing, and it's even more so for those of us that don't just see these people on the news as people on the news. These are
Mhm.
people that we know, that we've
Mhm.
worked with. I love cheering on Eric Swalwell every time he's sticking
Oh,
it
I
to him
love him.
because,
He's
oh
got a
yeah,
mouth on him. He's got a
yeah,
mouth on him. I love him every single time he speaks.
yeah, and just it's insane times. It's insane. It should
Mhm.
be. Maria and Joey have been politically active for almost 20 years, and now the fruits of our labor have all come to maturity, and everything's happy, right? Well, that's the opposite. We slid backwards so far, and,
You
and it's
know,
so disappointing.
and we
And
were
that's
the
why it's
promise.
important you're still going. That's important. Why it's important that you're still ready to step up.
And you know what? I'm glad that I'm still young enough to step up, because I still have like this fierceness about the issues that I care about. In
Uh-huh.
St. Louis County, We have a huge environmental this has been an issue that I've been talking about for 15 years, and it wasn't sexy, and then you have Josh Hawley who just picks it up,
Oh,
erases the champion, and then because it becomes like, "I've done all of this." At the
yeah,
same time, we're not gonna have Medicaid in 2 years, and, those who are on Obamacare are gonna have higher premiums. Like, this is what's leading us, and I'm like, and
yep.
here's what's crazy. He's trying to figure out why he doesn't have Democrats supporting him. He was like, "But they should be supporting me." Like, I'm not kidding you. Like, he really
Yeah,
believes that, like, African Americans and Democrats should be, like, kissing his butt. Like, he believes that. Like, he had
yeah,
his supporters like, "More people should be supporting me. Why aren't they supporting me?" And I'm like, "Have you seen how you voted lately?"
yeah, yeah. And remember when you were giving the fist to of support to the insurrectionists on January 6th? We all remember that.
Yeah,
But
Josh Hawley.
remember, yeah, just he is so yeah. And I remember you told people about him before the whole country knew anything about Josh Hawley.
I
You
was shocked.
you
He
were telling
ignored
us.
me. He ignored me. Let me tell you something. I was in the Senate and I was trying to help these families out. And I wrote him a letter. I called him. I think I even like recorded one of my calls to his office. And no response. No response. And like he genuinely believes that he is the one and only champion for an issue. And let me just go backwards and be fair. There are Democrats and Republicans who have ignored this radioactive waste issue that we've had for what's 80 years almost. It's like part of the fabric of America. Like, it was St. Louis among other cities in our nation that were part of the Manhattan Project to save
Uh huh.
democracy throughout the world. But, at the end result was it was getting people sick. And they
Hmm.
just discarded the scientists after World War II, and the scientists ended up having to go like to places like Stanford, and for us it was Washington University. And they were just discarded after all of their work was used up to create the bombs, but it was necessary for democracy. So you fast forward, in the democracy that we're in, shouldn't we be protecting the people who care about worldwide democracy and peace? Shouldn't we be safeguarding them?
Nope, we're doing exactly the opposite. We're
We're doing the
trampling
opposite.
on the UN. We're
Oh
acting
my
like
goodness.
we're
My
acting
head,
like yeah.
I was like,
I
"Did you
laugh, but
really
it's
say
not
that?"
funny, but it's absurd.
I was like, "Did he really just say that?
Yeah, yeah.
Did he
And
really
then
just say
and then
that?"
and then the way they acted like Ukraine is such an inconvenience for them. Because the way they treated uh, Zelensky when he came to the White House, like just absurd. That is not the America
I
that
couldn't
we
believe
should have.
how they treated him. Now, you know who I think deserves the Nobel Peace Prize is Zelensky.
Absolutely.
I think he does deserve that Nobel Peace Prize. I really
And,
do.
and that would be a great slap in the orange tyrant's face
I
to
mean,
give to
just
him.
to he went from like an elected babe to like the leader of do you understand? I don't think people understand how important Ukraine is to America, because they literally are the front lines to the West. They are
Hmm.
the front lines to the West, because Ukraine, and then you have Europe, you have Eastern Europe, and then you have America. So, like, to have a strong Ukraine is to
Hmm.
have a strong America. Period.
Yep, yep.
I need to stop
Eh,
saying period all the time.
eh.
But
You
yeah,
use it in the best
a s-
spot.
yes, a strong Ukraine is a strong America, and there should
Yep,
be no
yep,
other way to look at
yep.
that.
Yeah, and it's the breadbasket of Europe too. I mean, just the commodities, the agriculture there. I mean, they feed so many people. Uh, it's like if California was under siege. What that would
Mhm.
mean to everyday
Yeah,
people's lives. They couldn't get food anymore because we like California, Ukraine produces such a large percentage of
it
the produce
does.
for
It
Europe.
does.
I mean, it's insane. It's insane, and so many people, so much suffering, and we won't even talk about what's going on in Israel and Gaza, which is even more absurdity, more disgusting. Again, another right wing tyrant that we can't turn against because
So let me tell you, I live in a very beautiful, strong Jewish community. But I'm trying to figure out when the two-state solution was no longer acceptable. Like, when did
yeah,
that happen? Like, I remember giving a speech at the JCC. I was in Israel, I don't know, 2009. And I came back and I spoke at our local JCC. And when I said two-state solution, everybody had a resounding clap.
uh huh,
There were like 1,000 people there, but I don't know when the two-state solution became unacceptable.
yeah, yeah. And doing that, and speaking out against Israel becomes anti-Semitic. That's not true. That's
Mhm.
not true. It's just like speaking out against these Christian nationalists is not anti-Jesus.
Mhm.
It is exactly the opposite, and that's what they're trying to paint this picture that uh, that by going against or going for things that they deem uh, are against their interests are persecuting Christians. It's like, no, you're not real Christians. The last thing that Jesus would want to do are the things that you're doing, and it's the
Don't
same.
ever forget the moment where Jesus is washing the feet of another, you
Mhm.
know? Don't ever forget that.
Yeah.
And I do actually have evangelicals in my family, and I love them very dearly, but I will never forget when my uncle, he came to visit us, came to visit my mom, and he washed her feet. You know what I'm saying? She's the big sister, and he washed her feet,
Uh huh.
to show the love that he has for her, and the reverence that he has for her. I also, we come from a very Catholic family, and I keep a picture. I've had it since I was in the Senate. I keep a picture of Pope Francis in my living
Hmm.
room, because he was like the very definition of everything I had learned in my family, about just genuine affection and
Hmm.
being humble, living within your means, giving care and charity to others. He embodied all of that.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
but I'm really excited about Pope Leo, and um he's fitting into his new position pretty well, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. And he's saying some things that are pushing against the dogma norms,
Yes.
like Pope Francis did, and I was raised in Baptist and evangelical Church of God, and not a fun place to discover yourself
Mhm.
as a gay youth, being in that environment, and the things that I was told and the shame that was implanted in
Mm.
me. It took me a long time to go back to a church in adulthood, and I did that at a Methodist church. Actually, some friends
Methodist, I
invited me.
love the Methodists.
A
I love
Methodist
a
is great.
Methodist church.
Yeah, and they've and of course the Methodists have split because of this Christian nationalist agenda. They've split up the Methodist Church now just
I
recently
didn't
because
know that.
yes, so there is this divide. So the Methodist Church, I think they were like third or fourth in size as far as Protestant. Uh, and now I don't know where they lie. But yeah, there was a big debate over it, and a lot of it came down to condoning same-sex marriage in their churches, having
Mhm.
openly gay ministers, things like that. Uh, but luckily, the church I attended and the churches here in Northern California that are Methodists are, of course, more loving and accepting and progressive,
Mhm.
and that got me back to like seeing like, Christians, can be good people,
Mhm.
and they should be good people. And even in the evangelical churches, there were people that were, big-hearted and amazing, but
Yeah.
the teachings weren't exactly in line with that a lot of the
Mhm.
time. I am a member of the Metropolitan Community Church. Uh,
Okay.
if you ever if you ever want an interesting history and a worldwide um, uh, worldwide, they have 250 congregations in I forget how many countries now, but they started here in California in LA, and it was a openly gay minister, uh, Troy Perry, who was basically excommunicated from the Baptist Church and the Church of God, the two churches I grew up in, and then another church in Southern California. And he decided to start his own ministry with an open door policy to all people.
Mhm.
Everybody's welcome at communion. Everybody has a seat at the table, God's table. And so they started in I think it was 1968, 1969, in LA. They started with 12 members in his apartment one Sunday morning. And 18 months later, they had bought a church in West Hollywood and had over 1,000 members in their congregation, and now they are a worldwide operation. And our church here in Guerneville was established in the early '80s, actually
Mhm.
during the beginning of the AIDS epidemic here.
Mhm.
Uh, this was a place where a lot of Bay Area gay men that were infected came to get away, to die, basically. And so they started that church in the height of all that here in
Wow.
Louisville. And it's an amazing place. And I'm so happy to be a member of the church. And I've even done a couple sermons now, filling in.
What?
Yeah. So, which is unreal to me. The day I preached about Sodom and Gomorrah from a queer man's perspective,
Mhm.
about how that really is a lesson about welcoming others who are different than you.
Mm.
That's the real lesson. A guest of the church came up to me and he said, "I never thought I needed to hear a gay man preach to me about Sodom and Gomorrah, but that's what I needed today, and I had no idea I needed." So anyway,
Well, you
you
know
know,
what's funny? You know what's funny? It a different translation of Sodom and Gomorrah. I remember working in county government, and I would always say, "This is Sodom and Gomorrah." Gomorrah. I used to say that all the time. This is Sodom and Gomorrah. What is wrong?
yeah.
I like your
Uh,
translation of it though.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was never about all the big scary homosexuals and now the city has to burn. That was
Mm,
all interpretations that were brought about later on. Just like all
yeah.
these, like, for example, just like, people reinterpreted the Civil War in the 60s and started putting statues up of these horrible, horrible people who uprose against our country to keep slavery. It's that type of thing where the real story is if the story's told with love
Mhm.
and with truth, it usually is a lot different than what we've been fed.
Mhm.
And that's the case with biblical teachings. That's the case with our own country's history, and the way we've tried to subjugate and to marginalize certain people, in using the Bible and using history, our
Yes.
own government to do it. It's absurd. So.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I mean, I wish more people understood how important history is.
Hmm.
And because the old adage, you're bound to repeat it if you don't know your history. And
Yeah.
that's where we're at right now. We're
Oh, we
repeating our
absolutely
history.
are. Yeah.
We are repeating our history.
Yeah.
And I never thought that we would be in this place. I just honestly did not. I was speaking earlier about like when I was a little kid, um, my mom was teaching English to migrants in Texas, and we had our pretend election, and when I was 5 years old, and I voted for um Jimmy Carter, and I knew I was a Democrat at 5 years old. And it's just, he was a humble man. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, what would he say about where we are today? What
Yeah.
would he
Yeah.
say about that?
Yeah. And he kept his, through the first Trump term, he did speak out a little, but he was really focused in his later years on just giving to others, like Habitat for Humanity,
Mhm.
and honestly, this country ate him up and spit him out. He was a wonderful president, and the right wing was really taking the right extreme wing. We got
Mhm.
to be clear about that too. Conservatives aren't the problem. It's extreme right
Mhm.
wingers that are, and that's always been the problem. That's been what created these divides and has allowed good people like Jimmy Carter, uh, good people like Barack Obama to be just trashed and uh, made to be a lesser because
I
of
mean, they're
the
still
way.
trashing him. I mean, and he's speaking out
Oh
now. He's speaking out now.
yeah, oh I know
I
it's
never thought that he would speak out. But he's speaking
yeah,
out, and that means something because he likes to, keep a tight tongue.
yep, 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 and yeah, and I feel for him. He did so much to repair so much damage done by the Bush administration, by decades at that point of extreme right
Mhm.
policy and politics, and he was able to dig us out of a big ditch we were in. But now look, now look
Mm.
where we are, and I don't know how you feel. I kind of get I mean, I get fired up because Obama is such a brilliant man and such a judicial mind and just such a wonderful individual and public servant. But when you hear him speak now, it's like it's almost saddening to you that that we are where we are and the people are in charge that are in charge. Well, Obama is kind of on the sidelines, just able to he did all he could do, and
Mm.
he can only give us his wise advice at this point and help
Mhm.
to tip the scale the proper way, but. I'm sure I'm sure he and I think I felt this a little bit, and I don't know if you did when you left office. When people that proceed or succeed you uh, drive things in the wrong direction, that's really hard to sit back and see. And I saw it with the city council
Yes.
that followed me. You probably saw it with people in the legislature and the office
I'm just
after
like,
you.
why aren't you guys arguing and debating anymore? Like, you are an island. We used to say that each senator is their own island, right? And you'd have
Uh-huh.
to get through each of those 34 islands to get what you want, right? Or if someone was trying to get something and you weren't getting what you needed in that legislation, then you were the island that stood up. And I'm just, in this past year, this past legislative session, I'm like, this is what we need XYZ for radioactive waste when it comes to St. Louis County. And the response I get was, "Oh, they wouldn't allow it." This is for St. Louis County. This is not for them. This is for us. Like, if
Yeah.
you can't fight for us, like, what the hell? So I'm just at this point where my voice is needed,
Yeah.
because like I'm the nerd, the legislative nerd who knows all about radioactive waste, right? Nobody
Mhm.
else does. Nobody else is going to fight for it. Nobody else is going to comprehend it. Nobody else is going to go through, what they need to protect people's lives, which is, by the
Mhm.
way, pro-life. Who would
Yeah.
have thought?
Exactly.
Who would have thought?
Exactly.
Who would have thought fighting for, people in St. Louis County to make
Yeah.
sure that they have children, right? To make sure they have children
Yeah.
and procreate. The only way that we can do that, because of the effects of uranium waste and radium and polonium and thorium, the only way that we can do that is to have people who have command of the
Mhm.
issue of
Mhm.
radioactive waste. And right now I'm just looking at, like, all this work I did
Yeah.
all these years, and you're gonna throw that away? People are dying. Do I need
Yep.
to tell you about where
Yep.
you live? Do
Yep.
I need to tell
Yep.
you about the tributaries where you live? Do I
Yep.
need to tell you about, I mean, because here's the thing, in this RECA legislation, Radioactive Exposure Compensation Act, you had certain zip codes that were added. Many of the zip codes that were added were in the Senate district that I represented. But
Mhm.
here's the thing, nobody's asking the question where, oh, it's in the area, it's locally, but where is it?
Mhm.
Who knows?
Wow. That is insane. Just
Who
and,
knows?
and we'll just hide it somewhere, and then make sure we put it near a community of color, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, of
Of
course.
course.
Well,
And
that
it's
makes
not just
sense,
the
right?
communities of color, but it's other
Hmm.
communities too, but in the
Yeah.
community that I represent, it's a community of color.
Yep. Yep. So we don't, well, California is no stranger to greed and corporate manipulation and government uh, faking oversight and all that because we've all watched Aaron Brockovich.
Yes.
You know,
By the way,
uh,
I was always known as the Black Aaron Brockovich, and I take that as a compliment.
I love it. I love it. And then evil PG&E is still the one who provides us this expensive energy and then burns down our communities by not improving their infrastructure. But that's a whole nother thing that I would need another hour to even rant about.
Mhm.
But they're still here and still doing wonderful things to make sure people's lives are suffering. And but on the radioactive waste thing, we didn't have quite the issues that you have, but where I grew up in Lake County, they had a quicksilver mine operation at the
Mm.
turn of the 19th century right on the lake shore. And after they were done mining, they just let the lake water kind of fill all the area, and all that mercury
Mm.
uh, went into the lake and contaminated it. But guess what they did? There wasn't, get this, there wasn't a community of color there where the mine was, but in good, wonderful white supremacist fashion, that's where they moved a native reservation right next door,
No. No.
literally right next door to what is now. a Superfund site, cleanup site, and the Pomo Indians have to live right next door to that, and it's just absurd. It's just, and it's the same, you know, the same type of people, the same type of mentality, the same type of reckless, not caring about
Mhm.
anybody but themselves,
Yeah, it's
and
not
they're
thinking. It's the same thing here, you know? And I'm like, I see Josh Hawley at these events. One of them was about a union, which he should have been speaking up for. But they're sitting right smack in the middle of the radioactive waste. And I'm like, you don't even know that this is the worst
yeah,
thing. This is the worst
yeah,
thing. The fact that you have, I mean, we understand families, schools, parks, churches, but the
hmm
fact that you have union workers working on projects where all the dust is in the air that has this legacy nuclear waste in it, and they go home with that dust and their families can't even have children or they get cancer. That's what I don't understand, is
yeah.
how do you allow that to happen?
That's just just insane,
How do you
and
I mean, churches and I mean, if we're talking about, if church is supposed to be like our centerpiece of every single community, why on earth would you allow more contamination around a church? Why
yeah,
would you do that? Or a
yeah,
park? Why would you do that? It just doesn't make sense.
yeah. And I'm glad you are running for this county office. I'm glad you're going to get that platform back. They gives you at least a little bit more oomph when you speak out about it, and
Mhm.
and I'm glad. I commend you for it. I'm never running again unless they really tick me off. Uh, but um, but uh, but I appreciate that you're stepping up, Maria, and I've always admired you and your
Thank you.
dedication, and the people there at St. Louis are lucky to have you, and I really hope you win because
I still have our picture. I still have our picture of that
you,
wonderful was that LA?
yeah, we were at the Roxy, I think. We were in West Hollywood.
Oh my
I think it
goodness,
was the
that was like
Roxy.
that is the best experience of my younger years. I've got
That
to
was
tell you.
that
Oh
was
my
a fun
goodness.
time.
I felt so
Yeah,
free.
yeah. It was fun. I felt like I was I was partying in Hollywood with all these cool people,
Mhm.
and we were just having a blast.
It was, and I just think, it was nice to be around people who are happy and
Mhm.
work hard and play hard. I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
And that's what I always have told people that surround me, like, I work really super hard, and and my challenge is when to take a break from working so hard.
yeah,
And but you have to, like, work hard, play hard. Just it all goes
yeah,
together.
yeah. Yeah, and I'm still involved behind the scenes. I'm actually helping one of our county supervisors run for state senate right now. And mind you, this is a county I've just been in for a year and a half. But my
Wow.
services are already being called upon, so I'm going to do a little bit of that through this cycle, and I have a few issues. My town isn't incorporated; we're not a
Mhm.
actual city. I think they should be. So I'm going to see what I can do to help move that idea along. And then I have one more thing I'm going to do. We have a historic walking bridge here that has no name. And I think, and
Ooh.
after they took Harvey Milk's name off of that Navy ship, I thought, well, we'll put it somewhere. So we're going to work on making that bridge the Harvey Milk LGBTQ AI plus Veterans Memorial Bridge. So
Oh,
yeah, so we're still sticking it back at the fascists and the bigots and
well, that's
making sure.
beautiful. That's super
Yeah,
beautiful. I want oh, that's so super beautiful.
yeah. So I'm still doing what I can, and then on the radio once a week,
Mhm.
blabbing and calling out, the speaking the truth to power.
Well, you're living
So
your best life. That's what that sounds like.
you know what? I can't complain. Personally, I mean, I married my high school sweetheart after 20 years apart. We came back together about 5 years ago.
Wait, 20 years apart?
Yep, we were only together about a year and a half in high school, and
Oh,
he was
wow.
afraid his father would kill me because he was a
Mhm.
ex-Marine, not a
Mhm.
very open-minded person, and kind of violent and drunk. And I've never been afraid of many people, but it would freak Dustin out if I would show up to his house unannounced because he was really seriously afraid that his father would kill me.
Mm.
So
Mm.
so we
Mm.
only lasted about a year and a half, and then he was too afraid to continue our relationship, and so we went our separate ways. He moved north to Portland, to greener, more accepting pastures. I moved back home down here to Northern California, South, and about 5 years ago, during the pandemic, basically we started talking a lot. We'd always kept in touch, and
Mhm.
we figured, we're like 40 now, and we haven't figured out found anybody better.
Mm.
So so
You know
just
what? That's a real thing. You start saying when you get older, you really start saying to yourself, like, "I'm too old for this." You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
"I'm too old for this."
I
Like,
don't
"Can
need
I go
Grinder
play?"
on my phone anymore. No. Save that for the CPAC conventions and the Turning Point conventions. Anyway,
I
they
saw
don't
a
need
vi I
me on
saw a
there.
I saw a video today. I saw a video today. I haven't really been on Twitter today, but a couple of times, and I will tell you, mm,
Uh,
he's got until Wednesday. He has until Wednesday. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea, but I'm sure it's hilarious.
Oh,
What's
yes, it
going on? What's going
is.
on?
Johnson, Speaker Johnson.
Yeah.
Apparently, he has a grinder account.
Oh, okay. I did hear a little whisper about that.
Yeah,
Oh my
apparently.
gosh.
And the guy said, "Well, you better." I don't know when they did this video, but they
Oh
said, "You
my
have until
goodness.
Wednesday."
Isn't it crazy? They're so, it's such hypocrisy that every time they have a convention, the gay dating hookup apps overload. It's insane. And then they go into these rooms and they do exactly the opposite of what we did with the young elected officials. They sit there and they come up with schemes to crap on the community that they actually, if they were their authentic selves, they would be a part of. It's
Just don't
insane.
understand that. I don't
I don't
understand
either.
that. Just being yourself is, I've said that multiple times. Life is so much more joyful when you're just yourself,
Yeah, yeah, and that's
you
what people
know?
can't understand. That people don't choose to. Well, you choose to be gay or you choose to be trans just as much as you choose your skin color.
Mm,
There is no choice in the matter, and it's just silly that we continue to fight each other over these things,
mhm.
and that's unfortunately what the extreme right does, and people like that, uh, people like that are what took 20 years away from Dustin and myself.
Yeah.
And mind you, I don't look at that with regret. I don't dwell on that because we're much better people now than we were when we were young,
But
and
you
we
lost 20 years. You
yeah,
lost 20
yeah,
years.
Yep.
And
So
you cannot reclaim that time.
yep, yep. But we learned from it, and now we're
Mhm.
going forward. And Dustin and I actually married on the California Capitol Mall. Uh, by my friend, the state treasurer, was our officiant, and we had a little for a shotgun wedding because we were scared of the tyrantcy. We had
Mhm.
a really cool little ceremony and had some close friends and family, and it was just beautiful. And we're gonna
Mhm.
party it up next year.
Okay.
Uh, real time on a we'll have a big reception. But yeah, we're back together. We're happy. He's a chef. I've gotten fatter, and it's not from drinking. I don't drink that much anymore. It's because of him. And I'm married. I don't have to, and I'm not on Grinder like all the right wingers. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. But yeah, we live a great life here. We're very lucky that we did find each other again. And he's the best partner in crime. I tell you, he was worried about being uh, in politics and in the public eye and being around being known. He always kind of
Mhm.
lived very reclusive and quietly, but man, he has taken to it like a fish in water,
Oh,
and
man.
he's gonna be the mayor of Guerneville when we get it incorporated. So yeah, we're
Wow.
we're very lucky. We are living our best lives, but we don't forget about the fight, and we don't forget about what that our little bubble uh, can be destroyed by what's going
Mhm.
on in the rest of this country,
That's
and
right.
so we think about that every day, and we
Mhm.
we act accordingly. Well, we try to live our lives here in the Palm Springs of the redwoods.
I love that. I love that. So tell me, like, what suggestions would you offer to people who are legitimately feeling the toxicity in this world that we're in right now?
um Well, find your people. Yeah, find the people like I found you.
Yes.
Like, go to those places, join those organizations that stand for what you stand for, and find those people that stand for what you stand for, and accept you. And that's important
Mhm.
right now, more so than ever. The, Fascism lives in seclusion and in fear, and we
Yeah.
can't be that. We can't be that. We have to, we have to have that fellowship, and we have to come together. And
Yeah.
for us, we're lucky because we live in this bubble, this little liberal
Mhm.
bubble here. But there's still those voices that have really shown since the MAGA agenda has moved. I've never seen some of the things I see online and spoken. That I never saw that here before the last 10 years when the
Mm.
MAGA movement really started. I mean, that's happening. So no place is safe from this. But reinforce those relationships. Do exactly the opposite of Josh Hawley. Uh, Form alliances. Uh,
Mhm.
uh, Network. Yeah, those things are important. Uh, Not just for you individually, but if you want to make that difference, if you feel like you're being called to service in some way,
Mhm.
those are important things to do. No one is the answer. No one person is the answer.
That's
Uh,
right. That's
yeah.
exactly
So
right. And you know what I like to impart on people is, and I was talking about it a little bit earlier, is that we all have talents, and
yes.
they may not be
Yeah.
the same thing. And I think it is incumbent upon us to never have that haughtiness, because it's really easy to be haughty and like the know-it-all. But if we find our spots, the places that we thrive as
Hmm.
individuals and then as community, like we can be stronger and get through this because it really is hard.
Mhm.
It's hard to intentionally distract ourselves from like the messiness of today. And who would have ever thought this would be real? But it is
Yeah.
real, but we have to balance out our experiences so that we are still thriving. It could easily shorten our happiness, our lives, but we have to be diligent enough
Hmm.
to say no, not today. Like today I have no clue what's happened in the news today. I know there are like 15 million things that he's done crazy today, and I don't know what they are because I said to myself, I'm going to do something wild and wacky, and I'm going to take 24 hours out of my time, and I'm going to talk about the end of the quarter. And can you please donate $4, $5, $6 to my campaign committee for the St. Louis County Council, District 1.
I love it.
And who
Oh,
and then I try to go to sleep, but you know what? So I had a fundraiser yesterday, and there was leftover Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew. Like, I've not had Mountain Dew in 20 years. I had like 2 or 3 sips this afternoon, and when I said I was going to do this 24 hours, I couldn't sleep.
oh gosh.
I couldn't sleep from, like, 2 sips of Mountain Dew. Like, who would have ever thought 2 sips of Mountain Dew was, like, going to just crash me. So, I have water with me right now, but I know at some point just so you know, I usually wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm 3 hours away from that right now.
Oh my
I'm like,
gosh.
I know, but I
Oh
said,
gosh.
"Girl, if you wanna do this, it's 24 hours out of your life."
Yeah.
Like, you could be doing like, you could be awake in bed and not doing anything interesting at all. So, why
Yeah.
don't you, spend it with your friends? So,
There
I
you
don't even
go.
know Joey, I don't even know who I'm gonna talk to next.
Uh-oh.
And so,
Well,
anyway, so you talk real quick so I can see what's going on my Facebook page, because
okay, I
I
will.
have
I'll
no idea.
Yeah, and I have to go. My husband's about to get off work at his little
Okay.
restaurant, his little chefing job. And
I love it.
yeah, and it's actually our first big rain just hit today, which is
Good.
a wonderful time in California when we stop worrying about fires so much. But
Were
anyway,
you guys
but
impacted? Were you guys impacted?
not recently. There were some evacuations in places where we have lots of friends and connections this year, but there wasn't anything particularly major. Of course, there were the Southern California fires earlier
Mhm.
in the year, which were devastating and horrible. But knock on wood, we've been pretty lucky in Northern California here for a couple seasons now.
Mhm.
And honestly, they're getting really good, and I'm thankful that our California government has really reinforced their technology and their resources and their collaboration to deal with these things.
Mhm.
So they hop on these fires so much faster than they used to. I mean, they don't mess
Good.
around. So things that might have caused one of these mega fires in past years, they've been put out before they got out of control. We did have one here in Calistoga, so we're we're like if you go to the very north side of the Napa Valley and then head west, that's where we are. Well, on the Calistoga's the north side of the valley. There was a big fire. We were actually headed over to Sacramento that day when it broke out. So we had just got through Calistoga and all the fire trucks and sirens were going, but luckily it burned away from the population. I think they kept it to like 15,000 acres, which used to
Mhm.
sound like a big fire, but that's actually a small fire now. But yeah, the California the state firefighters, Cal Fire, the local agencies. I mean, just they are amazing. And I know Gavin has bragged about what they do on the national stage, and I've got to see it firsthand up close. It gives us a little peace of mind during fire season.
Right before you go, I know there's one question that I have. Tell me how this redistricting ballot initiative is going to go.
So last week it was polling at about 55% in support. Um, I I'm going to vote for it. I think the argument to turn the tide on the extreme uh, gerrymandering that the extreme right has done for so long, and now they're doing it in
Mhm.
Texas, various other states. I mean, that is exactly the opposite of what we do in California. We have an independent commission. Sometimes we don't agree with how they redistrict, but
Okay.
they're very adamant about electeds not having a lot of say. So if you are a county supervisor or a state representative or a city official, they don't really listen. Like they want it to be so nonpartisan and apolitical that's how they've functioned these last. I think it's been 20 years of this independent redistricting commission.
Oh,
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, so it's been happening. They've been at it for two, actually maybe even longer. I think it was three census cycles. So anyway, they uh, they do a great job. They really do. It's a
Mhm.
great process. It's fair. They do listen to public input. All of that. But that all
Mhm.
doesn't matter when we're in such a threat like this. And
Mhm.
honestly, we've been generous with the way the population is, and that if it was, put up to one party or the other, California would be blue as blue could be. I mean, we do
Mhm.
have more Republicans than any other state in the union, but that's because we're gigantic in population.
Mhm.
But we have a super majority of Democrats in both houses of the state legislature. Uh, I don't even remember. I think Schwarzenegger was one of the last Republicans elected to state office. There might have been one or two since, like an insurance commissioner or
Mhm.
uh, something like that. But for the most part, all of our state constitutional officers have been Democrats now for decades. So we are, the Democrats have a lot of control here. We just fight amongst each other now. But
That's the thing. That's what happens with the Republicans in our state.
Yeah, they fight with each. Yep, yep. You gotta always have somebody.
Mhm.
But anyway, I understand the reasons behind this initiative, this ballot measure, uh, and honestly, it is tied. If Texas doesn't do it, California doesn't do it. That's part of the measure.
Okay.
So if they do the right thing, this all is null and void, and we go back to the districts we had and back to the independent commission, which we will go back to. But for now, we're going to push our weight as a Democratic controlled state. We're going to let the voters decide statewide. And by the way, yeah, we have a lot more Democrats than Republicans statewide. So
Mhm.
it's going to be up to the party to decide, just like they're doing in their red states. And the only difference is that 1 in 5 people in this country live in our state.
Well, you
So
know what I'm interested in Missouri are the number of Republicans who are going to rebel, not based on the fairness of the maps, but based on the experiences, like, losing Medicaid and having higher premiums when it comes to Medicaid. I mean, there
mhm.
are enough Republicans who are pissed off at this administration.
Yeah, yeah, and that's great. I mean, and honestly, I'll tell you, my Republican friends, and some of them, ex elected officials, some of them current elected officials. I actually supported a county supervisor before I moved down here, who was a
Mhm.
Republican back up in Lake County, former police chief, which usually wouldn't be, honestly, we usually wouldn't even be a winning candidate with that formula up there. But he was a great community servant. He did a great job. He made his police department serve the entire community. He was with us during the protests, not there trying to intimidate. He was with the people at the protest, talking to them, like you said, being
Mhm.
heard, letting them be heard. So he won in a landslide. He's
Mm.
very anti-Trump. I mean, he's very anti-Trump. He's made it very clear. He came on the radio with me and declared that. So, there's a lot of Republicans out there that still want to do the right thing, that are good community servants. Maybe they don't agree so much on where we should expend resources, but that, and I hope for you guys out there that is the case too, because we're going to need the good Republicans to put their party back together after
That's
we
right.
weed out
That's
the
right.
taxes.
That's right,
You
and I think
know?
sensible people are like what I'm looking for, though, I wanna see these Republicans so upset that they're voting for a black man to be reelected to Congress. That's what I wanna
Yeah,
see.
yeah. There you go. Well, Maria, I adore you, and
Thank
I
you.
I hope everybody out there does too. I hope you get the support you need to win this seat. And I'm so glad we got to catch up this way and
I
talk.
know,
And
isn't this fantastic? I
it
just
is
didn't get enough
fantastic.
sleep.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, I wish
thinking
I could stay and try to keep you awake all night, but I have to be on the road for work about 7 a.m. So
okay,
and
I
I
feel
have to go.
you.
My husband just texted me, so I'm not late
Okay.
yet.
All
Uh,
right. Well, thank you. And I'm giving you as much of a hug and more the last time that we saw each other. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I
I
miss
love you,
you.
and then I miss you
I
too.
love you
And
too.
I'll have you on my show. Let's figure out a
Yes.
time. We can either pre-record or I do my Wednesday shows live, so
Okay.
you can call in. But we'll have to set that up. Let's get you on the airwaves out here in California, and maybe get some contributions from these nice rich liberals that are all around me. Uh,
Absolutely. It takes a village.
Exactly. So, anyway, I adore you. I love you. Thank you for letting me join you, and
Thank you.
wishing you the best luck. Stay awake.
I'm going to try
Hey,
to.
look what Cory Booker did. At least you can go take a bathroom break, right?
You know what? Let me tell you. Yes. Yes, and in the Senate, when I filibustered, I was not allowed to go to the bathroom. I get to sit and go to the bathroom doing this podcast.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. You filibustered too. You're fine. You'll
I
be fine.
know. I know. So like when Cory Booker was like, I think there was 39 hours we did together as Democrats. And I said to myself when Cory Booker was like at 15 or something, I said, "Come on. Come on. Keep going. Keep going, Cory.
I
Keep
love
going."
it. Yeah, I
Right.
loved. I saw that. I gotta shut up. I could talk to you forever.
Oh my
Maria, you're
goodness.
the best. I
Thank
adore you. I love
you.
you.
I love
Keep
you
up. Keep
too.
keep
I'm gonna
speaking
figure
truth
out
to
how to
power.
okay, now I just learned how to take you off. So there you go. I see it. Now I have
Bye.
bye. Bye.
Bye.
That was my friend Joey. We met years and years ago, and he has just such great energy. I really love talking to him and other people that I met who were also young elected officials. What we were part of. I love the organization because it taught us how to be better servants and how to be responsive, but even more than that, how to be issue based. And I always said to myself that I was going to be an issue based person when it came to legislating. Um, Even when I was in high school, the classes that I took, um, in college, the classes that all I knew before I ran for office was I wanted to help educate people on issues. And that's why I'm such a stickler on like good service, good public service. You want people who are students of the legislation that they are reviewing. You want people to ask in-depth questions like things other questions that people wouldn't think of, like getting to the root of what legislation will do and what it won't do. And if it won't do certain things for your community, you have the wherewithal to get it done. And it's really art. Legislating is art, and it's one of the reasons why I want to continue to run for the St. Louis County Council District 1 seat, because I believe that we should be more in depth, have deeper discussions, um, just be more accountable to the people that we are representing, and have more critical thinking involved. That's like not happening right now. And there have been several mistakes that have occurred with this current council. I mean, they literally were going to invest what $3.2 million in a farm in a zip code that has legacy nuclear waste in the ground. And then there were a whole bunch of problems that came from that stemmed from that. And luckily the county executive vetoed that. It is important to feed people who live in places where they cannot get fruit and vegetables. But, this is Missouri, and, like what kind of fruit is going to be growing in December or January? Um, so there could have been planning that was done much better than what it was with legislation. I also have an issue with how some of the Rams money was spent. Um, so some people may not realize what the Rams settlement money was, but you had the Rams who just upped and left and went to California, and there was a whole lawsuit. It was a big, years long lawsuit on that. And, this county council chose to spend $500,000 on a measure that would further divide how government is supposed to run. And I just took issue with that. I just feel as though it is incumbent for every legislative body to do the goodwill work that they were designed to do. Like, if you need to question certain things, you do that. You don't give up your responsibilities and give it to a different branch of government. That's like literally what's happening in Congress right now, where there are people, legislators, congressmen, congresswomen, who have been giving up their responsibilities. And, there's a constitution for a reason. There's an oath we take for a reason. And it's to uphold the standards that we signed up for when we ran for office. And I just want to restore that part, restore the fact that critical thinking skills and government and policy making is essential. Like you just can't like guess. Oh my goodness. So one year, one of the council people said, "It doesn't have to be perfect." Legislation. It doesn't have to be perfect. I was like, when you're dealing with a person's life, I understand mistakes, but when you're legislating, you want to be as close to perfect as you possibly can be. Because what it means if you're not as close to perfect as you possibly can be is a waste of money, people who fall through the cracks, people who do things that are not kosher. And we've had all of that stuff happen. So, I am running for the St. Louis County Council, District 1. You can contribute on Act Blue. Just look up my name. My last name is Chappelle-Nadal. It's right in the ticker below in that little green bar. And contribute $5, contribute $10, whatever you have. We're just like trying to do a 24-hour run. And that means that I have to figure out what to say for 24 hours. Now, when I was in the legislature, um, and Joey and I were talking about this, I used to filibuster all the time. And it was like no big deal to me. In fact, in my legacy booklet, I talked about how often I would be speaking on the Senate floor so that I can carve out things in bad legislation to protect the people that I represent back at home. And, people, that was our right. Like, there's no such thing as you are female, you are, a person of color or whatever. When you're a senator, you're a senator. You have every other right. You have every single right every other senator has. And I felt that and I utilized it. Anytime you don't utilize those opportunities is when you weaken the position that you were given by the people. The people expect you to use every single corner of power and sway that you have in the position they elected you to. And that's what I did. But that's not happening right now. And it's really a disservice to people who are experiencing really troublesome times. I can't tell you the number of families that I've talked to where, I will continue to talk about families with multiple generations living in one household, not because they want to, but because they have to, because of how expensive it is. Have you looked at how much your grocery bills are lately? Like, I don't know too many people who don't realize, like, $100 doesn't go as far as it used to. There are less people that I'm seeing at the grocery stores right now. Um, and it's just sad, people are counting their pennies and they're being really precise about how they spend their money because they know that it's not going as far as it should. What scares me the most are some of these tariffs that are impacting the medications that people have. Um, I was just talking to my mother the other day, and she was like, there's this one medication. If you have 100% tariff, I'm spending like $500 just for one medication. Think about all the people who have multiple medications. And, if it's from India, there are a lot of medications that are from China, which is kind of surprising, but from China and France and other places. And, people are in the situation that they are and they want to make sure that they're healthy and that they can live their lives in peace. Like, that should be like just the basic is being able to live your life in peace and in the best way you possibly can. It shouldn't be like someone dictating to you that you don't get to have the same quality of life. Hello, baby. So I have my little dog. Hey, baby. This is my foster failure who is here. Hey, baby. How are you? How are you? Were you sleeping? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is my baby. Can I have a kiss? Thank you. This is my baby. This is my foster failure. Milo. 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 Milo was sleeping. And he is my Velcro baby. This is my Velcro. So, my goodness, he was a thug in the streets for 5 years of his life. And then I went to the shelter and I found this little baby and he had 4 surgeries while I was fostering him. 4 surgeries. And so now he knows that he has his forever home. and he likes to give me a kiss now. He used to not, but this is his bedtime. We're usually asleep right now. But this is my foster baby, my foster failure baby, and mm, I love you too. But anyway, it's his bedtime. So, what are we going to talk about? I think that it's really important. Well, let's talk about dogs for a little bit. I think that it's really important um, for us. Dogs is an issue for the county council. So, for the last several years, the county shelter has been a complete disaster. Okay. It was such a disaster that the state had to come in and they're like, you are not going to be certified because it is so dirty in here. Um, they ended up having to euthanize like probably what 19 dogs, something like that. Um, because they got some disease, but it was terrible. They weren't even advertising the dogs or the other pets that were in the animal shelter. And I mean, I really got the scoop. A lot of people told me about what was happening in the shelter. They seem to be doing a better job because on Nextdoor and some of the other public apps, you see people advertising the dogs that are at the shelter. But um, this little guy was in the shelter and he was a thug in the streets and he wanted to be in a forever home where he was spoiled, and so he came to my home and he had heartworms, and heartworms is like, how do you keep a chihuahua calm? I asked the lady that, I think her name is Julie. Thank you, Julie. But how do you keep a chihuahua calm while they have heartworms? It's almost virtually impossible. But this little guy got through it. He had his own little bedroom for all that time, and he's better. He's gained a lot. I make homemade dog food, so I like to juice vegetables. But I found that when I juice vegetables, you had all this pulp left over. So, we're talking carrots, we're talking celery, we're talking cucumber, we're talking, all the different things that you have. Um, when you're ginger root, turmeric, and then you have all this pulp. Well, I couldn't decide what in the world was I going to do with all this pulp. And so during COVID, I saw people making dog food, and just adding things to it. And that's what I did for this little guy. And he's so much healthier. He was like underweight. He was like, I want to say just 4 pounds, but he was like supposed to be about 6. And so he's heavy now. He's like a heavy guy to carry, right? Are you excited about all the weight that you gained? Huh? Mwah. Mwah. So this is my baby, and he's gained a lot of weight, and I'm so happy for him. And he's my Velcro baby. Say hi. Say hi. He didn't know how to say hi. Mm. He loves getting attention. In any case, I'm going to lay him on my lap and continue this ride. I don't know if there are other people who have joined me. I am going to look at a couple of things here. There I go. Okay. So, I am trying to find a couple of people who would like to join me for the time that they have available on here and talk about whatever they want to, just as long as it's positive. There are no curse words and it builds up other people. That's what I really care about, is that we are building each other. when I decided to run for the St. Louis County Council, it is because I felt as though some of the assets and experience that I have would be beneficial to residents in St. Louis County. And, I am one of those folks who, thank you, Maurice. Maurice contributed to my campaign. Thank you so much, Maurice. I really appreciate it. And Maurice is my neighbor. He actually works in a place that has a radioactive waste in the ground. And I just always tell him, like I tell a lot of people, do not drink from anything that's there. Just don't do it. Don't drink from there. Um, and drink from bottled water, which is what he does. So I'm happy to hear that. And my dog is going to have to move. So let's see what we should talk about now. Okay, so we're how far along? Oh, 3 hours and 15 minutes. All right. So what should we be continuing to talk about? I think I want to go back and explore natural disasters. Um, I remember when I was fresh into the legislature in 2005 and Katrina happened. Well, there was a family of 28 people that came all the way from New Orleans. Man, all the way from New Orleans. And my stepmother saw them. They were all going into a two-bedroom house. Imagine that, 28 people going into a two-bedroom house. And she calls me and she says, these people need help. So I called every single person that I knew. I used my email, um, called restaurants to donate food and meals to all the families. Then later on, we found them places where they could stay, um, helped get the kids enrolled in school, and actually one of those children ended up being my intern, not of this family, but one of the children who came up from Katrina finished out high school, went to college, and in college became one of my interns. And Stephen, Stephen, and he is a good guy. He has even purchased a home in our neighborhood. And so he never went back, but he stayed put right here in St. Louis County, where I'd like to say he was adopted into the community. Um, it's always important to take care of people, but getting back to natural disasters, that was a hurricane, and I'm starting to yawn because I get up usually in 2.5 hours. But, we had 2 tornadoes this year, 2 tornadoes. And, the first one, I packed and went into the basement. Um, the second one, although more devastating, I did not go into the basement. And I said to myself, never again. I am not going to be ill prepared for such an event again. So, I remember being I think a state representative, state senator. Oh my goodness. We had a lot of incidents. So we had bad storms in 2008 and 2006. In fact, one of those years, a couple, they were 80 years old and they were swept by the waters and ended up in the Mississippi River. That's where their bodies were found. And, they weren't strong enough to, keep their balance. They were trying to move the car and they weren't strong enough, and they lost their lives. And I would just say that, from that, I mean, that whole neighborhood now is empty. All of the homes were demolished. How are you? All the homes were demolished. And it's just kind of like an area where water can find a landing, if you will, instead of like flooding more neighborhoods. But then we had the flood of 22. The flood of 22 changed everything. Like, more homes were devastated. That was really sad. And you also had, this push to just demolish all kinds of neighborhoods, including my neighborhood. There were people who were waist deep, and the firefighters had to rescue them. Like I said earlier, there were like 60 cars just on 2 blocks that were totaled out. And, it was really, really, really sad, because people's lives were just upended and they had to start over. But people started over. The heroes of that great flood happened to be the scrap metal workers. The scrap metal workers, because they came to our homes and they lifted out stuff that was way too heavy for us to pick up. And that's because, that is why they are called our heroes. We were very thankful to them. And I'm just blessed because there were people who went out of their way to help me. And, like I said, my friend Rachel, she came from, Columbia, Missouri, to just help me out with whatever I needed. I had other people who also helped me during that flood, but there's a lot of talk and like not a lot of follow up. Then it's different when you're the victim. I had, prior to that, prior to the 22 flood, I had not been a victim of a natural disaster. Like, I was familiar with hurricanes in Puerto Rico. I'm going to take my earrings off because they are getting trapped in this little ear thing. But, um, the hurricanes in Puerto Rico, I was there for a few of them. And, oh man, what was it? It was in 1988. I was a little kid. Hurricane Hugo. I forgot what year that was. But Hurricane Hugo, if it wasn't for the El Yunque Mountains, the rest of the island would have been devastated. It would have been absolutely devastated. And, so I'm a little bit familiar with natural disasters. And I know that it's incumbent for people to do absolutely everything possible to ensure people have the means to maintain safety, have water, have shelter, have electricity. Like, that's a thing. We don't want to talk about that big old thing of, paper towels that what's his name just threw at folks after the hurricane in 2017, disrespecting those people. I mean, a lot of people from the states, they had to send over generators to families. That's what we did with our family. We were putting our little pennies together trying to get generators for our family. Now we're in a time where there's no consistent, electricity. What is that like? That's not what we like experience here in the States, but let's just say things like turned around, for the worst. And we didn't have stable electricity. You have to ask yourself, are you prepared? Are you prepared? Does your family have generators? Do you know if your government is going to respond to you? Because right now, we don't know if FEMA's going to even show up. They have been This is my friend Rachel. Okay. Hurry up. I'm telling my friend Rachel to hurry up so we can continue another hour or two on this conversation because I need help staying up. You don't do a filibuster by yourself. Well, Cory Booker does. And I guess I did do 10 hours and 45 minutes by myself. When we did do the 39-hour filibuster, it was a collection of people working together to defeat a very nasty piece of legislation. But you have to be prepared. That is the purpose of me talking about natural disasters because your federal government may not be there, but I am running for county council because your local government should be there for you. They should be ensuring that you have the big dumpsters that you need if you have a flood. They should be ensuring that you get a generator if that is what you need. When we had the tornadoes, there were families who were going to Best Buy, buying, yes, buying these generators. And, a lot of people just lost a lot. There are trees that were down. In a natural disaster is when you also depend on your neighbors and you are there for them. You support your neighbors. And, we all may be going through different things, but loss is the commonality that we all have. Losing something that we value. One of my friends, he lost his Tesla when we had the flood in 22. Can you imagine? He even had his own charge up in his garage, and all that just went to waste. Um, so natural disasters are not nice, but you want to make sure that your local government is there, especially when your federal government is there. And I can't tell you that I am confident in knowing that our local government is doing what they need to do or will do what they need to do to protect people. I mean, look at radioactive waste, for example. Look at how many years they had to wait for a Republican to do something, and they're not doing anything on their own initiative. And people are getting sick again and again after multiple pieces of legislation pass. There are people who are getting re exposed to radioactive waste because your local government doesn't know the policy to put in place because they're depending on Josh Hawley or Republicans that are not familiar with St. Louis County and the contamination that we have in St. Louis County. That's a problem. That's a serious problem. Nobody should be relying on Republicans who have absolutely no idea of what exists in our ground and in our water like we know it. There are people, and one thing that I used to talk about is I fought multi-billion-dollar corporations. I did and paid for it royally. It was terrible. But, you know, having someone who is bold and strong and precise and diligent, fighting for the lives of all, I wouldn't trade another day for that. I would not trade another day. Um, because I want somebody to be a leader like that. When I'm 75 years old, I want to have someone who is going to fight on my behalf and do the hard work, because we know that our seniors don't have the same energy. We know that. We know that, and many of our seniors, have body aches. They can't hear as well. They can't see as well. And we have to be cognizant as elected leaders. We have to do everything possible to keep our senior citizens safe. Everything. So we have to listen to them. We have to understand what they're saying and then translate that into legislation. They may not know better. They may miss some things. There's always been a big disconnect for senior citizens. When you're calling a 1-800 number and you're trying to get help or service, and then you get this recording. How many times have you heard a senior citizen say, "I want a person. I don't want a recording. I want a person." At this day and age, you can't get a person. You, like, physically have to go somewhere. What if you're a senior citizen and you can't physically get to a place? Or what if you're a senior citizen and you don't drive any longer? What if you're a senior citizen who's on a fixed income and may not be able to afford a ride to get special aid that they need? What if you're a senior citizen who is having trouble articulating, like, the problems that they're experiencing so they can get governmental help? Like, all of this stuff is real. Not every single person is the same, you know? And I just, I have always been someone who cares about our seniors. And I've gotten awards. I have awards back there because of my work, um, looking after those who have Alzheimer's and looking after those who have illnesses that cannot be repaired. Yes. She's asking if she needs a camera. So it looks like Rachel is on her way home now, and she is going to do some time with me. I am at 3 hours and 30 minutes of my um it's not a filibuster, but I would just call it a, hey, I'm running and the end of the quarter is exactly 24 hours from now. Exactly. So, we need your help. Please consider contributing to my campaign for the St. Louis County Council, District 1. I am Maria Chappelle-Nadal, and I hope that will consider me as one of your candidates, and you get to ask me questions if you would like. I don't know how many people are up right now. It is midnight. Some people get off work late. Some people are on their fifth dream. I get that. Being on the fifth dream, it's nice to dream. But this is what I'm doing. And I just really would like for you to take part in what we're doing. And so I'm just looking at my Facebook page, and it's so interesting how this technology works. It's just really interesting. Um, I like it. Let's see. All right. We've had a lot of news in St. Louis as of late. Have any of you guys seen military personnel in Forest Park lately? I did on Saturday. I guess they were jogging. I don't know what they were doing. They were doing something though. Um, it didn't seem like they were cleaning up trash or anything, but it looked like they were exercising. Um, but I just, with everything that's happened in, like, Chicago and in DC and now Portland, Oregon, um, I've been trying to figure out how to do this today. So I have not kept abreast of all the different details of, the National Guard going to these cities. Um, and I think people just think it's dangerous. They're scared. They're nervous about, like, their livelihoods. They don't know if they're going to be at a grocery store or not. And someone just grabs them. and then they disappear and end up in El Salvador and their family members don't know where they are. Like, that is scary. That is not the America that I know. Um, you know, as a county council person, I want to make sure that we have safe streets where people are not living in fear. I want to make sure, as your county council person, that each and every time we have an opportunity to build someone up, that we do that. And we do not have policies that take people backwards. There are a lot of pieces of legislation where that has actually happened. You know, there's one piece that I'm going to talk about in one of my mailings. Um, one piece of legislation that I'm going to talk about, and just absolutely takes us backwards, probably 40 years. 40 years. In fact, I would even say it's in line with what the White House would want right now. That tells you how bad it is. And so I'm going to talk about that. Um, I'm also going to talk about, just how important it is that we focus in on, and intentionally put our eyes on the communities that are not being served as they should. A lot. I When I had my fundraiser yesterday, there was a woman who was like, "Why does my street look like this every single time I call?" And actually, she has called one of my opponents, the person who is in the seat right now that I'm running for. She has called that office and asked why the neighborhood was looking one way or the other, and how can she help? And she was told, "Well, you just need to call your city." Wrong answer. Yeah, you call the city, but you also work with the established leader that she called, right? That's you. So at least be a connector, at least get people to the right spot, and then follow up with the municipality, that needs to follow up with the said constituent. At least, bare minimum, at least you can do that, right? Because we're here to serve. We're not ourselves. We're here to serve other people. We're not here to help our children, our own children, our families. We're here to help the people who voted for us, right? We are here to help them out, to make every single neighborhood a better neighborhood. And can we talk about all the trash couches in the middle of the street? Right now on 170, there's like, man, it seems like 100 bottles that are just on the side of the road. And then I was underneath a bridge. I was driving off the highway, and then you had to go under a bridge. Just bags of trash that people just stored somewhere. Like, who wants to live in a neighborhood where beds are thrown, trash bags are thrown? Who wants to live in a neighborhood like that? Well, it's our job, our objective, our responsibility to make sure that the people who are doing all this dumping, they have some kind of penalty for that. Um, and they would be responsible. I think they should be responsible for cleaning up a community ultimately, so that they don't have to um, just be penalized and then walk free and then do it again. They need to understand that you can't just dump trash. You can't just dump couches. You can't just dump mattresses. Like, there's a place for all this stuff to go. But this problem, it's nothing new. This problem oh my goodness, let me go back the years. So half a century, 75. Okay, so 75 years at least, there's always been a trash problem in St. Louis County. I'm just going by memory of things that I've read in my research about radioactive waste. I also, track trash and the problem historically with trash in St. Louis County, and nothing's changed. Nothing's changed at all, and there's a woman who lives in unincorporated St. Louis County in District 1 who is calling every other day to talk about trash being dumped in her neighborhood, and the children have to walk home and walk through. We don't know if there are any needles in this trash. We have absolutely no idea. I remember cleaning up in Kinlock. Oh my goodness. There were needles, there were bottles, cracked bottles. And when kids are walking home from school, do we want them to be hurt by any of these things in the street? Absolutely not. So we have to, just work together and reset our priorities so that we have clean streets and we do not have places where either children hurt themselves or other people hurt themselves. But right now, that's what's happening, and I would be scared to death if there was a needle, that ended up harming me. Let's see who this is. Okay, let's see. Let's see. You're killing me. I gotta walk my dog. And okay, so this is Rachel. She's gonna get in. She's gonna walk her dog first. And then she's going to get on. But I said okay and probably talk about, so since we're talking about her dog, we'll talk about my dogs again. Okay. So my sweet Milo is sleeping on his favorite stuffed animal, which is a sheep. And I'd like to say that he is dreaming right now. And Milo has this have you guys ever had a dog that like sticks out his tongue? Not like the tongue like limps over, but like, you know, does that. In any case, that is what my sweet little baby does is he sticks out his tongue when he's sleeping or when he's just calm and collect. And so he doesn't know that I'm talking about him right now. But I think it's really important that we do as much as possible not to have um, animals on the streets. Man, just last week I saw a dog that was hit on the highway and it broke my heart. It really broke my heart. There are seasons of the year where dogs like escape, like especially like after the winter where they've been cooped in the house all winter long. And that happened to one of my dogs some years ago, probably a decade ago. And it's like a problem. No matter where you live, it's a problem. But if your dog does not have a chip, you don't know where your dog is. If your dog does not have like a locator on them, you don't know where your dog is, and anything can happen to your baby. And but then we also have dogs that are just let loose, and we also have wild dogs on these streets. And I saw two big o dogs, wild dogs. And I was just so nervous. They were just My dog is snoring. Anybody else's dog snore? My dog is snoring now. But I was driving through a park and these two wild dogs were just running after something like another car. And it made me so nervous. I didn't want to hurt them at all, but I also knew that they were violent. So I've been yawning. Like I said, I usually get up at 2. I want to encourage you to contribute on my Act Blue Chappelle-Nadal, Nadal for County Council on actblue.com. So all you have to do is go to actblue.com, and that is where you can contribute to my campaign. And I'm not asking for a lot, but if you can give $5, I certainly would appreciate it. And I have to drink some water because after being tear gassed in Ferguson with 20-year-old canisters, when I talk a lot, my throat gets graspy. So, Rachel, my friend, is walking her big old dog. She has a big old dog. And then she's going to jump on and help me get through a certain amount of time while we are on. I don't know how much time she's going to give me, but whatever gets me through, that's what we're trying to do. So it would be great if you could take the opportunity to contribute to my campaign. I am going to be a county council person who is responsive to you, a county council person who is thoughtful, a county council person who thinks critically, a county council person who is willing to put in all of the time for the best outcomes that help you, your family, your neighbors, and your community. That should be the goal of every single county council person. And if it's not the goal, then you need to go, which is why I'm running. So, my baby just opened up his eyes when I just made that sound. He looks so cute and sweet. I think we almost have the same eyes. Uh-oh. I'm not a chihuahua though. In any case, so I never thought that I would be doing this, but I said, why not? Why don't you just try? Um, like who does a a marathon social media fundraiser? Maybe it's smart, maybe it's not, but I said, put in the time because you never know. You have absolutely no idea what will come from it. But I think some people said it was a smart idea. It was definitely out of the box. Ooh, who said that? Mike Carter. He said, neat idea. And most of these comments, it actually shows you where these comments come from. So I'm looking, ooh, I guess I can open up LinkedIn. I haven't done that in a while. I just have them linked in. Okay, let's see. 1 billion members. All right, I am not naturally signed up right here. Let me look on my phone and then I can watch for Rachel at the same time. Okay, so I'm just texting my friend and then I'm looking up LinkedIn on my phone to see the responses. Oh, look. Aw, Dwayne James. Um, oh, he's doing the neighborhood leadership. I did the neighborhood leadership when I was working for the lieutenant governor's office. Oh, look, David Cantrell. Look at him. Oh, he's watching me. Awesome. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. I always appreciate you, my friend. He's a very good person. A very good person. So there are a bunch of comments that are on here. I didn't even, well, I guess they're the same ones I'm looking at. That is absolutely awesome. And there we go. So we're still talking. Oh, and you could see people who've liked it. That is truly awesome. Okay, let's see. All right. There are people who are following up from my fundraiser yesterday, and a lot of people are really busy. This is the time of year, especially in corporate life, where people are just trying to get certain projects done. And that you see a lot of that, a lot of travel throughout the country. Um, and then people are trying to figure out like what is happening. So I don't know if this is happening in your neighborhood, but there are a lot of neighborhoods throughout St. Louis that are going empty. So there are a lot of vacancies, people who are losing their homes. Like I said, there are multiple generations of people who are living under one roof, not because they want to, but because they have to. And there are even, um, higher numbers of people who don't have transportation, even if they do have a job, don't have, reliable transportation. That's a problem. Childcare, that's something that somebody brought up is childcare. So you have all of these increasing costs but you still need childcare, you still need transportation, you still need food to eat, you still need a roof over your head, and you still in the middle of all of that want to like have some kind of fun, and it's just harder and harder for families. That's why I think it is so wrong when people have been suffering in multiple ways that like your money is misspent. I grew up in a time period, not that I'm a million years old, I'm not, but if you consider that, I've watched politics and policies impact people's lives since, I was before I was a teenager. You don't want to waste that money. You want to make sure that the most vulnerable people get the help that they deserve, right? And if the federal government is not going to do it, your state and local government needs to, right? Like already we are about to lose a voice in Congress. I hope we don't. I hope that there are lawsuits to maintain the congressional seats that we have currently. Congressman Cleaver is an amazing person who like gives of himself in every way, and he is someone who has been a good steward of the people, and he has stood up. He has presented policies to help not only his own community that he represents, but the entirety of the state. Like when I was talking to Joey earlier, when I said I look forward to like Republicans voting for Emmanuel Cleaver. Like, who would have thought that would ever happen before? But who would have thought that, like, the state of Missouri would allow recreational marijuana either? Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that the state of Missouri would vote to maintain um, abortions? Who would have ever thought that? Like, this is the state of Missouri. This stuff is about to be on the ballot again because the Republicans were mad. They were like, how in the world did these measures pass in the state of Missouri? So they're changing ballot language. They did that. They changed the congressional districts. And I just saw something where a story where the DNC is going to come in and help challenge these new maps, which is a good thing. And anytime the DNC comes in, it's a great asset, just as long as there's not too much confusion. But It's just it is what it is. These people, it's might makes right. They want all the power in the world. Like, what happened to I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about founding fathers. What happened to the ideals of the founding fathers of America? Like, every other country looks to America to stand up and to embrace democracy and even impose democracy on other nations that are hesitant to adopt democracy. But we're going backwards. We're literally going backwards. Like, our country is starting to look like, you know, Russia. It's starting to look like, what is it, Hungary? Viktor Orban? You know, who would have ever thought this would be our country? Now, who would have ever thought that our voices would be limited? Just when I say people are like scared to stand up, people are scared, and that's by design. That's what they wanted. I have not been an example is my own example. I have not done this podcast, this, I don't know what you want to call it, just conversation. I don't want to call it a real podcast because it's not. But I set out last year that I was going to do this at least every week, have a different conversation, a different story, whatever it is. And, like many people, we were overwhelmed by all of the actions in DC, overwhelmed. It's become really hard for people to just like, is what? Really? Huh? Again? Wait, what? Like, how did that happen? How is that legal? Like, people are questioning, like, how in the world could we be in the place that we're? And you know what? Kamala was right. I will never stop saying that. Kamala was absolutely right on everything. Just the limitations on free speech. What's happened to Jimmy Kimmel? The suggestions for Fallon and the rest of them. I don't even watch late night. I stopped watching late night when David Letterman was late night. That's when I stopped it because there was no one like Letterman. Letterman is like the best of the best. And also I don't stay up late anymore. But can you imagine, silencing a nighttime comedian? What's going to happen when Saturday Night Live gets back on? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Saturday Night Live. I just hope that they are not challenged. Can you imagine how funny Saturday Night Live is going to be for the next 4 years? Can you imagine all the material that they're going to be working from on Saturday Night Live? Like, who's going to play the parts? Who's going to be Levitt? Who's going to be Carolyn Levitt? Who's going to be Christy Nome? Who's going to play that part? Who's going I we know who's going to play JD. We know who's going to play JD. But like, oh, Holman, who's going to play? Oh, I want to see that one. I want to know who's going to play Holman. So, that's going to be fun. So, if you have not heard, my name is Maria Chappelle-Nadal. I am running for the St. Louis County Council, District 1. I have been a state senator. I have been a state representative. I have been a school board member. I am running because I want to use my talents and my assets to make your life better. I want you to know that I am a critical thinker. I want you to know that I am going to ask the very hard and pertinent questions. I want you to know that I will never say, it doesn't have to be perfect. I will never say that to you because I believe every single piece of legislation must be perfect, as close to perfection as possible. Like anytime you have a mistake, like you fix it right away. Some of their mistakes, it's been 5 years, 3 years, and it's still not fixed, right? And I'm not even saying everything because I'm gonna save it to later. Not even for 24 hours. I'm gonna save it for later. But it would be wonderful if you could contribute to my campaign for the St. Louis County Council on actblue.com. And I'm looking at the clock. I have 20 hours to go. How's that gonna happen? Now, I will tell you, I'm taking a couple of breaks and my voice is getting kind of weird right now. So I'm going to take a specific break. I'm probably going to go get some Mountain Dew because I had 2 sips of Mountain Dew earlier. 2 sips. And I'm just like totally up and wired. But I'm going to do that. And I'm going to have my Velcro dog follow me everywhere I go. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I am here for the next 20 hours. I am thankful to you, those of you who are listening, for listening because you don't have to, but I really want to impress upon you how important it is that your um your voice be heard through the people that you support. And that's the kind of person I am. That's the kind of person I was during the Ferguson uprising. That's the kind of person I was when, I've spoken to hundreds of families who've lost loved ones because of contamination. And I'm trying to see real quick who is up on Facebook. There's usually a way that you can see this, but I am not always on my laptop, so I don't always see it. But I hope that there are people who come to this. I don't know what that is. What is that? Okay, so I tried to get my friend Jose Salache. He is also in California and he's asleep. It looks like he may be asleep. Ooh, I just keep closing that. And then my friend Rachel, I sent her some information. And I also sent my other friend Travis some information. And we already talked to Joey. That was 2 hours ago. Wow. So I just want to talk to you about the end of the quarter. So when we fundraise, it's on a quarterly basis. And by the end of it, you are just doing your last bit of hustle to get people to help you out. And I've been really blessed because I have people who've given multiple times now, and I'm just very grateful to them. And I'm grateful to you, those of you who are listening, because you don't have to, and you don't have to go through this marathon with me, but you deserve the best, and you deserve someone who is willing to do something like this. Crazy idea, but it's something that I think is necessary. So you see how like things are done. There's a lot of stuff that's in the news right now, and I have not spoken about it. I may not speak about it at all. I probably need to keep that right here. I have not spoken about it too much because it just is what it is. And I hope that we can get to a place where elected leaders can be cordial to one another, disagree with one another, but not have to be in fear of another elected doing something crazy to them. And unfortunately, that is what happened in the past week. And it's just not a good thing. But we continue to endure and realize that we're not perfect. And while we're not perfect, we also need, in most cases, not all, but in most cases, we have to learn how to forgive. And hasn't that been a saying in the last couple of weeks? Is the ability to forgive those who have wronged you. All right. So I do see a story. Oh, look, you have Cleaver testifying. There's an article in the Missouri Independent. Fourth lawsuit challenges Missouri's new congressional maps, just as Kehoe signs. Oop, let's see. I have to keep track of Rachel. I don't know if she is still walking her dog or not, but okay, it says we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. This may be an issue on LinkedIn's end. Let's see. Let's see what I do. Okay, it says that you can remove it or just remove this destination from the stream and then add it on. And then it says that you can view on LinkedIn. So I'm going to try to, you're about to view a stream on LinkedIn. There's a delay. Let's see. That's me. Ah, here's Rachel. Hopefully. Okay, Rachel is going to try to join. She says she doesn't have much steam. I don't either. But she's going to try it. We're going to try it. We're going to try it. Let's see. Okay. Can you add it? So we're going to remove from LinkedIn. Let's see. Remove this destination from the stream. A post was created. Remove, I guess. And then I'm going to add it back. Oop, I don't know if that's working, but I'm going to try. And it says that LinkedIn is back on. Okay, so I guess we did that. There goes Rachel. Hey, Rachel.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
I hear you. What's the back feed?
What's the what?
The back feed. Do you have music on?
No, there's just a dishwasher running. Sorry.
You're fine.
Is that better?
I don't know.
Well, can you hear me better?
I can hear you. I feel like I'm in this zone. I actually thought it was like meditation music, but So, Rachel, I am going to see if I can I need to go get a snack and something to drink, but I don't know how to cover my camera. In any case, I can wait until a little bit later. Tell me what's going on. How are you? So we have no cursing. We're on live.
Do you need me to just talk for a little while you go have a bio break?
I don't need a bio break yet, but I need some kind of a break because I want to get more caffeine in me.
It's the little up arrow by the camera that
The,
lets you turn it off.
the up arrow by the camera. I don't see it. I think it doesn't have this thing on here for me.
I'm on my phone, so if I had the
Oh.
camera on, you would see my ceiling, and nobody wants to see that. It's not even my ceiling. I'm at Chris's.
Oh, you're around.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, talk to me for a second before I take the short break to go get some Mountain Dew to stay up.
All right. Well, what do you want to know? What should I talk about? I've just been out, Ubering tonight.
Mm-hmm. Um, so tell me what what do you want to talk about? You tell me what I'm running for the St. Louis County Council,
You
and
are. I'm so excited.
I'm excited too. It's like a lot of good work, and I'm re-engaging with people I have not talked to. Like I've not run for office in 7 years,
I
so
know.
it's
I
like you're
know.
starting all over again. You know?
It really is. Well, I'll tell you what I was thinking about while I was out driving tonight. I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to connect a couple threads for you.
Okay.
So, and you've probably noticed this before, but when people come at things from their perspective and they don't consider other people's perspectives, right? So, I've given over 8,000 rides, and the majority of people think that the other people that take Uber are people like them that are using a share ride service because they have the same circumstances, right? So for people who take Uber when they go out drinking and they want to be safe and they don't want to be a dangerous driver, they think that's why everybody uses Uber, And for people who have a need because our bus service doesn't get people where they need to go. A lot of people use Uber as their primary transportation, and it's healthcare transportation, and it's parents using it to help get their kids to and from school. I mean, it's all of these reasons that people use these services, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody only comes at it from their own perspective. And I'm going somewhere with this, I promise you. Like
Mm-hmm.
people don't think about, like, for example, people with vision impairment that have to use Uber because they can't get a license, or people
That's a
with
good point.
seizure disorders, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times when people get dialysis, they don't have the energy to drive a car when they're coming back from that, right?
Check.
They can barely hold their head up. And so nobody ever is really thinking about all of these other circumstances that somebody might need to use a share ride, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's how a lot of politicians go into office. They have an agenda. They think what they have to say is the most important. They want to do what they want to do, and they're not really listening to people.
They see things only from their perspective.
They only see things from their perspective and their agenda. And I have known you for over 20 years.
Has it been
And
20 years, Rachel?
yes,
Ooh,
yes,
Lord, Rachel.
yes. I was thinking about that too on the way when I realized I was gonna have to be on this little impromptu thing here.
Thank you for that, by the way.
It's my pleasure. Anything for
And thank you
you.
for your contribution. I appreciate it.
It is my pleasure. I wish I had more to give, but like times are tight.
Times are
Um,
tight.
but that's also why we know every little bit helps. So anybody that's listening should go ahead and open up their checkbook too and make a contribution. But you know, I think instead of just saying like, "Oh, you're a different kind of politician," you
Mhm.
listen to people because I know that. But what has been on my mind today and thinking about like what story do we have that like encompasses that? And you remember when you got flooded? You remember when you said you
Oh
had
my
that
goodness,
flood and your basement flooded?
I was just talking about that.
And
And
I
I
had to
talked
come.
about
I
you.
had to come
Yes.
check on you. I came from Columbia, Missouri, to come check on you, and I just had to make sure you were okay. And I got to your house, and you came out the door, and you said, "I need you to come with me. I want to go check on my neighbors. I'm not gonna feel better unless I check on my neighbors."
That's right. Because all I was doing was crying.
And we went door to door for blocks and blocks, and you just checked on your neighbors, and you
Thank
listened to
God.
what they went through.
Mhm.
And you listened to what they needed. And you didn't make it about you and
Mhm.
your perspective or your suffering. It's like you were able to get your damage fixed. You were able to get the help you needed, but that for you, that was about how do I then share this with others?
Exactly.
And like we just need more people like you in office.
Well, let me go backwards just quickly. The person who, in full disclosure, because I don't think I've even mentioned it yet, in full disclosure, I ran against the person, or I'm sorry, I worked for the person that I am now running against.
Mhm.
And she used to make fun of people who took rideshare. Like she literally did. I can tell you like the days she did that. Um, and I thought it was just like the most tasteless, disrespectful thing, and which is the reason why one of the reasons why I think that she's grossly disconnected to her own constituency. Because, like what you said, there are people who have disabilities who are just trying to go to the doctor. There are people who should not be driving anyway. People have certain circumstances, right? And they're all different.
Yeah, and I
And
mean, and there are employers that pay for Uber.
mhm,
There are there are health insurance companies that pay for Uber. Uber, I mean, not just Uber, but rideshare in general is so important. Before I burned out of my career, right?
mhm,
I was a macro level social worker and I was directing a grant fund with millions of dollars going out to all of these different community organizations. And we did all of this, impact evaluation. Does the money we're putting into the community at these organizations in these programs make any difference? Does it help the way we think it does? Does it harm? What's working? What doesn't? What needs to be changed? And where it's not working, why isn't it working? And
exactly.
and year after year, what we found across all of the programs is that the number one thing that stopped people from being successful, whether it was an out of school program or a drug rehab program or whatever it was, right?
Mhm.
Whatever community support, the thing that stopped people from being successful in those programs and the programs from being successful is whether or not the people could get there, which is a no-brainer. If you don't have transportation to get to an out-of-school program, then how do you participate? If you can't go to your grief group, how do you participate, right?
Mhm.
How does the program have an impact if people can't get to it?
Mhm.
And um, the idea that people wouldn't need to use rideshare or that people would be less than because they're using rideshare is just absolutely preposterous.
And insane.
I mean, and my mother, who lives in California, absolutely loves the service. I think it's the first job I have that she actually really understands what I do. She takes it, from Santa Monica all the way to Palm Desert. And she's like, it's just so nice. I don't have to worry about traffic. I get there safely, you know? But it's just comical to me that somebody would you said the right words, that she's just so out of touch.
you know? And I mean, I've basically been talking about the amount of money that she's been wasting, that can go to the most vulnerable people. But like, she inherently has some characteristics that are not suitable for the constituency that demands a higher, result, you know, higher results, more important results. I mean, it's just like she makes herself the centerpiece when the centerpiece should be the people.
Yes, and you have a long history of representing people, right? Like I was thinking about this as it relates to like all the radioactive stuff, right? I don't think when I met you 20 years ago, that was necessarily on your radar.
It wasn't. You know what was on my
Not at all.
radar? You know what I was all about recycling back in the day. Like when I ran for my first office, I guess in 2004, and then I took office in 2005. Like my bullet point for the environment was just recycling. I've gone so far beyond that. I'm talking about pico curies. Like who talks about pico curies?
I don't even know what that is.
Marie Curie. But
Oh, okay, okay.
it's a wonderful story. She has a wonderful story.
Because of what you've learned and what you've shared, now when I see something like the flooding of Deer Creek right, down the hill from Sunnin, I
Mhm.
get uneasy.
And you should be. But
When I'm
all
in Florissant and I see flooding, and when I'm in, the Coldwater Creek watershed and I see flooding, I'm uneasy, and I look at all of these homes where people live, where their children play, where they're getting sick. And like, would I know about any of that without you? Will we have the money coming to the state to help people without you? I don't know. You know, I don't think
mm-mm.
so.
Well, what I was saying earlier is that Josh Hawley wouldn't even taking my calls when I was a state senator. He was just ignoring me.
That seems par for the course with him.
That's how he is, and now he wants to be the savior, but he didn't even understand, like why people in our area they're not listening to him, and then some of these people, including my opponent, just show up, stand right next to Josh Hawley as he's talking about the bill that takes away Medicaid and increases premiums for Obamacare, just smiling and cheesing, sitting right next to him, doesn't know a darn tootin' about radioactive waste. And in fact, I can't believe the number of people who were standing up there. I mean, do they not comprehend the fact that people have been exposed to radiation for 70 plus years? And it was both Democrats and Republicans that both fought for this acknowledgement and fought against this acknowledgement. And the sum results until most recently, because of my work and others, just a few others, a handful of others, you know, were we able to give a gift horse to Josh Hawley so that he could actually do something good? But there are a number of Republicans who fought for it. There are a number of Republicans who fought against it. There are a number of Democrats that just never did a darn tootin', never did anything to help save people's lives. I mean, and here's what I mentioned earlier.
It's amazing how many people don't even know anything about it.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, if you want to talk about our health, the health of the region, you can't have that conversation without having the conversation about the fact that we're living on top of radioactive waste.
It's in the air, it's in the water, it's in the soil.
And you also have to look at the environmental justice aspect, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's what catches me up. The fact that there are people who have my hue who are causing the environmental injustice
Mm. Mm-hmm.
because of their own negligence and selfishness and lack of wanting to understand the complexity of the issue.
You know, for a long time, we've had a lot of people represent us that just go along and they don't really stand for anything except what lines their pockets.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Did
And
you
that's
and
why
you
I'm excited you're in this race.
you know, you got the letter that I sent out.
I did. It's very well written.
Thank you
It
so well, they're considerate.
reminded me of my days of being at Provote.
I miss those Pro Vote days. I really do. Pro Vote was so necessary. Pro Vote was so necessary.
You know, the work that they did is now being done under Missouri Rural Crisis Center.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me more.
I don't know too much more because I am more familiar with their other project, which is Patchwork Farms.
Mhm.
And for anybody that does not know about Patchwork Farms, I can really talk about this.
Ooh, Rachel, can you talk about it while I go,
I was about to say this would be a good time for you to take a break, and I'll talk about bacon while you go.
ooh, ooh, Lord. Okay, no curse words, okay? No
Oh,
curse words.
no, literally. So, Missouri has a lot of farmers, and we have a lot of pig farmers. And the Missouri Rural Crisis Network has this project called Patchwork Farms, and that is Missouri's local distribution network for pork and pork products. And I think it's excellent because I love bacon and they have the best bacon. Um, but because it's local, you know where you're getting it, you know it's coming from Missouri, and they supply a lot of restaurants that provide farm to table food. They are the pork supplier. You can also find their pork at City Greens Market. Now, I don't know who's listening to this. This involves going into the city, but on Manchester in the Grove, there is a fabulous nonprofit grocery store where you can learn about food sovereignty, and they have Patchwork Farms pork there. They also grow a lot of their own food there. I cannot tell you enough to like go to this place, City Greens. And even if you don't want to shop there, you can make a donation. But if you're going to be donating money, you should probably donate to Maria's campaign first. Um, there are just a lot of nonprofits doing a lot of good things. And if we had more politicians representing people and our needs, we wouldn't need all of these different nonprofits picking up the pieces where we have just been failed time and time again by the people that we elect to represent us. And that is why, although I am really, really not into politics and really not a fan of most politicians, you find me here at almost 1 in the morning, um, because I believe in Maria and I've just known her long enough and trust her, and I've seen the way she works and I know how her mind works, and she just is in it for public service. And that is super, super important. And I realize now that I have to continue on this monologue while she takes her bio break. And I don't even know where to go. I could keep talking about bacon and local restaurants that might what restaurants in town serve local bacon? There's Roosters. They have one in Clayton.
Oh, what are you talking about, Roosters?
I'm pretty sure they serve Patchwork Farms bacon. I was trying to think of restaurants that serve it. Because all of the I know what I can say about Patchwork Farms. So y'all remember the pandemic and how everything just shut down all of a sudden. Nobody knew what was going on, and every restaurant closed down. And so immediately, so many people were out of work, right? That worked in the restaurant industry. And Missouri Rural Crisis Center and Patchwork Farms realized this and realized that they might not be able to keep these people employed. They might not be able to keep restaurants open, but what they could do is give away pork. And they made up pork boxes with 2 weeks worth of meat for every employee at all of the restaurants across the
What?
state that they provide pork to. Like, it makes me cry thinking about it. Like,
Oh my
because
goodness,
if you
that's so
remember that time, like,
beautiful.
everyone was just like, what are we gonna do?
My neighbors. I know my neighbor who
Like,
works at a Clayton restaurant.
you know, and all of a sudden, everybody just, it was like, no one knew how we were gonna survive that, you know? And they were like, we have pork, you know? And there was this other restaurant. I was living in Columbia, Missouri, where I split half my time still. There was a restaurant there that stayed open from the very beginning. They had a window. And so they would do food service through the window, and they only offered one meal, and it was pay if you could. And if you couldn't, then you couldn't. And they did like sausage, egg sandwiches, and just like pretty simple stuff that they could keep it moving and not have a crowd. And, you know, again, beginning of the pandemic, nobody knew what was going on.
Where was this?
In Columbia, this was Broadway Diner. And so Patchwork Farm started supplying the pork for that too.
Mm.
And so, you know, for all the people that didn't know where they were going to get a meal, they knew at least one meal a day they could get there.
So I got a question for you. What's going to happen for the Great Depression 2.0 we're about to enter into?
You know, I am going to go out on a limb here and say that mutual aid is going to be our answer. And a lot of this comes from my connection to the city of St. Louis, right? Which has just been neglected so much. And some of that is intentional neglect, like Paul McKee. Like, there is a special place in hell for people like him.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know
But
what?
people help each other, right? There has been
Mhm.
this devastating tornado that has, I mean, drive down St. Louis Avenue, drive down Euclid, drive in O'Fallon Park, right?
Newstead.
Newstead, yes. I mean, the devastation is just, you know, and I dropped somebody off the other night, and she said that, you know, her place was pretty much fine. They had pretty much got things back. They still had to do the windows. But man, her neighbors, she said they lost everything. And we got to her street, and, you know, there's people camped outside of their houses to
Still.
protect what is theirs, right?
I've seen it.
Yes. And, you know, and the environment is one of community, right? Because it's not them stealing from each other, right? They're looking out for each other. They're out there looking out for their neighbors that can't be there. And that's why they're set up on the street so they can look out, right? And there's just so many stories of this, and there's stories of, you know, the gardens feeding people, and I think mutual aid and neighbors helping neighbors is going to be more and more common.
Well, I think that's true. We talked
And
about that.
that's where we get strong community, and that's where we build back up from,
I
right?
was talking about
We
that
need to have
earlier
that.
before you got on. I was talking about the fact that, like, I really reach out to my neighbors more than I used to. And I think part of preparing for the Great Depression 2.0 is knowing how to conserve, knowing how to sustain, and knowing how to work with your neighbors on filling the voids of things that you don't have that they have, and then vice versa.
Yes, yes, and this is emergency prepping too, right? Like,
Exactly.
know which of your neighbors are doctors, know which of your neighbors are nurses, know which of your neighbors can operate a ham radio and has one, right? Like, because
Having batteries in your house, making sure you have all the batteries you need for flashlights, making sure you have the old radio where you have batteries and you don't have to use electricity. Like, these are some of the basic things that you need in your household to prepare for, like, this crisis we're about to enter into in 3, 2, 1.
poof. Oh, remember that ad? Oh, I learned about that ad in high school. The one with the atomic countdown. It only aired once, but has been studied ever since, with the little girl counting down to the atomic bomb. And it's
I
like,
do.
was that vote for Ike?
I don't know, but I remember it. She was, like, out in the fields or something, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And she was, like, wearing a cute little dress, and it was
Uh-huh.
like, how can you let I mean, what was not spoken is, how could you let an innocent little girl be the victim of a nuclear catastrophe?
Oh, you mean like all the households in St. Louis who are exposed to nuclear radiation through the nuclear waste of the program that we were told was a threat from other countries, but in fact was like when you have like I you know what's that saying, like when you have friends like that, who needs enemies? That's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel about the US. Like, when you have this as your country, you don't need anybody else as an enemy. Like, we do it to ourselves.
We do, because we're selfish beings, and we don't need to be that way, It's unfortunate that we're in a time where I call it meistic, and that's a problem with my opponent. Like, she is the center of the universe rather than the people being the center of her universe. And that's the design, that's what public service is. And as a result, the people who are most in need have been failed. They don't know. I mean, even like as we're dealing with these RICA applications, they're like people who are on all different types of levels of understanding and still need help more than what is being provided. So, like, for my small circle of community, I'm helping with that, but it's like a challenge. They're not listening to the news, they're not reading the newspaper. They're just like, you know, having to work. They're having to provide for their families. They don't have like that. This particular community doesn't have like the time to like delve in as others have because they're just trying to survive.
I gave a ride today to a woman who works her professional job at one of the hospitals all day long. And then her second job is in a different building, still part of the hospital complex, where she does housekeeping for the next 4 hours.
Wow.
Like, her bandwidth to take on things that feel so out of her control is just not there,
Mm.
right? Like, she is just and she said, and she said it should be a good salary because it's just me. I can't even
Mm.
say that what my pay is unfair, but everything just costs so much.
Much more. So
Every
much more.
all the utilities cost more, the groceries cost more. That's another good reason to shop at City Greens.
So tell
Um,
me about City Greens really quickly, because I don't
Girl, I
remember
love
that.
City Greens.
Tell me about it.
Okay, it is in the Grove. It's on Manchester. It is a nonprofit membership grocery store. Okay, so you pay a membership or not. Your membership dues are based on your income. All right. And then you get a 20% discount on everything. If you're
Mm.
not a member, then you pay the 20% more. They
Okay.
grow food there. So they have a patio and a garden, and they have the food towers, and they grow food there. If you volunteer, you get free membership.
Mm.
They also have, local eggs, local meats. So they're a provider of Patchwork Farms. They have local mushrooms. They have so many different mushrooms. The mushrooms are kind of expensive, not gonna lie.
I love.
Um,
Do they have shiitake mushrooms?
yes, they have so many mushrooms, girl. Like,
Do they have the
I want them
chanterelle and
all.
morels?
I'm not sure about morels. It probably depends on timing, but I'm pretty sure they have chantels and oyster and
Mm.
um sometimes they got lion's mane.
Mm.
Yeah, so good. They have a wall that is all of like your bulk grains and legumes and stuff.
Mhm.
And you can either bring your own container to fill up, which if you do that, then they weigh it first while it's empty so that they can, you're not paying for the weight of the jar.
Mhm.
And then you can also, they have reusable containers, like other glass jars, recycled
Oh,
containers.
that's awesome.
If you buy the greens there, they come in a little plastic bin, and if you don't reuse it yourself, you can take it back and they'll sterilize it and pack up some more greens in it.
Are you serious?
They have almost zero waste. They compost. They have a free soup day. They have a free shelf. Girl, one day I was in there on the struggle bus. I was on the struggle bus, okay? And they could see that I was on the struggle bus.
Mm.
And they have a little garland at the register, and there's these little paper bags like lunch sacks. It's actually little sacks that they use for seeds because there's a seed exchange there. So
Uh-huh.
Maria, if you want to give any neighbors seeds from the food that you grow, you can take seeds there, label it, and put it on the free shelf and participate in the free
I love that.
exchange of seeds.
And you know that's
Okay.
a thing. You know that keeping your seeds is a thing.
That's what I'm telling you. This grocery store facilitates so you can get other people's seeds and give them your seeds and not have to be buying corporate seeds. Food sovereignty is the mission of this grocery store.
And you
Like,
said it's in Tower Grove?
it's in the Grove on
In the Grove.
Manchester.
Okay.
So just east of Kings Highway and Manchester
I
intersection.
think I've seen it. Is it like a tan building?
No, it's a tiny little storefront. And it has green paint on the outside with a sign that says, "This is your sign to come in. We're open."
Mm.
Um,
Very liberal. But you know what?
if
That's empowering though, you
if
know? And
you are a person that has means, right,
mhm.
you can make a donation and put a little $25 gift card in the form of one of these little paper bags up by the register. And then when somebody comes in on the struggle bus, they can say, "Hey, there's a gift card there for you of $25 to contribute towards your groceries."
So tell me, who like even created this? This is an awesome idea.
Okay. I think I'm not 100% sure if I have the history right, and it is no longer associated with this history. It is now an independent nonprofit, but I
Mhm.
think it started as an intern project under Catholic Charities in South St. Louis.
Mm.
And I think it turned into something else and became its own nonprofit and is what it is today. They have free soup Fridays, and then the soup they don't give away, they put in the freezer, and their soup is like roasted vegetables put in a blender. Like
Ooh.
it's good. It's inspiring. Okay, so I can keep talking about this. They have bread that is from a nonprofit that helps people rehabilitate their lives after homelessness and provides housing
Mm-hmm.
and a job in the form of making bread and feeding people. They have some pot pies that are made by a DV shelter. So the women who are healing are making food and selling it and feeding people. Like it's beautiful. It's there's candles. There's one called Hex the Patriarchy. When I tell you I like that with intention, I do.
I love it.
Is it's the only grocery store I like. There's no fluorescent lights.
Mm-hmm.
There are no fluorescent lights. For my 18 people out there, you'll understand.
You know what? So let me tell you what I've been up to this summer because I absolutely destroyed my ability to even garden. I've been canning. And it's a new thing. I've never canned before, but because I believe that costs are rising and it's going to get to a point where there's some basic things that we won't be able to afford. That it's necessary when certain things are in um, when certain things are available, then we should take advantage of it. So I've either been canning or freezing. And so like I've been pre-making jalapeno poppers. So I sometimes go to Soulard and they'll have like these huge boxes of either poblano peppers or jalapeno peppers, or I just bought what I would consider a 40-pound bag of garlic for $5. And you know what I did with it? I processed some. So two different types of processing. Dry dried and then processed to make like a garlic powder. And then I also processed it with olive oil and made like a spread. So you remember when you made that absolutely amazing um what was it? Garlic mashed potatoes. You remember when you made that for
Oh
me? It was so
guys, that's
good.
so long ago.
Oh
Uh-huh.
my goodness, but it was good. So, like, I pre-made the garlic part,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
then the
Mm-hmm.
rest of it I like froze. Like it was like at least 4 pounds of garlic.
Okay, let me tell you what I did the other day. Well, not the other day. It's been some time, and then I can tell you everything I've made with it since.
Okay.
I got a whole bunch of greens, city greens, because they were fresh and they looked great. I'm talking bok choy. I'm talking kale. I'm talking green onions. I'm talking garlic. I'm talking spinach. I'm talking mixed greens, like everything green. Okay.
Mhm.
And I roasted it all, like three big cookie sheets. I roasted it all. I put it in the food processor and I put it in a candy bar mold and I put it in the freezer and I got myself like these power green, seasoning, flavorful, basically ice cubes. Okay.
So wait a minute, not only is that power packed, but it is also saving room.
Yes. Yes.
Ooh, shish
Okay.
kebab. That's awesome.
Okay. So And you know, I have this I've mentioned it on this live stream already. I live between two households, and when I'm at the household here in St. Louis, it is not a kitchen that is particularly conducive to cooking. And you know, I can grab a jar of pasta sauce and add those greens, and boom, I've made it
Ooh.
healthier. Right? I can add those greens to anything and suddenly it becomes healthier. I can just add it to pasta with some olive oil, right?
Mm.
Now when I get more creative, I also did it in the center of a meatloaf. And so when you cut into the meatloaf, it had the red on the top, and then it had the circle of meat, and then it had the circle of green in the inside. That was good.
Ooh.
I've used it to make like the green layers in lasagna.
Mm.
So many things. And it's right there. It's already cooked, and then you're not doing the prep all the time. I cooked it when it was fresh, right? It's like with your garden. Have you gotten into pickling stuff yet? Pickled eggs? Pickled
No.
eggs.
Oh no.
Oh.
No, no, no. I just don't trust that. I've been watching it, but I've been watching all the videos for the pickled eggs and you can keep them for 2 or more years, but I am not willing to try that. I will do without eggs. I'm just not ready for those eggs. It just looks too weird for me. But I do like fresh eggs. So here's what we're talking about
You need
for
to get some
those of you.
chickens.
So listen, I
We're
want
talking
people
about
to understand what we're talking about.
sustainability through the depression that is coming.
Yeah, we're going through a Great Depression 2.0, and we're trying to figure out ways to be self-sustaining because we have no idea. Now, I will tell you that my best friends, when I was just a mere teenager, Rose and Don, they were both from the Great Depression, and they had a huge impact on my life, which is one of the reasons why I believe in self-sustaining ourselves as we go into the next Great Depression 2.0, which I hope that everybody's preparing for. But, with that said, um, you know, the pickled eggs is like this format where you get this fresh egg, you can't wash it. You can't wash the egg, and you put it into a glass jar. And then what's the white stuff that you mix it with, Rachel? There's some white stuff that you mix with water, and you pour that over, and then you lock it up. You just lock up the top of it, and you can keep those eggs for 2 or more years. I don't trust that. Rachel, where is Rachel? Rachel. Now you know it has to be 1 o'clock in the morning. Rachel, I don't hear you. Let's see. And I don't have, oh, your mute is on, Rachel.
I didn't do that. I don't know how that happened.
I
Okay.
could have done it, but didn't know it.
Can you hear me now? It looks
I
like you
hear you.
can. It said my
Hmm.
browser lost connection for a second, so I don't know.
Okay, that could be
Um,
it. What's the white stuff that you mix in with the water over the eggs?
so salt and or sugar.
Is that what it is? Because it looked like something else. It was cloudy.
Um, yeah, but we're talking about two different methods because you're talking about not washing the shell, and I'm talking about like you cook them and take the shells off.
Oh,
You
wait
put
a
them in a
minute.
vinegar solution.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you have a whole different method. So tell me
Uh-huh.
about your method.
Okay, I only did it once, but my friend, he's experimenting with a bunch of different versions. So you like when you make pickles, right? You have a vinegar solution that is a certain ratio of vinegar and water, and then depending on your taste, sugar and salt.
Hmm.
Not table salt. That's important. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be sea salt. That gets cloudy. It can,
Okay.
but that's all right. And then you have your pickling spices, so that can be some garlic, some dill, I get a pickling spice blend at Soulard.
Mm-hmm.
And your garlic, dill. You could put some jalapenos in there. The eggs will absorb color, so a lot of people do pickled beets with eggs. And then the eggs are really, when you slice them in half, they're really pretty. If you put them with purple beets, they'll be that like pink color. And if you put them with gold beets, they'll absorb the yellow. So it's one way people do Easter eggs without doing Easter eggs.
Wow, I did not know that. But yeah, I would say that beets would be great for
Yeah,
coloring because they can discolor almost anything. Beets are great for a lot of things.
it is. It's good. I might go eat a pickled egg now that we're talking about them.
So you still boil them. You're saying you
Yeah,
boil
yeah,
them?
you do. You hard boil your eggs, and then you take the shells off, cool them down, and then you put them in your vinegar solution. And usually, with your vinegar solution, you have to heat it up to dissolve the sugar and salt,
Okay.
and then you cool that down too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're doing proper canning, right, then you're doing the like heat for the 10 minutes with the seal and stuff. So that would be a whole different thing because then you would be cooking the eggs while you were doing that. I don't know how
Mm-hmm.
that would work.
Mm.
So the way I'm doing it, you keep them in the refrigerator, but they basically absorb more and more and more of the juice. And so they get firmer and firmer and firmer.
Okay.
And the color will get stronger and stronger and stronger, but they last for, I think the peak is supposed to be like, they're really good at 2 months, but it's hard to keep them that long because you want to eat them faster than that.
Mm.
And you can put them in like chicken salad and tuna salad, right? And they just have more flavor than a regular hard boiled egg.
Okay, gotcha. Ooh, that's a whole different method than what I was thinking about. That's completely different, Rachel.
You probably have a method though where you're able to store it at room temperature, right?
Yes, on your counter.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's proper canning, and that's outside my realm of expertise. So I'm counting on you for that.
Well, you know what? I have made what raspberry lemonade concentrate, blueberry lemonade concentrate, blackberry lemonade concentrate. I've made for the peach cobbler. I've made um the peach cobbler part of it without like the crust or anything. All you have to do is
Mm-hmm.
just add the crust. And I told you I've been making these, a big old box of jalapenos for $5, and I've been doing these jalapeno poppers and freeze them.
Have you made the emergency crackers?
No, I haven't done that. Tell me about the emergency
Oh,
crackers.
I think it's like 2 ingredients and they're not much of anything, but they're
Mhm.
enough.
Well, I got some
Um,
ramen noodles just in case. You remember
do you know those
those?
have dairy?
Say that again?
The ones off the shelf, they got dairy in them. I can't eat them anymore. I can't do dairy anymore. Not at all.
Oh, wow.
None. None. Do you know how much I miss emos? I
A
miss
lot.
emos.
It's
I
a St.
grieve.
Louis
I grieve
staple.
for emos. Like all the other dairy, like fine, whatever. But emos, I can never eat it again. What?
I'm so sorry.
Girl, I see emos billboards and I start crying.
Have you ever passed by the emo's place, downtown?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, "Oh my goodness, this is
That
like the whole emo's place." It's
yeah.
the manufacturing place.
I gave a ride to a guy that worked at Emos. He said they did 60 he made 60 pieces an hour on his shift.
Oh no.
Do you
60?
60, do you know how fast you had to put toppings on a pizza to get one a minute done?
Well, he was thin. Because that's exercise.
Girl, no. You know about this study though, don't you?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so they did a study with perception is everything. He didn't know he was getting exercise. He was a big man.
Mm.
They did this study with housekeeping staff at a hotel, which occupationally, the generalization, right? The
Mhm.
size of a lot of the women working in hotel housekeeping is not matched for their calorie consumption and energy output given the what they're doing for work, right?
How can that be?
How can that be? So here's what the study was. They had a control group and a test group. At the beginning of the thing, they gave them all the same information on healthy habits, okay? No, sorry, not healthy habits. They gave them all the same information about, yeah, it was about healthy habits. And I think that's what it was. The test group got information about how many calories they burned with every activity of their job, wiping down a mirror, cleaning the floor, changing the bedding, lifting the sheets, right?
Mhm.
They gave it all, like they basically told them, you are doing exercise for 8 to 12 hours a day. And they broke it down how many calories they were burning with every activity. Okay. The control group didn't get that information. Nobody changes their behavior, right? It's not
Mhm.
about changing behavior. It's not about getting them to join a fitness thing or do anything after work, right? At the end of the study, 6 weeks later, they test the vital signs. So they had tested the vital signs in the beginning. They test the vital signs at the beginning, in the end, and I think somewhere in throughout. And the people who had the information, the people whose perception of their work changed, the people who gained the knowledge that they were burning calories, their vital signs all show measurable improvement.
It's mental. What?
Perception is everything, girl. If you eat standing up, you don't consume calories. That's my rule. If perception is everything, I'm gonna make it up. It's like, oh, what you
Wow.
what you tell yourself, what you tell your brain, right? What your brain tells your body affects how your body performs.
Mm. That's amazing. That's an amazing study. That's really amazing.
You keep muting me. You just muted me again.
Yeah, I just did that.
Because I was about to point out that it's 1:30 in the morning. What are we doing?
Okay, so
Are you doing this for 24 hours?
I'm
Who is
trying to do it
listening
for
to this? Is anybody listening to this?
people keep coming in and out. I bet you it's
Oh,
my
really?
opposition. Yeah, it's people coming in and out. And they're like, "What is she doing?" And I'm just trying to raise my little money. And I thought that it would be a nice little test. Now I'll be sleep deprived, but like, who talks for 24 hours? You know?
You know who talks for 24 hours?
Who?
Someone who can filibuster like no other.
Well, right now I'm thinking Cory Booker can beat me. Now, before I thought I could beat Cory Booker, but I think he could beat me right now. But you know what? We still don't know if there's going to be a government shutdown. I haven't listened to the news today.
Girl, I can't. I said this while you were gone. Like, I am not engaged in politics, the news. Like, I do not have the mental capacity. Tell me there was some shooting, some bombing. That is not news. It happens every day.
You
Right?
know, and you become numb
Do
to it.
we are, I don't know if you know this about me. My grandparents were in concentration camps.
Mm.
Okay.
Oh
And
wow.
so when I turn on the news,
Mhm.
what I see where we're headed is what my grandparents escaped from.
Mm. It's something for you to say that. For you to say that, Rachel, is really an amazing testament. It
You
really
know,
is, because I'm sure
because
they
I
shared with
I
you what
grew up
you
with
went through.
I grew up with the question of how do people do this to other people? How did people scapegoat was the word I learned.
Mhm.
How do people scapegoat an entire group of people? And of course, I was coming that from being Jewish, right? But
Mhm.
not Jewish enough to be Jewish, ironically enough. We're not
Mhm.
even going to get into that.
Yeah,
But,
that's
um,
confusing.
woo, we're not going to get started in all of those isms right now. Um, but what I learned was it wasn't just the Jews that were persecuted, right?
Oh, it wasn't. It was multiple people, multiple
And we
groups.
see the same thing happening now. We're going to other people. We're going to
Yeah.
create a division and say there's them and there's us.
Yeah.
There's autistics, there's people with disabilities, there's queer people, there's trans people, there's brown people, there's
Yes.
immigrants, like all of these people are scary and like they're not us.
The lesson is they are us.
There we are, on one hand we are all human, and
Mhm.
also the experiences we have because of all of the identities that we have, those shape who we are as individuals, right?
Mhm.
So it's not like, oh, we're all human, we're all the same. No, because we live in a racially structured society that doesn't allow that to be true.
Yeah, I'm nervous about where everything is headed, and are people
Oh, you and
prepared?
me both. I'm at the point where I carry my passport with me everywhere I go. I am a US born citizen.
Yeah. US citizens. Can you imagine that? Like being
They are
afraid?
being, the thing is, you can say no, you can't say what you want about the immigrants who work their asses off to provide for people in this country, right? Like they work so freaking hard. And so like demonizing them is not okay.
And they're scared to death. They're
But if
scared
you
to
if
death.
you take out the whole issue of immigration and you take out the whole issue of undocumented immigration, we have masked armed men on the streets of our country attacking American citizens.
Mhm.
What the fuck? Excuse my language.
Rachel, no cursing.
Sorry, excuse my language.
No
Sorry.
cursing.
My grandfather recorded these tapes, like audio tapes, where he gave testament to what he witnessed
Mm.
in the ghettos before he was interned. And this might be a good time to remind people that the word ghetto means an area that has been intentionally isolated and cut off, that is culturally distinct, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about, oh, the ghetto, remember when people say that, if people talk about it, they're talking about an area that was intentionally cut off from the mainstream, cut off from resources, cut off from integration.
You see how easy that could happen? You see how easy that can happen? So just imagine
Girl, I
when
drive around.
but right.
I drive around from Ladue to North City to Walnut Park in East St. Louis. I see how divided it is. And you know what Uber does and what Lyft does and what Share Ride does? It gives people transportation out of those isolated areas.
Here's what I want to say though, Rachel. Listen for a second.
I'm
Imagine, like, I like to go to the farmers markets. They get all their resources, not only from their own farms, but from, these big, farm producers, I guess. There's a central location somewhere on downtown area. Imagine if all of that was cut off, like all of the food, vegetables, whatever from rural areas was cut off from the city. Imagine what would happen if people could not get their vegetables.
You know what? I don't have to imagine because I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now that's exactly what happened to the people who were in North City and affected by the tornado. And they had their community gardens, some of them destroyed by the tornado. And you know what happened? A mutual aid partnership between North and South City, where the gardeners in South City gave food to the people in North City.
Mm.
And they started doing garden tours to start bridging that divide between North and South City. And they used gardens as a way to bridge that divide.
Oh, wow.
Community gardens do so much to build social capital,
They
to
really
build
do.
sustainability,
And it's therapy too.
to build
Gardening is therapy.
community. It's therapy. Oh, you want to hear about a nonprofit that is phenomenal with gardens? This is in Columbia, but it's the Center for Columbia Center for Urban Agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
They have programs where they have learning gardens in school. So they manage these gardens so that the kids aren't doing the weeding and the watering. They're in the gardens, they're doing science experiments and science lessons.
Mm-hmm. We do that in U City.
Mm-hmm. But they're not relying on parents to come volunteer to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They have an organization. They have a gardening program for veterans
That's really good.
with an orchard and chickens, and it's like where a housing facility is, and a garden orchard, like the birds, like you talk about sustainability, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have one program, Backyard Gardens, where they teach people how to grow their own food. Okay. And it's a 3-year program. So it's very hands on the first year. And the second year, they're bringing you the things you need and helping you troubleshoot and all of that. But they're getting you all the supplies you need
Mm-hmm.
to do that. And if you're in a wheelchair and that means a raised bed, they'll build that for you.
That's wonderful.
If
Everyone's
you're
going to need one. Did you hear what I said? Everyone's going to need their own
Yes, and
garden.
I was coming back to what you said before about how if it's not something that you have, you need to think about who does have it and what you have to offer.
So let's think about that practically. Let me give you an example.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm thinking about people who live in the apartment towers, right? Like think
Mm-hmm.
about there on Forest Park Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. You know, the apartment building, there's almost always an ambulance out front and it's got the little circle drive.
I know what you're talking about. That's a dangerous place.
Girl, I know it. But there's
Mhm.
a lot of people that live there because that's what they can afford.
I get that, but let me give you this
And how would they
example.
have a garden?
Let me give you this practical example going backwards really quickly.
Okay.
So my neighbor, I
Mm-hmm.
have a neighbor, it's father, mother, 2 young kids, and I always stop and talk to them anytime I have extra vegetables, fruit, whatever. I drop it off. The husband is a pastry chef, right?
Mm.
So, like, I'm picking up cherries, I'm picking up I got a huge box of raspberries. I got, like, man, one day
That
I got,
explains all
like,
your dried stuff.
yeah, so one day I got freaking probably 12, 15 bunches of nice bananas. I couldn't eat all that. So, I was dropping them off, but listen to this. They don't understand that, hey, I'm not a pastry chef. I don't know how to do pastries. But dude, I'm dropping off all this fruit. If you know how to do pastries, I'm getting the fruit. Why don't we make some pastries with fruit? But they've never thought about that. They've never thought about that. And that, I think, is part of the disconnect. Like, I would love to have like his pastries. Like, he does amazing stuff. And it's not just for me. I'm talking about, like, I have something, you have a skill. Let's mix the thing that I have with your skill set. Let's just kind of do that. And I don't think we're thinking that way.
So in I go to music festivals, right?
Mhm.
In music festivals, there is an archetype called the wook, WOOK. And it's kind of like a hippie, right? And so some people say it and it's derogatory and they say, oh, it's a dirty hippie, right?
Mhm.
And it's really looked down upon. But that's not what wooks are, okay? Wooks are people who are experts at social capital. They understand that it is not about the capitalist construct that keeps us oppressed, but it is about understanding, what do I have? What connections do I have? What connections do you have? And where do we have shared interests, right? What do
Check.
you need and how can I help you get it? And what do I need and how can you help me get it? And it's not a tit for tat, right? It's not quid pro quo. Sometimes it is, right? Because sometimes it's a transaction, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary transaction.
Well, I mean, this goes
And
back, Rachel,
and a
this goes
lot of
back.
it is connecting, like, oh, you need this. I just saw somebody over there that has that, and sometimes it's like getting things that people have lost back to them, like
Mhm.
somebody lost a phone at a festival and it got all the way back to them, just things that it's people connecting with people and understanding all those connections and how we can be mutually beneficial. And that comes back again to mutual aid, right?
Yeah, but Rachel, here's what I'm trying to say. We used to do that. Like,
And we
the
have to get
two
back to that.
two generations before us, if someone was a plumber and could do plumbing for all their neighbors, and if someone was a butcher, they would like exchange those skill sets. And we're not even doing that.
You know what? Here's what I'll say. This is, don't hate me for this. This is a county city divide thing. Where you're at, you're in the county, that's true. In the city, how do you think those people are getting those houses fixed from the tornadoes? They
Exchanging.
didn't have insurance. Their neighbors are helping each other. Those
Neighbors are
kids
helping
have
each
learned
other.
how to build tiny homes, right? They are figuring out how to help each other, right? And they
Mhm.
know, they know each other.
And that builds community.
And the thing about the city of St. Louis is there is community. There is community there. And it's so often denigrated, right? And that's a matter of race, right?
Then tell me, what's the difference in St. Louis County? Is it because it's so stratified? Is it because we have all of these municipalities? Is it because we have like overt and covert racism? Is it because we have, classism? What is it?
Right. And so there's yes, and yes. To answer it simply. I think, I think it comes down to the sin of pride. And I say this because I didn't really understand why that was considered a sin, right, in Christianity. Until I did this project that dealt with natural disasters in Missouri. And some people are willing to ask for help and some people are not.
Mhm.
Right? Some people think
Yeah.
they should be able to do it all themselves. Right? Some people feel a sense of shame about asking for help, and some people are too prideful to ask for help. And what happens, right, is they end up in this deep hole, right? Because they don't actually know what they're doing in the wake of a disaster. They haven't been through that. They don't have the resources to get through it, but they're too prideful to ask for help. And then the people who get through it are the people that found a way to ask for help and helped each other. And in a situation like, with the tornado that's gone through the city of St. Louis, and not just the tornado, right? Because that's one disaster and it's devastating. But I mean, I used to mentor a child. I went into her school one day, and when I came back out, the building beside her school had just collapsed. Like a brick building. But it and why do we have all this vacant property around the city? Right? It's because of the likes of people like Paul McKee and tax incentive financing. Again, I just saw a thing about that,
Yeah,
so
but this stuff
I
was
am so
happening
fired up.
before. Yeah,
It's
I
been
know.
happening for decades.
This is
It's been happening
before
for
Paul McKee.
decades. It's and sometimes I'll have elders in my car, that remember what the city was like in the 40s and the 50s.
Mm.
What it was like when it was bustling and the men was out working on their cars on the weekend and the ladies sweeping the sidewalks and the kids playing in the yards, right? And they remember what it was like before redlining,
Check.
before Brown versus the Board of Education, which, let's remind people, that's what took Black educators out of schools. Because as soon as white kids and Black kids were in the same schools, their Karen moms of the white kids were like, my child can't be taught by a Black teacher. And overnight, all the Black teachers were out of the schools.
Well, that's why Black education became really instrumental, especially like
Yes.
Harris Stowe.
Yes. And so in the city, the people who have stayed there because they're in community, because they're neighbors, because they love each other, because they connect with each other. That's not what you hear on the news. And if I've learned anything driving around, people Uber driving, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that, part of the reason there's so much crime in the city is because there's no enforcement. None.
Now, I saw a drop off during COVID.
I
I
have
don't.
seen so much stuff. Girl, woo, I have seen so much stuff.
I mean, that's why we have so many crazy drivers. They could just go down West Florissant and just run into somebody else and put their lives in danger. Like, they
The
really
reason,
don't
and the
care.
thing is, the reason it's like that, right, is because they basically, it's almost like there's two different societies, right?
Mhm.
There's this society where we take care of each other. And in that society, police become the enemy, right? Because they're not there for community. They're there as an enemy of community. And so there's this separate kind of
That
legal
part.
system that gets created, right? There gets this separate enforcement that
Well,
gets
that's what's
created.
happening right now, and the danger in that is that you want to build bridges between
Yes,
law enforcement and the
exactly.
community. Like,
Exactly.
the people who
Exactly.
want safety the most are Black women. Like,
Thank
seriously.
you. And this is, people will be like, "Oh, you drive in the city?" I take people home at night, right? And I can tell you so many of the people I get, and people will be like, "Oh, you drive there? Oh, you drive there?" And you know who I'm taking home?
Moms, Black women.
People who are grateful that I'm a woman driver.
Check.
Yes, ma'am. They're women. They had to take an Uber at night because the bus stops like half a mile from their house and there's no way it's safe for them to walk out there at night. Oh, Maria, I made the mistake when, you know how sometimes I put my foot in it. I made the mistake of asking a woman what she thought about ghosts.
Ghosts?
Don't even ask me why I asked. And she got real quiet. And I didn't really think about where I was driving her. And to give you an idea, we were going up Riverview, I think. Riverview Hall or Broadway. North. Way
Mhm.
north. With the
Mhm.
river beside us.
Check.
Riverview. Okay, so uh and when we got closer to where she lived, she said, she had a ghost because it was her son's ghost.
Mm.
And she really didn't want to live there, but that's what she could afford and that's where her home is. And that's her house, and her son was shot in her backyard.
Oh, girl. Glasgow Village. Are you talking about Glasgow Village,
Mm-hmm,
Riverview, and kind of Chambers?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Sun Valley? What is not Sun
Mm-hmm.
Valley, something like that. What? And she had to stay in the house.
And I give rise to a lot of people that they don't leave their house at night.
They don't even have lights up there. It's pitch black. Do you know how scary that is?
Whoo! Yes, because I drive up there.
That's brave. That's really brave.
I got a gas pedal, girl. I got a gas pedal.
You don't
I
have to go
got
through all that.
my instincts. I will take people home. But here's the thing. If somebody lives in a neighborhood where a Black woman tells me she don't leave her house at night, I'm not picking people up at night there
Mm-mm.
because I know they ain't got no business leaving the house.
Mm. Mm. That's a statement.
And for the people that are trying to go to their night shifts, respectfully, another driver can take them.
Mm. Because you don't know. You
Mm.
don't know. You can't see them in that dark. They don't have lights in many of those areas.
Or areas where all the street signs are down. Any areas where I'm not familiar with.
But wait a minute. What you're talking about right now is St. Louis County.
Oh, there's some areas of St. Louis County that I'm not comfortable at night for sure.
Yeah, well, those are some issues that probably should be dealt with at the county level, which is wouldn't be the district I represent, but certainly there are areas that reflect the same thing. The divestment.
Mm.
Did you listen
You know,
to
in every area there is a redlined area.
Yeah, Rachel, I have a question. Did you listen to my podcast that I worked 2.5 years on?
Mm-mm.
You didn't?
It's a
I'm going
podcast. I haven't listened to any podcast ever in my
Yeah,
life.
I know, but it took 2.5 years for me to
Okay,
do
I'll
this
listen
work.
to it.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna talk to you. But
At
what
least I told you the truth.
and actually what I think I'm gonna do to get through some of this time is actually play the podcast in this 24-hour thing. That will help me out a lot. But let me
Ooh, so I don't have to stay awake with you for 24 hours?
You getting on my nerves already. You've been cutting me off in every single sentence I say, Rachel. I'm gonna eat your head off. I'm eating your head off. But you didn't listen to my podcast?
When you finished it a while ago, right?
I finished it last year.
I
But
don't
let me
think I
tell
did
you,
listen to it. Send it to me
no,
again.
I don't think we
I
were
don't think I
talking about
did.
it. We were talking about other stuff. But here's the thing. Let me just finish this statement. In the 2.5 years that I worked on this podcast, we were trying to solve a murder. A lot of the activity, a lot of the things that you're talking about happened in the area that you drive. And
Mhm. Mhm.
like just what happens at nighttime is all real because I'm reading like 100 police reports, like and long police reports, short police reports. And you have to think about your safety. I mean, there are a number of incidents where, people just, eh, have all these guns. And I mean, they're in the trade, the drug trade. They're doing things they shouldn't be doing. And in the midst of all of that, you have people who are just trying to get to work or come home from work or prepare for the next day for their child, and they have to wonder about the safety in their community and whether or not it's okay to go outside when it's pitch black and there are no lights. There are
Mhm.
no street lights. I can't believe that there are neighborhoods where there are no street lights. That exists in St. Louis County. you
Yeah.
know and it's scary in their homes that are vacant. How does a person feel safe? I mean,
Oh,
it
there are
wouldn't
so many
surprise
homes
me if
vacant.
people left their lights on all night long.
Yeah. What's more interesting are the vacant buildings that have the lights on.
The vacant buildings that have the lights on. Explain to
Mm.
me that.
I'm sorry, the abandoned buildings that have the lights on.
Explain to me that. Abandoned buildings with lights on. I
Squatter,
guess I've seen a couple.
people squatter. Yeah, people
Ah, the
squatting in them.
squatters.
Hmm.
Yeah.
People that are hard on their luck. There are so many people experiencing homelessness, and
Oh, I
there's the
know.
people you see. This is another big group of people who are using share ride drive, right? People who are living in hotels, people that don't.
Yes, that's a thing.
It really is.
It's a thing.
And in some cases, it's because no one will rent to them. In some cases, and what they're paying to live in a hotel is so much more than you would pay in rent.
I know it seems
You
like it would
know,
be opposite. It would be based on their income.
but it's a hotel, right? And if they can't, if and I've had friends that this happens to where they call, and because they have a certain voice on the phone, the landlord's very happy to show them the apartment, and then they get there and the landlord takes one look at them and says, "I'm sorry, it's not available, it was just leased."
Mm,
Like, yo, I just talked to you, but now I show up black and you don't have it available to rent.
mm.
That's real. It's not supposed to be. There's supposed to be protections against that, but
And that keeps them in a cycle where they can never get out.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about the traveling nurses that stay in hotels and come
No,
in
no,
and
no,
go back to
no,
Florida.
no. I mean, the traveling nurses, they're staying in fully furnished Airbnbs
Check.
where they're not, the visiting surgeons, they're staying in the Pineapple Monstrosity, right? We're not talking about them. We're talking about the people who are doing housekeeping, you know, overnight in buildings and working in gas stations and Amazon, and I mean, just all kinds of different jobs. Working being the point. Working being the point. Paying for a hotel room every night.
So what do you think their percentage of, so let's just say that the housing cost is 50% of their income,
Mm-hmm.
living in one of those, what do you call it, a transient? What would you call those hotels?
I would call it a long-term hotel, or what they're called. Yeah. So, but and I know that there are certain hotels that are catering to this particular
Displaced.
segment of
Displaced
the,
people.
yeah. Right. And it's not your big name brand hotels that are requiring, a certain.
Like the place on Lindbergh, right across from the Amazon, between the two Amazons. It's an extended stay. There are 2 of them around there. There's
Yeah.
one that's at
Yeah.
270 in Lindbergh, and then there's
Mhm.
one that's a
Mhm.
little bit south of that between the 2 Amazons.
There's the Forest Park Hotel, not the Drury Forest Park, but the other Forest Park Hotel. That's on Hampton, like right off Hampton.
Mhm.
Um,
Then there's the one off of St. Louis Avenue in Old North, that hotel.
Here where I am in South County right now, along they're the old no-tell motels along Route 66
Uh-huh.
Road. Oh, girl. I didn't pick him up. I kept going. Jesus. Man thought he was Jesus. Ooh.
Mm.
I pulled up and he was yelling on the phone at his mama, F you, I'm not on drugs. And he came out and said, "You're not giving me a ride?" I said, "No, sir, I'm not." He said, "Why not?" I said, "You, sir, are not a safe passenger." And here's the thing, Maria. The driver in front of me was making a left turn onto a 5-lane road, and I could not go anywhere.
Oh my
So
god.
Jesus was just standing there yelling at me about how I'm the devil and how I'm demon and all this stuff. And I said, "Sir, I love you, and I still do not have a ride for you." And he was talking about how he was love and light and screaming and
But Rachel, wait a minute. I gotta go backwards real quick.
broad
So
daylight, girl,
hold
broad
on, hold
daylight.
on, hold on. Time out, time out. So earlier when I was doing a draft, because I didn't know how I was going to do this, technology and all, I listened to myself and I kept smacking. We got this thing in St. Louis where we just smack when we talk. You do
Mm,
the same thing. How in the
mhm.
world did you catch on to that? Is that a St. Louis thing or what? Why are you smacking in between your sentences?
Um, Probably because I tend to mirror speakers around me.
Then that's me. Am I smacking while I'm talking? I'm trying not
I
to.
can see that I'm not noticing it on your mic.
I noticed it earlier when I did a test run. I smack when I talk. I didn't know that. Like, it's a conscious effort not to smack when I talk.
I gave a ride today to a guy who is in the field of AI, and to get the AI to be nice, they have to use prompt engineering to tell it to act like a Midwesterner.
Wait, say that again?
Okay, so prompt engineering is how you give directions to an AI, okay? A large language model. And so to make sure that it's creating things in the tone that you want, you have to give it the right prompt to make sure that it does. And so this guy was saying that to get the AI to be nice and polite, they tell it to act like a Midwesterner.
All right. A Chicago Midwesterner or a Kansas City Midwesterner or
Well, he was from here. He doesn't live here anymore, but he was from here and he went to school here, so I'm going to guess here.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I am running for the St. Louis County Council District 1, and I am making an effort to raise money in the last 24 hours of this marathon. And it is a fun experiment. I don't know if I'm going to be making it to 24 hours, but it is a very interesting thing to do. Because as I'm talking to my friends and people that I have known for some time, we're having casual conversations, but I want to remind the audience that I am running to be your St. Louis County Council person in District 1, which goes all the way from St. Louis, I'm sorry, all the way from University City to parts of 270 North. And it includes just a little corner of Bell Fountain and multiple municipalities, Normandy, 63136, 63135, 63121, 63133, 63112, no, not 63112, 63114, 63132, 63133, 63130. And there are probably a couple. There's a 630 something something that I'm forgetting. There would be Kinlock. That may be 42. So if you live in any of those zip codes, you may live in the first district. And I just think it's really important that we open ourselves to the public, answer hard questions from the public, and do as thorough of a job as possible as elected leaders because um, I believe that the community that votes for me is the centerpiece of my work. And I am not the centerpiece of the community. I'm the centerpiece. I mean, the community is the centerpiece of the work that I do. And that's always been the case, regardless of if I was a state senator, state representative, or a school board member. So if you have $5 today, please contribute before the midnight timeline. So, what is that? 24. We're talking 20 hours from now. What is it, Rachel? I'm forgetting my hours. But in at midnight tonight is the deadline. And if you can
22
contribute
hours.
22
22
hours, can I not
A
think?
little short of 22 hours.
22 hours. Okay. So I'm exhausted. I actually usually wake up right now. So I usually wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and read the news and go about my day. But in any case, this campaign is really important. We need a youthful person who is on the county council, who understands the district, who is connected to the district, and importantly, knows how to provide for people who are struggling. And right now, there is a huge disconnect that exists on this county council. I think that the way money has been spent in the last few years with public dollars is really an abomination. And you deserve better than that. And that's why I, Maria Chappelle-Nadal, am running to be your county council person of District 1. And you are more than free to go to actblue.com and look up Chappelle-Nadal for county council and contribute $5 today. If that's all you have, please contribute $5. I am currently talking to my friend that has been in my life for what, 20 years, you said, Rachel? 20 years.
20
That's
years.
amazing.
Yeah, it was right after you were first elected. You were first in office. And I was working at Provote. And I got there right around the time your reelection campaign was ramping up. And I just remember knocking on doors for you. And the thing about knocking doors is people can be real jerks, right?
Mm-hmm.
People can really be jerks. And fair enough, like I personally don't want anybody knocking on my door. And quite frankly, I'm not going to open the door to anybody I'm not expecting. But when you're canvassing, you go out on pairs and it's kind of an old school thing and you really get to connect with people, right? And we've talked about how important that is for you because that's who you represent. It's people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you
I've
have to.
honestly not had too many. I don't remember the bad experiences going door to door
No,
because
because it's not South County. Your constituents were like, "Oh, love Maria. We've been waiting for you to come by. She can come on 5 minutes from this household, and here's a check, honey." I was like, "Oh, fantastic. Thanks." Like, this is nice.
I love this community. I love service. When I have endured some
That is
things.
the only reason I am here supporting you. That is the only reason I am giving you a dime, is because I believe that.
I love the people in this community, and service makes me so happy. It really does. Now, I've had these challenges for the last, when I was working for the Dragon. It was the worst experience I had in my entire life. And
It
oh
was a
my
dark time.
goodness. Say that again?
It was a dark time.
It was probably the darkest time of my life. And I had never been treated so badly in all of my days. And but what I figured out in trying to repair myself and be normal again is that my happiness is in service. That's part of who I am, is to like figure out like a very difficult situation for someone and do it really well, right? And there's a guy, his name is Willie Conley, and he had to remind. I went to his house. I actually met up with him. I hadn't seen him in years, and I met up with him at dialysis. So I was with another person in University City, Pam, and she was going to dialysis. And I just ended, I had to use the restroom. And so she was just like, Willie, this is Maria Chappelle-Nadal, our former state senator. And, I, Rachel, he stopped me. I could not even finish doing my business. And he stopped me. He was like, I remember you. You did this for me. You did that for me. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't remember all that, but thank you. But one of the things that I did for him is help him with his disability. He had been trying to get disability for like 3 or 4 years. And so my office was able to help him. And then when I went to his house about a month ago, and I sat down in his living room, dining room table, and he explained to me that he had a relative who was experiencing issues in Jefferson City. And he said, "You were the one who helped my relative out." And I said, "I didn't even know that was your relative." I vaguely remembered it, but all I knew is help constituent, go do your job. and I did not even know it was a relative of Mr. Conley. But that's my
Well, that's your
happiness.
reputation, right? That's your
That's my
reputation.
happiness.
Yeah. And that's you've always been, as long as I've known you, a person of service.
Yeah.
And back in the day when I was out canvassing for you, right, I was surrounded by politicians that were just so schmucky, like, oh, there's just so many schmucky politicians that talk out of both sides of their mouth, right?
Mhm.
And they just have their agenda and they will say anything to get in office to pursue their agenda.
And
And
just
you're
smile in your
that's
face, not understand the complexity of legislation,
and
not
they
know
might
how it
remember,
harms
they might
people.
be good at remembering names, they shake hands, they have the pearly white smile, they have the suit, they look the part, but they don't do the work,
They don't do the work. I'm not going to mention any names because I don't want to bring that into this conversation. But there are a few people like that. And, there are people who have ended up dying because of reckless leadership like that.
Mm,
Literally,
yes.
reckless leadership. People have died because of that. And that's leadership that we don't need at all. We need people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work. And, sometimes it's really hard to figure something out. I remember, let me tell you, his name is Matthew Chase. I don't even know if he still lives in University City or not. But it was Matthew Chase who was telling me about different issues within the Jewish community. And when I was still a state representative, did you know there was a point in time where state government would not acknowledge kosher food for the WIC program? Did you know that?
I believe it, yeah.
So for years, I was working to make sure that kosher food was included. And someone told me, he said, they said, Maria, we have people who are on WIC and SNAP too. But we have to remain kosher. And the fact that kosher food did not was not included in the state program, they couldn't understand. And it took years. I filed legislation for years, and then it ended up being an administrative change. And I was just really proud of that.
Oh,
But
if you were a state representative now and had people calling to complain to you about what is going on with the state's administration of SNAP, I
mm,
mean, they've purposefully understaffed the office. So these poor, I can't imagine what it is like to try to process the applications there because they're so understaffed. The wait times to get the interview on the phone, you have to call at the very beginning of the day and you get a 4-hour wait time.
uh-uh. Are you kidding?
And then you'll be asked to upload documents or bring them in, which may or may not work.
Mm, mm, mm. I can't believe
And
that
so
things have gotten
people
so much
people
worse.
are not getting this benefit that they're entitled to. A benefit, by the way, a government program, by the way, that is the best investment in the economy in terms of the immediate return. There's a
Mhm.
2-to-1 ratio of return. So for every dollar that the government puts into SNAP, $2 return to the economy. In 30 days, there's no faster investment for that value that the government makes. So SNAP is an excellent program,
Yeah, but the
right?
federal government has cut SNAP benefits in the big ugly bill.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So you have the disconnect with the farmers. So the farmers don't have their workers anymore. Transportation is hard.
Well,
And
and
then you have
also all
people
the
in the
cuts to
urban areas who
USDA
need this food.
and all the cuts to USDA.
Yes.
The farmers are not happy about the USDA cuts.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and
Cleaver, Congressman Cleaver may be getting a whole bunch of Republican votes. Just imagine, that's why I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I want to see, I mean, outside of the challenge, we need to challenge, and the DNC is wanting to challenge this remapping of congressional districts. But even if they don't change it, because of some of these policies that Congress has allowed to pass, I'm really anxious to see how many Republicans are going to be voting for Congressman Cleaver.
Is the is where Shackelford and Wheat Hop collide, is that Wheat-Hopped, is that your district, or will it be your
No,
district? Okay.
no, that's too far north. That, believe it or not, could be,
Because there's an urban farm there.
yeah, that could be Gretchen Bangert's, because she goes north. That district goes north.
Yeah, there's an urban
Mhm.
farm there.
I mean, there's one also right off of Hanley across from the Hanley Metro station.
Yep, yep.
I think it's These Farm, but you got to be careful over here because we got radioactive waste. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you have to do soil remediation or raised beds.
I don't think that you can remediate this soil because this stuff has half lives of 400 million years. Some people have the belief that you can remediate some of this soil, but would you want to try? I mean, do you really want to use soil that has dioxin and PCBs in it and PFAS? You know, do you really want to reuse that? I
I
don't know.
mean,
I don't know anyone who
I
would want to touch that.
read that one study showed we breathe in through our lungs, we breathe in 1 credit card worth of plastic every week.
Shut up. Is that why, like, our brains are half plastic now?
Our bodies, yeah, our bodies are, it's in our soil, it's in our air, it's in our water.
It's in all of it.
Is yes. And you know what the best way to fight all of its negative effects are is fresh produce.
Mm.
And so it comes back to your gardening, right? And sustainable living and canning your own food.
Canning your own food. Yes.
I actually live where I am here. There was recently some sort of chemical fire at some very poorly managed site. That, like, it doesn't surprise me at all. I've seen these like just barrels sitting outside that it's just so. Anyway, there's this big chemical fire, and there's neighbors that had gardens that they're trying to grow their own food, and their entire crop is contaminated, and they don't know what with.
Rachel, that doesn't even sound good. That sounds terrible.
South County.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, I mean, their entire crops, they've been growing this stuff all spring, all summer, and then this chemical plant has a fire, and it's all in the air, the smoke, just all over their produce.
And they can't sell that.
They can't eat it. That's their food. They're not trying to sell it. It's like your food, it's what you're growing to eat. Because you want to know what's in your food. You want to know that you have clean soil. You want to know that you've put clean water on your plants, and they don't have organic food anymore.
Mm, 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 mm.
They have food contaminated by God knows what chemicals, with no disclosures from this company as to what.
No disclosures. There's several of them. There's this one. I don't know what that street is. I don't know if it's Jameson, but it's like at the edge of Afton, but the
Mhm.
city. And it's like these white towers. I don't know what it is, but it's like around the River de Pere, kind of like at the edge.
Oh yeah, yeah. That might be a refinery.
Yeah, but you always have these smells down there that
Oh
are
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
unkosher.
Anywhere in the city from like 9 to 11 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
it smells the same way East St. Louis smells most of the time. It smells like petrochemicals.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
You know, in East St. Louis, I had a passenger tell me they got a settlement from the air pollution contamination that was taking place for decades. And these people settled for $25,000 a piece. It's like not
20? That's
one,
it?
that's like one hospital visit. These people have chronic lung conditions, right? They can't breathe. They've been trying to breathe, and these companies have been pumping pollution right overhead, you know, into their airspace since like the 80s or something. It was like 20 years of this stuff going into the air, and uh,
Mm.
it's barely $1,000 a year. And you think about the cost of medical care, it's like that's literally one ER visit. Not even, not even.
Just think if we had clean air, how many illnesses would just not penetrate the human body here.
And you know what nonprofit helps with clean air? Forest Relief. That's a St. Louis area nonprofit that is helping to plant trees. And they do tree programs, and they do tree planting days and really cool stuff. Oh, my dog wants attention. Hi, Dexter.
You know what? I was holding my baby earlier. You've not seen my foster failure. Oh, he's such a precious baby. He's my Velcro baby.
My dog is like, why are we still awake?
I know. So, Rachel, tell me what I should do. I'm on 6 hours.
You're on 6 hours. Do you have people lined up?
No.
Start waking up again?
You know what I was thinking is going through my lawsuit.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And you also say you're gonna play your podcast. I'll listen to it. No, I'm not
Oh,
gonna listen to it.
yeah.
No, you know what it is? I remember why I didn't listen to it. It's because when you sent it to me, I was like, that's too heavy for me right now.
Oh,
I was
it's
like, I can't.
heavy.
I know it
It's
is. I
heavy.
know it is because we've talked a lot about it. So
I went
I
through a lot
remember when
with
you sent
that.
it to me, I was like, I can't right now.
I went through a lot with that. 2.5 years of research.
Mm,
You
mm.
know, Kai cannot. That's who I'm trying to match. I love him so much. So Sanat, I don't know how you say his name, but Kai Sanat, and he's a gamer, and he invites people to his crib and all that. And he did 24 hours just gaming for 24 hours, and like people were watching him. He was like, it was so hard to do. So that's why I said I want to try for 24 hours. And maybe here's the thing, maybe it's something that I work up to. I'm giving myself a way out. I don't know if I want to do that, but maybe it's something that I do work myself up to. Like 24 hours is a very long time.
24 hours is a very long time, and this was kind of an impromptu thing.
It was totally impromptu.
It was totally impromptu. So I think you have definitely affirmed like the platform and the concept. And I think you can keep going and keep trying to raise money and keep having it online.
I think
Um,
so. I think
but
you're right about that.
I think also doing a 24-hour marathon with kind of acts lined up and different things and promotion and like reasons for people to tune in. I'm thinking about at my last job during the pandemic, we had to rethink how we did one of our major events, and we turned it into this online thing But it was, we had like some chefs from a restaurant, and we had I think a bartender like teaching people how to do a mixed drink, and we had all kinds of different people from the community. And
Mhm.
I think it would be really cool for you to do a 24-hour thing fundraiser where you're highlighting what community looks like, right? What your community looks like and what you stand for, and what the people you represent, right?
Mhm.
Giving them that platform to first express like why are they showing up for you, right? Why am I here? Like, I think I've explained why I'm here, right? You're the only politician that I would ever even consider doing this for, because it's not about you. It's about the people you represent. And God love it. I wish you represented me, but I don't get to be one of your constituents because I'm not in your district, but I might be by the time the election rolls around, but also like people are doing so much great stuff in the community, and so much of the news is geared at tearing us down, right?
Oh my god,
And
yeah.
you have these principles, right? And you have these ideas, and you have these values, and you also have community that share in those values and are doing those things, right? And
Mhm.
so using this concept as a platform to say like this is what we stand for
You know it
in
is.
a
It
positive
is.
way, right? In a positive way that's about like how we come together, how we are self-sustaining, how we prepare for whether you talk about like depression 2.0, but quite frankly, if there was a massive earthquake, right, we would all be disconnected from everything for at
All of us.
least 72 hours. In Buddhists have this meditation where they meditate on their own corpse, right?
Mhm.
Their decaying body. And I used to kind of take that concept, and as I walked around the neighborhood, I would imagine like if everything had crumbled. Basically like if everything looked like the tornado ravaged areas look now, right? And I would
Mhm.
imagine that in my head and think, what neighbors would I call on? How would we protect ourselves? How would we feed ourselves?
Mhm.
And people in North St. Louis certainly didn't plan for a tornado, but they figured out how to help each other in the aftermath. And so the same question is like, so we have all these impending disasters, whether it is America's version of the Holocaust. I mean, we literally have concentration camps, right? Like how has the United States come to this? I don't know. But what we can focus on is our own community, right? Our local community.
And that's what they're doing in Europe right now. They're preparing for war. Like they really believe that because of the uncertainty, because of the lack of strength that America is showing, they literally have booklets that they're handing out to people of what you should have just in case of war. Like that's real. That's how far down we've gone, and we're not even preparing people right now. So these conversations about self-sustainability are really important, especially for the generations of people who don't even know the concept of what do we do if we have a crisis? Where do we go? Do we have a meetup place? Where can we get fresh water or clean water? Where can we get like packaged food that's not going to rot out? Where can we, read where we go in case we have an earthquake. You know, the just imagine what there at least a hundred. No, no, we got 1 million people in St. Louis County. You got 300,000. So the metropolitan area is like 3 million, 4 million people. Are we prepared for the next earthquake? And we're not. We can't even keep the darn animal shelter in line in St. Louis County. You know, I'm curious to know how many people in St. Louis County who were impacted by Tornado 1 in March and Tornado 2 actually got services from St. Louis County in a timely manner, not like months later. Like, why is it taking so long for people to get help? Why are people like frustrated every single time they call the county for help? It just does not make any sense to me. And people deserve to have answers, especially since a lot of their money is getting wasted.
Oh, tell me about it. It's I have gone so far off the end of like just not believing in government, and it's because government is, in my mind, supposed to be there to serve people, and we have gotten so far away from that, which
Mhm.
is why your running for office is such a breath of fresh air. And that's
Yeah,
why anybody listening to this should make a donation right now. Just take my word for it.
we've not talked about Juanita.
Oh,
We got to talk about Juanita.
oh,
So Juanita was my cat sitter. She was the cat whisperer.
she was my cat sitter too. I still have all her notes. Do you have all her notes from when she cat sat for you?
Yes, and I still have some of her plasticware from all the soup she left me.
Oh, I was talking about her soup just the other day. Juanita was also a volunteer at Provote, and oh, she just was this incredible woman. She had a 30-year career at
Washu.
WashU in plant research,
She
and
was the first female.
first female in that research department. She just was this groundbreaking, nerdy, political activist
Sweet,
woman.
sweet.
Yes. And I mean, I met her when she was already retired. I met her after she was already widowed. And she had started volunteering at Provote and just became, a great friend. And, they say you should always have friends that are in different generations of life. And
Oh,
she
yes.
was one of those for me.
Mhm.
And man,
You
just
know how I met Juanita?
how.
Let me tell you, it was so strange. So, I someone told me it was on she lived in Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
And someone said, "Okay, can you drop off signs to such and such address?" I got it wrong. And I ended up dropping off all of these yard signs to Juanita's house. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know who Juanita was, but I dropped it off. I got like the 100 wrong instead of like 70 whatever. I dropped it off at 71 whatever.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And she distributed all of those yard signs. And the people who I was supposed to drop off the yard signs to, they were like, "Maria, where are the yard signs?" I said, "Well, I dropped them off. I see them on the streets." It was Juanita, and I didn't recognize until she was volunteering. She was making phone calls, phone banking for me. And she was like, "Yeah, I got your signs and I distributed them." I said, "Well, thank you." Like, she did that. She was just a good Democrat?
Yes.
And she was just like, she was amazing. And what was her friend? Her friend was a great volunteer too.
Judy Ugaldi,
Judy. Yeah, Judy was an
Juanita
amazing.
Carl, and Judy Ugaldi, and Renata
Mhm.
too.
They were like stellar. They're the kind of volunteers where they get a platinum card? Like they were truly platinum volunteers. I'll never forget that.
I always compared I always liked when we did mailings because we did these, like, I compared it to sewing circles, right? We got
Mhm.
everybody around and this circle of volunteers would all have a stack of letters and envelopes, And some people would be writing, names and addresses, and other people would be, writing the thank yous, and everybody would just be talking and chatting and doing that community building thing that
Mhm.
has been kind of a constant theme through this conversation.
Yeah.
But I
And that's
learned so much from them. Oh, she had a
mhm.
gorgeous garden too.
She did. You know what? I still have remnants of her jade plant.
Oh,
I took it got too much sun this summer and it just shriveled. It was terrible. I mean, let me tell you about Juanita's plants. They were no less than like 40 or 50 years old.
oh,
And
that African violet she used to have.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so
Can
big,
you
so
can you
big.
imagine how long a jade plant takes to grow? And hers was like almost I'd say definitely a foot and a half tall, maybe 2 feet.
I don't know if you know this, but her son translated for me all of the documents that I inherited from my grandparents that included um, the time that they were in concentration camps.
He lives in
And
Germany, right?
yeah, and he was back
Mhm.
visiting, and all of the documents are in German, and they're on Nazi letterhead that says,
Mm,
Dachau and what cell and block it was. And
mm,
then there are other notes that were kind of, passed by hand,
mm.
informally. And
Did you keep all of that stuff, Rachel?
I did not. I gave it to my cousin who was a rabbi and had a temple. And so
Mm.
it became part of the temple's collection.
Well, that's good. That's still good. That's
Yeah,
still good.
it felt like something of historical significance that didn't belong in one person's place.
Mhm.
I have copies. And also the original just seemed to have like bad juju. I don't want any Nazi shit in my house. And
Mhm.
stuff. I don't want any Nazi stuff in my home.
Mhm. I understand. My mom used to say the same thing about like the spirits that may exist on things that have been touched by like evildoers, and
Mm,
she
mm,
threw away a lot of
mhm,
stuff because she
mhm,
didn't want that juju in the house either.
mhm.
Mm-mm. She did not want that in the house. It was just not in accordance with her spirituality.
My mom has so many stories about um shall we say interactions with the spirit world.
Mhm.
Hmm. Some people are just they perceive a little bit more than others, and my mom is one of them. But to listen to her stories, if you didn't know her, she would sound absolutely crazy.
Do you think that you can also rephrase that and say that she has a lot of empathy or she has a lot of um connection?
Yeah, I think it's intuition and connection. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Um, one of my favorite stories. Okay, so this is when I was really young, and she kind of had this reputation in her church, and one of the other ladies at church had felt some evil presence in her home and wanted my mom to come kind of root it out. Okay, and they look all over this woman's house, and my mom really wasn't getting a sense of anything, and they were about to give up after a few hours. Um and my mom got this urge to like maybe just go and check in the basement, and she was kind of being pulled in this corner, and she kind of heard these like kind of demonic laughing sounds. And um she went towards them and found this woman's husband's porn stash.
Oh my god. Oh my lord, Rachel. Did it devastate the woman?
This was the 80s and they were church going folks.
So it had to be
And
like
they
OMG?
got rid of that evil stuff. I wasn't allowed to go into 7-Eleven because they had dirty magazines behind the counter.
Yeah, my mom was kind of like that too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I wasn't allowed. I mean, this is, businesses weren't open on Sundays back then.
Mm. You remember when alcohol wasn't even served on Sunday?
Yeah. Oh, this was back then. Yeah. Alcohol wasn't served. So part of the area you were talking about, there's a certain area, we were talking earlier about where we drive and where we feel safe and don't feel safe. And there's some areas where it's apparent that there's like drug use on the street level, right? And then there's
Mm.
other areas where, and this is going to be in some of the areas that you represent, where there is literally a liquor store, if not 3 on a corner.
Mhm.
And people are just ravaged by alcoholism.
You know what? It's like they are, what is the phrase? Self
Medicating,
medicating? They're
self-medicating from so much
self-medicating?
trauma. Yes. Yes, it is. And it's not actually a helpful coping mechanism.
It's not, and it just ruins your body in so many ways. And it just drains it of its like natural energy, and it even ruins your skin.
Mhm. Mhm. And like there are certain areas where you just see so many people stumbling around. You
Mm.
and it's and I've seen it after storms, right? We've talked about like where people are helping each other and is it a county city difference? Right?
Mhm.
In some neighborhoods, they know nobody's coming to help them and they're helping themselves. Whoever has saws brings them out. Like I have a friend who lives in Dogtown. They get on their Facebook page. If there's a tree down in the alley, whoever has a saw comes and helps. They're not waiting for anybody because that could be forever, you know?
Mm.
And on the same token, I've been in some of those areas that are ravaged by just I would say policy, right?
Mhm.
And you have a tree down blocking the entire street and people just sitting on the porch, drinking, looking at it, not paying any attention. Like,
It's like they
and,
wanted to detach themselves from a
and,
terrible reality. I mean, you can't
and
watch
they've,
the news,
and
you
they've
can't watch
been,
TV.
and they've been actively disempowered,
Yeah,
right? They've been actively
intentionally.
disempowered and they've
Mhm.
been, I would say poison. Like in what world is it okay for there to be literally 3 or 4 liquor stores on one corner? Like, why is that a need? And I don't have any problem with people drinking, but like, really? Rock Road and 170, anybody? Why are there so many liquor stores right there? I grew up right there. Used to be a 7-Eleven, Chinese, beauty supply. Did you freeze? I think you froze. Well, how are you going to do a live stream for 24 hours if you froze? The clock is still ticking. And it looks like my voice is still going. No.
Hello.
Did you come in as a new
I think
person?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're back. Yeah.
So what? Yeah, it was circling, like it was thinking.
You were frozen.
Oh, I
At
was
least you got a
frozen on.
gorgeous face.
Well, and I can't wait till it slims down from walking so much door to door. What about that one? OMG, we're gonna have to figure out that schedule for you.
Oh.
I lost some of my comments when I um was, I don't even know how to say it, detached from this.
I see 2 comments.
Yeah, I know. There were like 5 more.
Oh, I didn't see those.
Yeah. She is a nice lady. She was explaining some of the things that was happening. Um but yeah, I don't know how that works. So, this is the first live I've ever done. And when I was trying to do this, I didn't even tell you why I stopped. So last year I said, well, I just want to continue the podcasting and without my colleagues and just do my thing and talk about St. Louis County. So I named everything Hounding Clayton. So like on Blue Sky and on X, and I just changed everything to Hounding Clayton, and I was going to talk just about like the happenings at St. Louis County. Well, this individual was sworn in, and it was just like thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. And if it was Steve Bannon that said, like, make him go crazy or whatever, ooh, I mean, that's what they were successful at that. Like, I am trying to figure out, like, how people can positively and intentionally distract themselves to do something that's proactive. You know what I'm saying? Like, my proactive effort is to make St. Louis County a better place, regardless of who is occupying, our
Streets.
government, our government and streets now. OMG. So on Saturday I saw these military personnel in Forest Park. I don't know if they were National Guard or not, but I was like, is this starting in St. Louis already?
Yes, it is.
Have you seen them?
I haven't seen any of the troop deployments, but I've heard of a couple of raids.
Yeah, I just saw these. They seem like National Guardsmen, and
Mhm.
they had on all of their gear, and they were, I don't know if jogging, walking, but they seemed like they were in
No,
movement.
Evolution Fest was in Forest Park this weekend too.
What's Evolution Fest?
It's a music festival, St. Louis Music Festival.
Okay,
Very
gotcha.
90s based.
You would like that,
Mm,
Miss Glitter. You
mm.
would.
No. The music festival I want to go to is Music at the Intersection.
Uh-huh.
That I would, oh my God, if anybody listening is associated with Maddie and wants to give me a ticket, I would love you forever. Patty LaBelle was on the lineup this year. It's in its 4th year also.
Is that the article that wasn't she in St. Louis about 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
I
Yes.
heard it was fantastic. Well, I read the article in the paper.
Okay, so it is this music festival, Music at the Intersection, and it is put on by the Kransberg Art District, and it explores music at the confluence of the rivers. And
Mm.
so the culture that has come up through the Delta to here. right?
Wow.
It is roots, it's blues, it's R&B, it's house music. They have 3 stages. It's in the Grand Arts District. And I mean, there are so many St. Louis artists. And then on top of that, Maria, alongside the music festival, they run a music conference that is free for aspiring St. Louis artists to get
Wow.
connections and network and meet people and hear other people, you know, their stories about what they've done, how they made it, and challenges they've had to face and what they would do differently, and you know, all of that kind of stuff, the marketing side of it, the all of it.
That's phenomenal.
Thank you. St. Louis is an amazing place.
Wow. That's really phenomenal.
Yeah, St. Louis is an amazing place. Can you tell why I need to move back here full time?
Well, I know that you would be happy here, and which is a good thing. I mean, but you have a lot of attachments in Colombia.
Not really.
You don't think so?
I mean, I have a couple, but I mean, I moved there for my grandma, you know, and she has since passed away. So
Yeah, I know, but you're still like in her house, right?
no, God, no, they sold her house.
Oh, they did. I thought you were still in her house.
Oh God, girl, her house was so nope, nope.
Mm,
My mom and aunt sold that house while she was still living in the nursing home.
mm-hmm.
Everything that was going to be divvied up got to be divvied up before grandma was gone, and they sold the house. My grandparents planned so well for their last stages of life and their death. Everything was taken care of.
Really?
It
Mm,
was, they really, you know, oh, that's another thing people need help with is end of life planning, and that's a conversation people don't want to have. But you know, if you don't plan for what happens to your house, right, then it goes into probate and your kids don't get it.
mm, mm.
You know, real estate is one of those ways that you can pass on generational wealth.
Yeah, you can.
And that's
That
what in North St. Louis, right? Some of those homes have been in those families for 5 generations and more.
I know. That's what's just so scary. That's how it
You
is with
know,
my
and
family
that's,
too.
we were talking about inanimate objects, right? Having
Mhm.
or having been touched by evil. You also have a house that has been lived in by generations of your people, right? That's more than just a house. That's more than a home. That's like that's your living, breathing history
Mm.
of your people. So yeah, just devastating, devastating. But you know, you drive over there and you see people putting the bricks back together. You see people working on the roofs. They did this whole program with the kids. They've been teaching them to build, and so they've been building tiny houses.
Mhm. That's what you were saying earlier. And those are good skill sets too.
Exactly, exactly,
Those are really good skill sets.
and they're trades that you know people have been not going into that they need to.
Mhm.
You know, I think all of the trades would say that they need more people.
Absolutely, and that's been the case forever. That has been the case forever. I remember having conversations um with multiple entities. I'm trying to figure out how to share this. Mm, did you hear that?
I did. Is that
Okay,
your
so
podcast?
yeah, but I think I did this like all wrong. I'm trying to figure out like, well, I'm going to unshare it because I want to figure out how to do it in a way that is not so big. But I guess if you have 3 images, you're one, I'm one, and this is one. You have 3 pictures, so I'm gonna remove it, and then we're back to where we were. Okay, so I see where we're at. In any case, for any of those who are listening, it is the end of the quarter. I am running for the St. Louis County Council in District 1, which goes all the way from Delmar in University City. To the east is the city county line. To the west is approximately 170. To the north is approximately 270. And this is the end of the quarter. And I'm just doing a marathon and having conversations with friends. And we're going to figure out how we are going to fill up 24 hours. Does that sum it up, Rachel?
What was that?
You didn't even listen. I'm going to eat you.
No, I just missed the last line right before you said my name.
I said we are going to figure out how to fill up all of our time in 24
We
hours.
are going to figure it out. We're
We're
going
going
to
to
figure it
figure
out.
Uh-huh.
You're going to figure it out. I'm going to go to bed soon. You're going to figure it out. You're going to play your podcast.
I am going to play
And
it,
while
and
the
I
podcast is playing, you're going to line up some other people.
check.
And you got to tell people that you're doing the broadcast so that they can tune in.
Yes.
And you got to tell people that they're doing the broadcast so they can tune in. And then we
Yes.
got to come up with a plan to do this like for real, for real.
Oh my goodness, that what does that for real look like though? Well, everything that you said earlier. I just lost you, Rachel.
No, I'm thinking about like community heroes, right? Like, because you talk to so many people that deal with so many things and you've met so many inspiring people.
I really have. That's like the joy of my interim, my gap years. That's really the joy of just being me and listening to other people's stories. And kind of filling in the void where necessary. I was talking about these single mothers that I've run into who, you know, their children were the center of their lives, and they just wanted to do as much as they could, but found struggles. Like, one was dealing with anxiety and depression, and the other one was dealing with like a financially abusive relative, and still both working full time. And they are the kind of mothers who are like, if it was, both of them have sons, but they were like, if it wasn't for my son, I'd be in a different place right now. And he is really the reason why I'm here and not in bed. And for one woman, I said, because there are a lot of people who are still struggling from the COVID years, they're struggling from the environment that we're in, just trying to survive and sustain themselves. And, they don't want to be in like a mousetrap. They want to enjoy life. And I always try to remind them that we're all here only for a certain amount of time, and we don't know when that time is going to be up. But enjoy your life while you're here, and don't be like in this pyramid, or don't be like in this what's that movie called, starts with an M, with Keanu Reeves, where there,
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about, where there are several references to the Bible. You don't wanna be in
Matrix.
that.
Matrix.
Matrix. You don't wanna be in a matrix. A matrix is like, there's no feeling in a matrix. And, like, you just really want to live your life the way that you design it to be, and make it as fulfilling as possible. And I think that's really the lesson for everybody right now, is we have to be cognizant of the craziness that's happening in Washington, DC, but we also have to remove ourselves enough where we fulfill our souls, and or fill our souls with the things that we like. um And it may be a hard balancing act in some cases because there are a lot of people who are just frightened. They're really frightened.
No, and that is the goal, right?
Mhm.
That's the goal, is they want us to be frightened. And I say they as a big, broad they, right? How do you control people? You convince them to be scared and convince them that you're the one that has the solution for their safety. And next thing you know,
Exactly.
we have National Guard on our streets marching against our own citizens. It's
Our
absolutely insane.
own I
Um,
can't forget the woman. There's a woman who was just well, several women who were just thrown down to the ground.
yeah,
Like
there's
that.
an elderly man in California. I believe he's suing for bodily harm and damage. I mean, they broke his ribs.
Oh man.
I mean, he's like in his 70s and they broke his ribs.
Oh my goodness.
And so I think this is a good time to point out that during the Nuremberg trials, the International Criminal Court of Justice
Mhm.
does find individuals responsible for their illegal and inhumane behavior. And I was just following orders is not an excuse in the eyes of the International Criminal Court
Mm.
of Human Rights.
Mm. It
Period.
so but
Um,
wait a minute, here's the point that you're getting to.
mhm.
Why is our environment so reflective of those days right now?
Because we have been incited to fear and division.
Say
And
that
you
one
know
more
what is
time.
an act of resistance?
What?
Finding joy,
Mm. It
finding
is.
being in community.
It
Being in
is.
community and finding joy, those are acts of resistance.
Joy is
It's not
resistance.
tuning out to find joy, to connect with your neighbors, to turn off the news. That's not tuning out, that's tuning in to what is real, to
Mhm.
what is within your control, right?
Mhm. It is. It
You know,
is.
in my car, I give out a daily dose of happiness cards. And it says mental health and well-being is for everyone, including people with mental illness.
Mhm.
And under each column is a way to naturally help your brain generate the neurochemicals of dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. And a lot of people appreciate that, but it's, a lot of it is just reminders that we need to be mindful and present with ourselves,
Mhm.
right?
Yep. We do.
Do
Each and every
you
person.
do you know the story about that octopus in New Zealand that escaped?
No.
I just took a bite of food. Sorry, that
I
was
thought you
fun. Okay.
I I thought you were eating the octopus.
No. Mm-mm. After this story, you might not want to eat octopus, although it is tasty.
What happened with
Um,
this octopus? It had to be 100 years old.
no, no, no. It was in the aquarium in New Zealand. Okay,
Mhm.
and in complete Little Nemo fashion, this octopus figured out a way to lift its lid off its aquarium, get across to a sink that had a drain that went to the ocean. It had to figure out, and did it correctly, which pipes went out and which were blocked, right? So not all pipes had clear access to the drain. So we had to navigate this entire pipe network out to the ocean to freedom. And the piece that NPR did on it It ended, and I'm going to paraphrase because it really stuck with me. Given the choice between security and freedom, the octopus chose freedom.
Mm.
I'm just going to let that sit.
Mm. Mm.
And we have people talking about freedom, taking our freedoms that we are guaranteed by the Constitution away. Right? And the people that are shouting about freedom don't know anything about our freedom of speech, our freedom to assemble, our freedom of religion, right?
Mhm.
All of those First Amendment protections they want to ignore in favor of their right to bear arms.
I don't know if that's the argument right now. They want to take away those freedoms that
They
have been
want to take away
guaranteed.
our Constitution. They literally want to take
They
away
want
the
to take away our
Constitution.
Constitution.
They want to take away our Constitution. And it's really mind-boggling. It's incomprehensible that and it I guess it shouldn't be incomprehensible if you look at this country's history, right?
Yeah, but now we're in our 249th year. Like now we're having this debate now?
Have you ever been to China?
No.
5,000 years of continuous civilization, right? 5,000 years. We're going on like 200 some odd and are about to fail.
Yes, that's a thing.
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It really is.
Rachel, I just don't understand how it could go down so quickly. So quickly. I mean, we're in our 8th month,
Did you
9th
read
month.
Project 2025?
No, I did not read it. I looked at the news talking about it. And I believe them.
I've read excerpts from it. It's just as bad as the news makes it out to be. What's the other one? Oh, everything got doged. Do you know my weather apps that I've been using for years that have been able to tell me the weather with a pretty good amount of certainty, which is saying a lot considering we live in one of the most unpredictable weather areas, right?
Mhm.
I was standing in the rain and all of the weather apps I looked at on my phone, I looked at the radar and none of them showed rain where I was standing
Mm.
because the data collection has been decimated by Doge.
Mm.
Right? Like there's all these things.
Wait a minute. Now that you're saying that, so yesterday or early
Mhm.
this morning, I was just strolling through X and I watched the earthquake link. I don't know what it is. It's just like at earthquake or something like that because there's so many earthquakes in various spots throughout the world. And what about there were probably 7 or 8 earthquakes posted within 1 minute. 1 minute. Like 7 or 8 earthquakes in 1 minute. Like that's scary.
That's the nature of massive fault lines too.
But in various places.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Mm-hmm.
thing.
But it's all on it's all connected, right? The plates that are
Yes.
converging.
Yes, that's the scary part.
But if we're going to talk about news, can we talk about Nepal?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, you know
I haven't
what they've
seen
been
the
in the
news today. I have not watched the news today.
But
And
have you seen any news about Nepal in the last, say, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks?
no, I concentrate on the disaster that we're living in.
Oh, girl. Well, the young people of Nepal decided they were done with government corruption,
Hmm.
and they started a protest, and the government raised arms and shot into the crowd of protesters and
Mm,
killed some of the protesters, and
mm,
that government is no longer in power.
excellent. Good. But look at
They
all the people who had to go through all
the
that.
protesters, they they lit their houses on fire. The leaders of government had to be helicoptered out. There is film of the leaders, I mean, these corrupt people who do not represent the wants, desires, and needs of the people that they were representing, right? Just hanging on to the cord coming out of the helicopter. It's so fantastic. Flames are burning. It shouldn't be great. It shouldn't be great, but it's just, it shows what young people united against corruption can achieve. And I don't know if you know this, but we have a lot of Nepalese students here in St. Louis. A lot of Nepalese students at one particular university, and one of them, we were talking about this, and he said, it's so great because now everyone in our government is educated. They have knowledge related to the job that they're doing. They're not there because they were friends with somebody.
Mm,
They're not there because they were somebody's yes man.
mm,
They're there because they're educated and skilled in what the job is that they have to do.
mm. We have so many great assets
And
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 people
that
here.
is why you have not heard about it on the news.
Is because they overthrew their government.
It is the first time someone of what is it? Is it Gen Z? I can't keep the generations. Is it Gen Z or the young people right now?
I think so.
It's the first example of Gen Z overthrowing a government.
Mm.
Hmm.
And that's not even
And they
America.
did it in like 48 hours, Maria.
Mm.
They were like, F this, we're lighting it on
So
fire.
let's take it back home then. So tell me why, you know, and I don't even know if you pay attention to St. Louis County government,
Mm-mm.
but basically you have some of the same and this is within one party. This is just the Democratic Party, you know? And then you have Democrats who are working with Republicans. I mean, my goodness, I just don't understand how you can have such
Mm. Mm.
a terrible
Let's
leadership.
back up for a minute. One, I don't think it would be problematic for Democrats and Republicans to work together if it was a genuine collaboration to achieve
No, not in this
what people want.
circumstance.
But that's not what's
Rachel,
happening.
that's
That's
not
not
what's
what's
happening
happening.
in St. Louis County government.
Exactly. I
You
just
have
I just don't
Democrats
want
and
it to ever
Republicans.
come back that you said that there was some problem with people working
No,
together when that's exactly not what
that's
you're
not
saying.
that's not an issue. That's what I'm
They're
talking about is
colluding.
St.
It's
Louis.
collusion.
I'm talking about St. Louis County Democrats and Republicans, some of them, not all of them, working together to help pollute our society and where people live and where people work. They're doing that willingly. I mean, they're deciding not
And
to
probably
use
getting
their
kickbacks.
and let me finish. They're choosing not to use their brains or, have thoughtful conversations about policy. They're giving up their responsibilities as legislators and giving it away. When they made that mistake, and it's happened a few times, when they made that mistake, they gave up their power individually. which means if they gave up their power, they gave up the voices of the people that elected them. That is the problem that I have. And it's not in our best interest. Yeah, I understand. Like when I was in the legislature, of course, I had to work with Republicans on certain issues. I didn't agree with them on choice matters. I didn't agree with them on some education matters. But you know what? Like, when it came to my community, you weren't going to tell me what I was going to do in my community because I knew what my community needed. Right now, when it comes to the environment, these Republicans are trying to tell St. Louis County what to do, and not one council person in St. Louis County has the wherewithal to say, no, this is not the right fit for St. Louis County. They're not even trying. You know what they're doing? They're showing up to Josh Hawley's press conferences, just smiling and cheesing, and oh yeah, while he's cutting Medicaid and making premiums for Obamacare higher, and they're going to show up smiling and cheesing when thousands of their own citizens are not going to even have health care in the net. What is it, almost October? They're not going to even have health care in the next 3 months. And if that's not, if it's not Obamacare, they're not going to have Medicaid, or they're not going to have SNAP. Like, why would you stand up next to a person who is going to devastate the health of your community, literally? $50,000 isn't enough when you have breast cancer and no Medicaid or no Obamacare. $25,000 isn't enough when you're suffering. When the person in your family who was the caregiver and who was the person who, took care of you is no longer around. That is the dangerous part of working with people like Josh Hawley. When you just give it to them to try to figure out the problems of St. Louis County, they don't even live here. There's I'm not going to dog her too much, but I was on a panel, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago. I was on a panel talking about Rika, and Trish Burns, I don't know what how you pronounce her last name, but Trish Burns, she's a state representative. She said this is all the responsibility of the federal government. And I was like, oh, no, 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 no. Why are you talking for St. Louis County? Just stop talking for St. If that's what you want to do in St. Charles, go ahead and do that. But don't speak for us in St. Louis County, because it's the responsibility of not only the state, not only the federal government, but the local government to determine what is good for the people, what needs to be changed for the people. Like,
And
it's ridiculous what they're allowing to happen because they just want to be negligent and just damn stupid.
this comes down to local. Everything starts local. And whether we're talking about the disaster that we face in government, or whether we're talking about natural disasters or environmental disasters that have been done to us, it starts local, right? Yes, there are federal policies, but that money, those policies, the effects of that get drawn down by state and local governments, right? It's all connected, and it's not exclusively federal, right? Nothing is exclusively federal
Yeah,
because
Josh
we
Hawley
live in a
isn't
federally.
talking to these citizens. Josh Hawley has not interviewed people who've actually seen, some of these haul trucks dumping in certain areas. Josh Hawley, I mean, my good, if you're putting why don't you do your own damn work? Why don't you do the work of your people and then let Josh Hawley know? But if you're not willing to do the work for the people that you represent, then you don't need to be elected. Period.
Word.
You don't need to be elected if you're not going to work. Are you kidding me?
Facts.
Do you know? Oh, let me calm down. But the way that they have, they don't even know the first thing to do. That's how pitiful they are. They don't know the first thing to do. smiling and
It's
cheesing
not
with
that
Josh.
they don't know what to do, it's that what they do is self-serving.
It's all self-serving.
They are not in it for public service, they are in it for their own interest.
They really are smiling, cheesing next to Josh Hawley.
And again, that is why I'm here supporting you at 3:30 in the morning.
Is it 3:30? Ooh, it's
Yes,
3:30.
I gotta
See,
go to bed soon.
I know, but I still love you. I still love you. But seriously, Rachel, I just don't understand how you could be stuck on stupid and then legislating. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep it for the campaign, and I'll tell you this stuff offline, but there's some stuff that they voted for, honey. I would have been recalled if I voted for some of that stuff. You hear what I'm saying?
I do.
I
I
would
do.
have been recalled. But they're voting for it, and because you have some press that's not following it, and nobody's like looking into the dirty details, nobody knows the better unless you're a legislator and you know the
Mhm,
details.
mhm.
Nobody knows better. It's a shame.
At Provo, we used to do those scorecards where we put how everyone voted on all of these issues.
Yeah, I remember those. Yeah, I think maybe we need to I miss Pro Vote. I mean, Pro Vote was really useful. It
Mhm.
just really was. I really, really miss it. I mean, because we looked at those scorecards and we're like, oh yeah, okay, good. Oh, look at that. They
Yeah, and
got
you
it.
would see who didn't show up, who didn't vote,
Ooh,
who
they
kept
got
their
a.
record free from conflict votes by just not showing up,
Mm-hmm.
not taking a stand.
Yeah, you did see that. But we don't have that anymore. I mean, why did Pro Vote we have this conversation before? Why did Pro Vote end?
Oh.
If it's
Um,
scandalous, we don't need to talk about it.
the executive director that was there after John Hickey ran it into the ground within like 6 months. But then Missouri Rural Crisis Center took over a lot of that work.
Who was it?
They do a lot of organizing outstate.
Well, that's good. That's a big transition, but we need that organizing in the urban core
Mhm.
too.
Mhm.
It was so useful. It was just like you could depend on them. You could always depend on Provote to get things right.
I went to Marshall's wedding recently. Speaking of the
Mm,
pro vote days. That's
mm.
another thing that's an act of resistance, going to a queer wedding.
You know what? I don't think I've ever been to one. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever been to one.
Somebody needs to invite you.
Yeah. Well, I do have friends who are couples though, but just not a wedding.
Mhm.
I haven't been to a wedding, but we'll make that happen. We've got years ahead of us. So, Rachel, what do you think my plan should be? I'm on.
The next
We're on.
24 hours, you mean? Or I guess
No,
you only have like 22 hours left on the 23 hours left on the, no, I can't count.
I can't count. So it's 7
Minus
minus
24
24,
minus 7.
17 hours.
17 on the live stream.
So I think what I'm going to do
You need to play your podcast and call some other people some reinforcements.
at 3:30 in the morning, I don't know if that's going to happen.
No, that's why you need to play the podcast. Isn't that like 2 hours?
No, they're like 10 episodes.
How long is it?
Well, each one is like anywhere from 37 minutes to 45 minutes.
Okay, so that'll fill some time.
All right. Okay, well, I'm going to manage this.
All right,
Thank
good luck.
thank you for talking to me. I
It
really
was so good to talk to you. I love you so much.
I do too. You're just like Miss Resist and you still cursed. You used the
I'm
F
sorry. I
bomb.
try not to. I try not to. Sorry.
I told you no. I have a couple of friends who do that. I'm like, please
There's
don't.
there's a lot of evidence that suggests that it is a sign of intelligence.
I've been told that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been told that a
It
few
is a
times.
language proficiency.
Mhm. well-behaved women, aren't we?
I'm not. But you know what? I got totally tired of masking in general, which is part of the reason I quit my career and am now a driver full time because I
Mhm.
don't need to mask. I just get to be me and I don't have to like pretend
But you did
fit
so well
into.
in the work that you did. You did a really marvelous job.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I always was interested in hearing about the challenges and especially the approaches because it's a different way of thinking. Um,
Mhm.
and you were so determined to just ensure there was equity across the board, and you did not want to masquerade at all.
Exactly.
You did
Exactly.
not want to masquerade.
In equity work, there are a lot of so-called white knights who just want to come in and save the day and aren't really willing to do the very hard work of looking at their own privilege and how they contribute to systems of inequity. Um, because a lot of people don't want to give up their privileges, right?
Mhm.
Um, and you have to really be able to, and a lot of people want to feel like they earned everything, and and not recognize where they do have privilege, which to me it seems ridiculous.
Mhm.
But the thing that I had in that last job is that I had the power to give other people voice, right? By engaging volunteers and bringing them to the table and making sure that there was that seat. And it's kind of like what you have in your position as someone who is going to be elected is you give power to the voices of people.
That's right.
And that's why I support you, right? Because again, coming back to it, it's not about you, it's about the people you represent, and
Mhm.
you do that and you give power to that voice. And this is a time when we need to speak truth to power, and you do that by raising up our voices.
Yeah, we really do. I fear for all of those families on the streets that are like, where are we headed? Why is this happening to us? And I mean, can you imagine all of the families that chose to make the journey, however they made the journey, to America because it was the promise of any human being to give you life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like that was the promise. That was the promise. And now, like, all of that is being washed away and so quickly. And it's just like, you know, I just saw a headline saying that government is going to shut down. I haven't read the articles, but just looked at the headlines. It just who would have
At
ever
this
thought?
stage, I mean, so many of our government institutions have been so decimated through Doge that I don't even know what it means for it to shut down. It's like they're already
Yeah, what does that mean?
operating so thin, right? They're already operating to a point where they don't really have what they need to do their jobs.
Mhm.
And it's intentional. It's the intentional dismantling of our government.
It really is. It really is.
And unfortunately, that's what some people want. And I think, for those who don't want that, they need to use their voice.
Mhm.
They need to turn up not just to protest, but at the ballot box. They need to pay attention, right?
I'm just interested in knowing what is today? Tuesday. We're Monday into Tuesday. I'm interested in knowing like what some of the assessments are over the week. There were like 15 things that happened in one day, just yesterday, like 15 different things. On Saturday, like 15 different things. On Sunday, like 15 different things. Like it's a lot. It's a lot of chaos. in our federal government right now. And I just hope that we get back on track for year 250. So, anyway, my darling, I guess I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna play this mystery. It's kind of dark though. I don't know if I want to play that. It's kind of dark. Do you think I should play it?
Do you have any other plan?
Mm-mm.
Then yeah, I think you should play it.
Oh my goodness. I
I
am
don't
so
know how to log
thankful.
out of this thing either.
You don't know how to log out?
I don't know how to close
I
myself
think
out
I
of
can
this.
kick you out. Let's see if I can kick you out. I can remove
Oh, I think
you.
remove from stage. Is that it?
Yes, that's
All
it.
right. Well, I love you, and I will do this again the next time.
Yes, we're gonna do this
And
again. So,
I will try to be better about not cursing.
yes, no cursing.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right, that was a lot of fun. And we're 7 hours in. I really actually don't think that I could do um 24 hours, but I really want to. And I think when I do the whole thing, that I'm definitely going to have everything lined up. But so you listen to my friend Joey and you listen to my friend Rachel. And I mean, she has a very interesting history herself. Um, and she's just a great person, truly a great person. But I am running for the St. Louis County Council, and I am letting you know that today is the last day. I have not read the news whatsoever, so I don't know what's going on. So at this point, I am going to take a break and